सामान्य तौर पर सद्गुरु जी ऐसे ही बेहतरीन तरीके से अपनी बातों को सामने रखने के लिए जाने जाते हैं। आइए अब हम जानी मानी क्रिकेट खिलाड़ी हरमनप्रीत कौर जी को सुनते हैं।
नमस्कार, मैं अपने देशवासियों को मन की बात के माध्यम से कुछ कहना चाहती हूँ। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के फिट इंडिया की पहल मुझे अपने फिटनेस मंत्र आप सभी के साथ शेयर करने के लिए प्रोत्साहित किया है। आप सभी को मेरा पहला सजेशन यही है, वन कैन नॉट आउट ट्रेन अ बैड डाइट। इसका अर्थ ये है, आप कब खाते हो और क्या खाते हो, इसके बारे में आपको बहुत सावधान रहना होगा। हाल ही में माननीय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने सभी को बाजरा खाने के लिए इनकरेज किया है, जो कि इम्यूनिटी बढ़ाता है और टिकाऊ खेती करने में सहायता करता है और पचाने में भी आसान है। रेगुलर एक्सरसाइज और 7 घंटे की पूरी नींद बॉडी के लिए बहुत जरूरी है और फिट रहने के लिए मदद करती है। इसके लिए बहुत डिसिप्लिन एंड कंसिस्टेंसी की जरूरत होगी। जब आपको इसका रिजल्ट मिलने लग जाएगा तो आप डेली खुद ही एक्सरसाइज करना स्टार्ट कर दोगे। मुझे आप सबसे बात करने और अपना फिटनेस मंत्र शेयर करने का अवसर देने के लिए माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का बहुत धन्यवाद।
हरमनप्रीत जी जैसी प्रतिभाशाली खिलाड़ी की बातें निश्चित रूप से आप सभी को प्रेरित करेगी। आइए ग्रैंड मास्टर विश्वनाथन आनंद जी को सुने। हम सभी जानते हैं कि उनके खेल शतरंज के लिए मेंटल फिटनेस का कितना महत्व है।
Namaste. I'm Vishwanathan Anand. You have seen me play chess, and very often I'm asked, what is your fitness routine? Now, chess requires a lot of focus and patience. So I do the following, which keeps me fit and agile. I do yoga 2 times a week. I do cardio 2 times a week. And 2 times a week, I focus on flexibility, stretching, weight training, and I tend to take 1 day off per week. All of these are very important for chess. You need to have the stamina to last 6 or 7 hours of intense mental effort, but you also need to be flexible to be able to sit comfortably, and the ability to regulate your breath to calm down is helpful when you want to focus on some problem, which is usually a chess game. My fitness tip to all Mann Ki Baat listeners would be to keep calm and focus on the task at hand. The best fitness tip, for me, absolutely the most important fitness tip, is to get a good night's sleep. Do not start sleeping for 4 and 5 hours a night. I think 7 or 8 is an absolute minimum. So we should try as hard as possible to get a good night's sleep, because that is when the next day you're able to get through the day in calm fashion. You don't make impulsive decisions. You're in control of your emotions. For me, sleep is the most important fitness tip.
आइए अब अक्षय कुमार जी को सुनते हैं।
नमस्कार, मैं हूं अक्षय कुमार। सबसे पहले तो मैं हमारे आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का बहुत शुक्रिया करता हूं कि उनके मन की बात में मुझे भी अपने मन की बात आपको कह पाने का एक छोटा सा मौका मिला। आप लोग जानते हैं कि मैं फिटनेस के लिए जितना पैशनेट हूं, उससे भी कई ज्यादा पैशनेट हूं नेचुरल तरीके से फिट रहने के लिए। मुझे ना ये फैंसी जिम से ज्यादा पसंद है बाहर स्विमिंग करना, बैडमिंटन खेलना, सीढ़ियां चढ़ना, मुद्गर से कसरत करना, अच्छा हेल्दी खाना खाना। जैसे मेरा ये मानना है कि शुद्ध घी अगर सही मात्रा में खाया जाए तो हमें फायदा करता है, लेकिन मैं देखता हूं कि बहुत से यंग लड़के लड़कियां इस वजह से घी नहीं खाते कि कहीं वो मोटे ना हो जाए। बहुत जरूरी है कि हम ये समझें कि क्या हमारी फिटनेस के लिए अच्छा है और क्या बुरा है। डॉक्टर्स की सलाह से आप अपना लाइफस्टाइल बदलो, ना कि किसी फिल्म स्टार की बॉडी देखकर। एक्टर स्क्रीन पे जैसे दिखते हैं वैसे तो कई बार होते भी नहीं है। कई तरह के फिल्टर और स्पेशल इफेक्ट्स यूज होते हैं और हम उसे देखकर अपने शरीर को बदलने के लिए गलत तरीके शॉर्टकट का इस्तेमाल करना शुरू कर देते हैं। आजकल इतने सारे लोग स्टेरॉइड लेकर ये 6 पैक 8 पैक इसके लिए चल पड़ते हैं। यार, ऐसे शॉर्टकट से बॉडी ऊपर से फूल जाती है लेकिन अंदर से खोखली रह जाती है। आप लोग याद रखिएगा कि शॉर्टकट कैन कट योर लाइफ शॉर्ट। आपको शॉर्टकट नहीं, लॉन्ग लास्टिंग फिटनेस चाहिए। दोस्तों, फिटनेस एक तरह की तपस्या है, इंस्टेंट कॉफी या 2 मिनट का नूडल नहीं है। इस नए साल में अपने आप से वादा करो, नो केमिकल्स, नो शॉर्टकट, कसरत, योग, अच्छा खाना, वक्त पे सोना, थोड़ा मेडिटेशन और सबसे जरूरी, जैसे आप दिखते हो ना, उसे खुशी से एक्सेप्ट करो। आज के बाद फिल्टर वाली लाइफ नहीं, फिटर वाली लाइफ जियो। टेक केयर। जय महाकाल।
इस सेक्टर में कई और स्टार्टअप्स हैं, इसलिए मैंने सोचा कि एक युवा स्टार्टअप फाउंडर से भी चर्चा की जाए जो इस क्षेत्र में बेहतरीन काम कर रहे हैं।
नमस्कार, मेरा नाम ऋषभ मल्होत्रा है और मैं बैंगलोर का रहने वाला हूं। मुझे ये जानकर बेहद खुशी हुई कि मन की बात में फिटनेस पर चर्चा हो रही है। मैं खुद फिटनेस की दुनिया से बिलोंग करता हूं और बैंगलोर में हमारा एक स्टार्टअप है जिसका नाम है तगड़ा रहो। हमारा स्टार्टअप भारत के पारंपरिक व्यायाम को आगे लाने के लिए बनाया गया है। भारत के पारंपरिक व्यायाम में एक बहुत ही अद्भुत व्यायाम है जो है गदा व्यायाम, और हमारा पूरा फोकस गदा और मुग्दर व्यायाम पर ही है। लोगों को जानकर आश्चर्य होता है कि आप गदा से सारी ट्रेनिंग कैसे कर लेते हैं। मैं ये बताना चाहूंगा कि गदा व्यायाम हजारों साल पुराना व्यायाम है और ये हजारों सालों से भारत में चलता आ रहा है। आपने इसे छोटे बड़े अखाड़ों में देखा होगा और हमारे स्टार्टअप के माध्यम से हम इसे एक आधुनिक फॉर्म में वापस लेके आए हैं। हमें पूरे देश से बहुत प्यार मिला है, बहुत अच्छा रिस्पॉन्स मिला है। मन की बात के माध्यम से मैं ये बताना चाहूंगा कि इसके अलावा भी भारत में बहुत से ऐसे प्राचीन व्यायाम हैं, हेल्थ और फिटनेस से रिलेटेड विधि है जो हमें अपनानी चाहिए और दुनिया में आगे भी सिखानी चाहिए। मैं फिटनेस की दुनिया से हूं तो आपको एक पर्सनल टिप देना चाहूंगा। गदा व्यायाम से आप अपना बल, अपनी ताकत, अपना पोस्चर और अपनी ब्रीदिंग को भी ठीक कर सकते हैं। तो गदा व्यायाम को अपनाएं और इसे आगे बढ़ाएं। जय हिंद।
साथियों, हर किसी ने अपने विचार रखे हैं, लेकिन सबका एक ही मंत्र है, हेल्दी रहें, फिट रहें। 2024 की शुरुआत करने के लिए आपके पास अपनी फिटनेस से बड़ा संकल्प और क्या होगा। मेरे परिवारजनों, कुछ दिन पहले काशी में एक एक्सपेरिमेंट हुआ था जिसे मैं मन की बात के श्रोताओं को जरूर बताना चाहता हूं। आप जानते हैं कि काशी तमिल संगमम में हिस्सा लेने के लिए हजारों लोग तमिलनाडु से काशी पहुंचे थे। वहां मैंने उन लोगों से संवाद के लिए आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस एआई टूल भाषिणी का सार्वजनिक रूप से पहली बार उपयोग किया। मैं मंच से हिंदी में संबोधन कर रहा था, लेकिन एआई टूल भाषिणी की वजह से वहां मौजूद तमिलनाडु के लोगों को मेरा वही संबोधन उसी समय तमिल भाषा में सुनाई दे रहा था। काशी तमिल संगमम में आए लोग इस प्रयोग से बहुत उत्साहित दिखे। वो दिन दूर नहीं जब किसी एक भाषा में संबोधन हुआ करेगा और जनता रियल टाइम में उसी भाषण को अपनी भाषा में सुना करेगी। ऐसा ही फिल्मों के साथ भी होगा। जब जनता सिनेमा हॉल में एआई की मदद से रियल टाइम ट्रांसलेशन सुना करेगी, आप अंदाजा लगा सकते हैं कि जब ये टेक्नोलॉजी हमारे स्कूलों, हमारे अस्पतालों, हमारी अदालतों में व्यापक रूप से इस्तेमाल होने लगेगी तो कितना बड़ा परिवर्तन आएगा। मैं आज की युवा पीढ़ी से आग्रह करूंगा कि रियल टाइम ट्रांसलेशन से जुड़े एआई टूल्स को और एक्सप्लोर करें, उन्हें 100% फुल प्रूफ बनाएं। साथियों, बदलते हुए समय में हमें अपनी भाषाएं बचानी भी हैं और उनका संवर्धन भी करना है। अब मैं आपको झारखंड के एक आदिवासी गांव के बारे में बताना चाहता हूं। इस गांव ने अपने बच्चों को मातृभाषा में शिक्षा देने के लिए एक अनूठी पहल की है। मंगलो गांव में बच्चों को कुडुख भाषा में शिक्षा दी जा रही है। इस स्कूल का नाम है कार्तिक उरांव आदिवासी कुडुख स्कूल। इस स्कूल में 300 आदिवासी बच्चे पढ़ते हैं। कुडुख भाषा उरांव आदिवासी समुदाय की मातृभाषा है। कुडुख भाषा की अपनी लिपि भी है जिसे तोलंग सिकी नाम से जाना जाता है। ये भाषा धीरे धीरे विलुप्त होती जा रही थी, जिसे बचाने के लिए इस समुदाय ने अपनी भाषा में बच्चों को शिक्षा देने का फैसला किया है। इस स्कूल को शुरू करने वाले अरविंद उरांव कहते हैं कि आदिवासी बच्चों को अंग्रेजी भाषा में दिक्कत आती थी, इसलिए उन्होंने गांव के बच्चों को अपनी मातृभाषा में पढ़ाना शुरू कर दिया। उनके इस प्रयास से बेहतर परिणाम मिलने लगे तो गांव वाले भी उनके साथ जुड़ गए। अपनी भाषा में पढ़ाई की वजह से बच्चों के सीखने की गति भी तेज हो गई है। हमारे देश में कई बच्चे भाषा की मुश्किलों की वजह से पढ़ाई बीच में ही छोड़ देते थे। ऐसी परेशानियों को दूर करने में नई राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति से भी मदद मिल रही है। हमारा प्रयास है कि भाषा किसी भी बच्चे की शिक्षा और प्रगति में बाधा नहीं बननी चाहिए। साथियों, हमारी भारत भूमि को हर कालखंड में देश की विलक्षण बेटियों ने गौरव से भर दिया है। सावित्रीबाई फुले जी और रानी वेलु नाचियार जी देश की ऐसी ही दो विभूतियां हैं। उनका व्यक्तित्व ऐसे प्रकाश स्तंभ की तरह है जो हर युग में नारी शक्ति को आगे बढ़ाने का मार्ग दिखाता रहेगा। आज से कुछ ही दिनों बाद 3 जनवरी को हम सभी इन दोनों की जन्म जयंती मनाएंगे। सावित्रीबाई फुले जी का नाम आते ही सबसे पहले शिक्षा और समाज सुधार के क्षेत्र में उनका योगदान हमारे सामने आता है। वे हमेशा महिलाओं और वंचितों की शिक्षा के लिए जोरदार तरीके से आवाज उठाती रही। वे अपने समय से बहुत आगे थी और उन गलत प्रथाओं के विरोध में हमेशा मुखर रही। शिक्षा से समाज के सशक्तिकरण पर उनका गहरा विश्वास था। महात्मा फुले जी के साथ मिलकर उन्होंने बेटियों के लिए कई स्कूल शुरू किए। उनकी कविताएं लोगों में जागरूकता बढ़ाने और आत्मविश्वास भरने वाली होती थी। लोगों से हमेशा उनका यह आग्रह रहा कि वे जरूरत में एक दूसरे की मदद करें और प्रकृति के साथ भी समरसता से रहें। वे कितनी दयालु थी, इसे शब्दों में नहीं समेटा जा सकता। जब महाराष्ट्र में अकाल पड़ा तो सावित्रीबाई और महात्मा फुले ने जरूरतमंदों की मदद के लिए अपने घरों के दरवाजे खोल दिए। सामाजिक न्याय का ऐसा उदाहरण विरले ही देखने को मिलता है। जब वहां प्लेग का भय व्याप्त था तो उन्होंने खुद को लोगों की सेवा में झोंक दिया। इस दौरान वे खुद इस बीमारी की चपेट में आ गई। मानवता को समर्पित उनका जीवन आज भी हम सभी को प्रेरित कर रहा है। साथियों, विदेशी शासन के खिलाफ संघर्ष करने वाली देश की कई महान विभूतियों में से एक नाम रानी वेलु नाचियार का भी है। तमिलनाडु के मेरे भाई बहन आज भी उन्हें वीरा मंगई यानी वीर नारी के नाम से याद करते हैं। अंग्रेजों के खिलाफ रानी वेलु नाचियार जिस बहादुरी से लड़ी और जो पराक्रम दिखाया वो बहुत ही प्रेरित करने वाला है। अंग्रेजों ने शिवगंगा साम्राज्य पर हमले के दौरान उनके पति की हत्या कर दी थी, जो वहां के राजा थे। रानी वेलु नाचियार और उनकी बेटी किसी तरह दुश्मनों से बच निकली थी। वे संगठन बनाने और मरूद ब्रदर्स यानी अपने कमांडरों के साथ सेना तैयार करने में कई सालों तक जुटी रही। उन्होंने पूरी तैयारी के साथ अंग्रेजों के खिलाफ युद्ध शुरू किया और बहुत ही हिम्मत और संकल्प शक्ति के साथ लड़ाई लड़ी। रानी वेलु नाचियार का नाम उन लोगों में शामिल है जिन्होंने अपनी सेना में पहली बार ऑल विमेन ग्रुप बनाया था। मैं इन दोनों वीरांगनाओं को श्रद्धा सुमन अर्पित करता हूं। मेरे परिवारजनों, गुजरात में डायरा की परंपरा है। रात भर हजारों लोग डायरा में शामिल होकर के मनोरंजन के साथ ज्ञान को अर्जित करते हैं। इस डायरा में लोक संगीत, लोक साहित्य और हास्य की त्रिवेणी हर किसी के मन को आनंद से भर देती है। इस डायरा के एक प्रसिद्ध कलाकार हैं भाई जगदीश त्रिवेदी जी। हास्य कलाकार के रूप में भाई जगदीश त्रिवेदी जी ने 30 साल से भी ज्यादा समय से अपना प्रभाव जमा रखा है। हाल ही में भाई जगदीश त्रिवेदी जी का मुझे एक पत्र मिला और साथ में उन्होंने अपनी एक किताब भी भेजी है। किताब का नाम है सोशल ऑडिट ऑफ सोशल सर्विस। एक किताब बड़ी अनूठी है। इसमें हिसाब किताब है। ये किताब एक तरह की बैलेंस शीट है। पिछले 6 सालों में भाई जगदीश त्रिवेदी जी को किस किस कार्यक्रम से कितनी आय हुई और वो कहां कहां खर्च हुआ, इसका पूरा लेखा जोखा किताब में है। ये बैलेंस शीट इसलिए अनोखी है क्योंकि उन्होंने अपनी पूरी आय, एक एक रुपया समाज के लिए, स्कूल, हॉस्पिटल, लाइब्रेरी, दिव्यांगजनों से जुड़ी संस्थाओं, समाज सेवा में खर्च कर दिया। पूरे 6 साल का हिसाब है। जैसे किताब में एक स्थान पर लिखा है 2022 में उनको अपने कार्यक्रमों से आय हुई 2,35,79,674 रुपये और उन्होंने स्कूल, हॉस्पिटल, लाइब्रेरी पर खर्च किए 2,35,79,674 रुपये। उन्होंने 1 रुपया भी अपने पास नहीं रखा। दरअसल इसके पीछे भी एक दिलचस्प वाकया है। हुआ यूं कि एक बार भाई जगदीश त्रिवेदी जी ने कहा कि जब 2017 में वो 50 साल के हो जाएंगे तो उसके बाद उनके कार्यक्रमों से होने वाली आय को वो घर नहीं ले जाएंगे बल्कि समाज पर खर्च करेंगे। 2017 के बाद से अब तक वो लगभग 8.25 करोड़ रुपए अलग अलग सामाजिक कार्यों पर खर्च कर चुके हैं। एक हास्य कलाकार अपनी बातों से हर किसी को हंसने के लिए मजबूर कर देता है, लेकिन वो भीतर कितनी संवेदनाओं को जीता है, ये भाई जगदीश त्रिवेदी जी के जीवन से पता चलता है। आपको ये जानकर हैरानी होगी कि उनके पास पीएचडी की 3 डिग्रियां भी हैं। वो 75 किताबें लिख चुके हैं, जिनमें से कई पुस्तकों को सम्मान भी मिला है। उन्हें सामाजिक कार्यों के लिए भी कई पुरस्कारों से सम्मानित किया जा चुका है। मैं भाई जगदीश त्रिवेदी जी को उनके सामाजिक कार्यों के लिए बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। मेरे परिवारजनों, अयोध्या में राम मंदिर को लेकर पूरे देश में उत्साह है, उमंग है। लोग अपनी भावनाओं को अलग अलग तरह से व्यक्त कर रहे हैं। आपने देखा होगा बीते कुछ दिनों में श्री राम और अयोध्या को लेकर कई सारे नए गीत, नए भजन बनाए गए हैं। बहुत से लोग नई कविताएं भी लिख रहे हैं। इसमें बड़े बड़े अनुभवी कलाकार भी हैं, तो नए उभरते युवा साथियों ने भी मन को मोह लेने वाले भजनों की रचना की है। कुछ गीतों और भजनों को तो मैंने भी अपने सोशल मीडिया पर शेयर किया है। ऐसा लगता है कि कला जगत अपनी अनूठी शैली में इस ऐतिहासिक क्षण का सहभागी बन रहा है। मेरे मन में एक बात आ रही है कि क्या हम सभी लोग ऐसी सारी रचनाओं को एक कॉमन हैशटैग के साथ शेयर करें। मेरा आपसे अनुरोध है कि हैशटैग श्री राम भजन के साथ आप अपनी रचनाओं को सोशल मीडिया पर शेयर करें। ये संकलन भावों का, भक्ति का ऐसा प्रवाह बनेगा जिसमें हर कोई राममय हो जाएगा। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, आज मन की बात में मेरे साथ बस इतना ही। 2024 अब कुछ ही घंटे दूर है। भारत की उपलब्धियां हर भारतवासी की उपलब्धि है। हमें पंच प्राणों का ध्यान रखते हुए भारत के विकास के लिए निरंतर जुटे रहना है। हम कोई भी काम करें, कोई भी फैसला लें, हमारी सबसे पहली कसौटी यही होनी चाहिए कि इससे देश को क्या मिलेगा, इससे देश का क्या लाभ होगा। राष्ट्र प्रथम, नेशन फर्स्ट, इससे बड़ा कोई मंत्र नहीं। इसी मंत्र पर चलते हुए हम भारतीय अपने देश को विकसित बनाएंगे, आत्मनिर्भर बनाएंगे। आप सभी 2024 में सफलताओं की नई ऊंचाई पर पहुंचे। आप सभी स्वस्थ रहें, फिट रहें, खूब आनंद से रहें, मेरी यही प्रार्थना है। 2024 में हम फिर एक बार देश के लोगों की नई उपलब्धियों पर चर्चा करेंगे। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Getting some breaking update coming in right now. On the last day of 2024, Kharge has now come out and attacked Modi government over its promises made in the past years. That is right, viewers. A big update coming here to Republic TV, where we're getting some updates coming in. Now, what we see, this is a big political development. Now, remember that today is the last day of 2023, but the war of words are not stopping anytime soon. Now, the Congress has made a couple of allegations where the BJP's lies have been exposed. That's what they say. They're targeting the BJP. They're saying that false promises were made by the BJP. These kind of statements have all come from Mallikarjun Kharge, who has come out and attacked the Modi government over its promises made in the past years. Now, remember that not too much of the time is left for those Lok Sabha elections, which are coming up anytime now, and as we count down for the Lok Sabha elections, we have seen a huge political war of words between the Congress and the BJP and other political parties in the past. So, top update coming on Republic TV. Now, this time Kharge has taken a swipe at the BJP, and this time he has said that Modi has not, I repeat, has not fulfilled any of those promises, and that's a very big update coming in right now. Remember, this is not the first time Mallikarjun Kharge has slammed Modi government, the BJP, for not fulfilling promises made to protesting farmers in the past. So not the first time that the Congress president has accused the BJP of not fulfilling promises. Earlier it was on MSP, on compensation, withdrawal of cases against farmers. This time what we see right now is that Kharge has once again come out, and of course we'll be joined by my colleague Nikita, who will help us understand more on this story. Now, this is happening as we are seeing that the Congress is making these allegations just ahead of the Lok Sabha election. Let's go to Nikita, who's joining us from our Delhi newsroom. Nikita, I'm coming to you right now, and what we see is one more war of words between Congress. This time the Congress is saying and targeting the BJP, saying that this time, once more, and this is not the first time that the Congress has spoken on farmers, they're saying that the promises made by the Modi government have not been fulfilled so far. Nikita, over to you.
Absolutely, Shivangi. What is absolutely amazing is that Kharge's statement has come immediately a day after projects worth 16,000 crores were unveiled in Ayodhya. So when Mallikarjun Kharge says this thing that Prime Minister Narendra Modi has just lied all along, and he had promised that the income of the farmers will be doubled by the end of 2022, that has not happened. Then Kharge, in his last tweet on the last day of 2023, which has been such a landmark year for India and Indian economy, as we also held the G20 summit where all the global leaders had come. It was India's presidency year and how important it was. So Kharge made this comment on Twitter X, saying that Prime Minister Narendra Modi is very adept at telling lies. He said that we all know BJP and how it tells lies, and how we have not reached all those goals which PM Modi had set of that all the incomes of the farmers will be doubled by 2022. But you know what, Shivangi, what is really surprising is that IMF is saying that India is progressing very well, and in the next couple of years, when after pandemic it has been so tough, economies like China's all crumbled under it, US crumbled under it, India not only maintained to to hold itself steady in that turbulent period. India is shining right now, as we don't have to go anywhere else. We can take yesterday's example when Ayodhya only projects worth 16,000 crores were unveiled. We are opening we are having new train connections. We are opening an international airport at Ayodhya. We are moving ahead. Morgan Stanley is saying that India at this speed will be able to achieve an economy of 7 trillion by the end of 2030, and very soon from 5th position we will climb up to 3rd position, as Prime Minister Narendra Modi has time and again said. But the opposition and Mallikarjun Kharge, the president of Congress, all he sees when India is shining, India is moving ahead, all he sees is Lok Sabha elections and the divisive politics, and also providing information like instigating kind of information that what about the farmers, their income hasn't doubled, what about the promise of $5 trillion, not looking at Morgan Stanley saying that by 2030 at this rate India is going to be a 7 trillion economy. So Shivangi, it is pretty surprising, this kind of politics at this point of time when the country is doing so well, and Congress is yet again attacking BJP, the government, with the 2024 election on the mind, thinking that such comments will kind of highlight the government in a bad light, when all the citizens, everybody can see, the 1.4 billion population can see that where India has reached now. We are hosting G20 summit in our country where all the leaders are coming. We are signing agreements in G20 without any footnotes, with full consensus. So if this is what the leader of opposition has to say at this juncture on the last day of 2023, which has been especially very productive for India, then it only highlights their mentality and thought process. Shivangi.
Right. And of course, Nikita, this post has come in on the last day of this year. Now, I just want to take our viewers through exactly what the post says. Today is the last day of 2023. You said this back in 2022 that every farmer's income will double, every Indian will have a house and 24/7 electricity. Now, when we talk about this, Nikita, this is a poll plank of the Congress for the longest time. Especially, it has been blaming the Modi government for its poor handling of the economy, failure to address farmers' issues. Even though we have been seeing how much of effort has been going on in both these sectors. So the big question is that are these just a political war of words, a political war just ahead of the Lok Sabha elections? Is it is the opposition criticizing the BJP just for the sake of criticizing the BJP and the ruling government?
Well, Shivangi, you know what, as you've rightly questioned, I'll just give you certain details, and we should let the viewers only decide whether it is just an empty war of words, whether it is just a political vendetta, whether it is just Congress looking at wrong kind of politics to achieve its goal of 2024 elections. Shivangi, if we go a couple of months back only, the biggest achievement for Make in Initiative by our Make in India initiative for our country was Tejas, the twin-seater combat light aircraft, when in the field of defense, and a sortie also taken by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. What had happened then also, Shivangi? Instead of hailing such a big achievement for Make in India initiative, Prime Minister's goal that this is going to be the Amrit Kal of India for the next 75 years and we are going to be the top economy. Third, of course, for now, but that is how you start, and then later on go on and become the world superpower. But as we are looking at the Viksit Bharat 2047, then also, when Tejas also had happened, there were leaders of opposition, leaders of TMC coming and talking about Prime Minister being a bad luck and how he is worried about the future of the pilots in Tejas now, and that he's concerned that even Tejas will crash and things will not do well. Also, he was referring to all the times when it has been a bad luck, according to that TMC MP, it has been a bad luck for people who have gone ahead and met Prime Minister for anything fruitful. Not just the Tejas politics also, Shivangi, on other incidents also, when India has, after G20 also, when all this Canada furore also took place, instead of focusing on what we achieved, what happened on our soil, the agreement we made, all the opposition leaders again gathered together to say that this is what it has come to, that Trudeau goes back to Canada and this politics over Khalistan happens, completely ignoring the achievements that we made during the G20 politics. We managed to include Africa and it has officially become G21 now. That is because India did it. So opposition, Shivangi, time and again, it's totally blindsided, and it's just looking at how to attack, how to target the Modi government. They're not really looking at where India is reaching, what all India is achieving. Is it really going to become a Sone ki Chidiya again? So this is another incident. Kharge's post today, we will come back to that. After such a, Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit to Ayodhya, after inauguration of such thousands of crores of projects, IMF saying, Morgan Stanley saying that India is rising at a phenomenal speed after an incident like 2020, where the biggest economies of the world, the top superpowers, US and China, they also crumbled. Here we are, standing on our feet, doing a great job. So this is, as you also said, Shivangi, it looks like basically a very selfish kind of politics where opposition is only looking at their chairs and 2024 elections and not India's future. Back to you,
thank
Shivangi.
you so much, Nikita, for joining us with those details. Nikita joining us live from our Delhi newsroom, and that's a big story on Kharge has once again come out and attacked the Modi government over its promises made in the past years. Let's move ahead now. With tableau politics back in focus ahead of Republic Day, Defence Ministry has set the record straight. The Defence Ministry, in a detailed statement, clarified that the opposition, the narrative is being peddled over the tableau selection. That is right, viewers. Top update coming on Republic TV, and what we are learning right now is one more breaking update which is coming in, where Defence Ministry has issued a statement and has said that the Punjab tableau proposal did not match the theme, and the Punjab tableau was chosen 6 times in last 8 years. So basically, Defence Ministry is saying that the opposition, the narrative is being peddled over the tableau's selection. That is what we are learning right now on Republic TV. We are getting big updates coming in on tableau. Now the tableau politics is back in the focus, and all this, remember, viewers, just ahead of the new year that we are looking into. Big political and war words once again breaking out. But what we see right now is that after there was some controversy, what we are seeing that there has been a move in the story, a movement in the story. What we see is the Ministry of Defence has rejected the allegations of the Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann about discrimination over the selection of tableau for the Republic Day parade, and said that the state's proposal made had gone ahead and they could not make the grade. So the MOD has clarified that there is a well-established system to select the tableau for the Republic Day parade, as per which the Ministry of Defence invites proposals for tableau from all the states and the UTs and the central ministries and the departments. So the record has been set straight by the Defence Ministry on this issue after we saw that there has been a huge controversy over this. Remember that the allegations had come in from the Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann about discrimination over the selection of the tableau for the Republic Day parade, and said that the state's proposal had failed, I repeat, failed to make the grade. So remember that already what we have learned, that apart from Punjab, the West Bengal's proposal was also rejected for the same reason, according to the Ministry of Defence. Top update coming on Republic TV. And as we keep getting more updates, let's tell you that tableau politics is back in focus just ahead of Republic Day. As we inch towards Republic Day, let's tell you that the Defence Ministry has come out with a statement on the last day of 2023, and the Defence Ministry, in a detailed statement, has clarified that the narrative is being peddled over the tableau selection. Let's go to Samiksha, who's joining us from the Delhi newsroom. Samiksha, if you could take our viewers through what has really been happening and put things in perspective for us, because on the last day of 2023, we are seeing that politics over tableau has already started. Defence Ministry coming out with a statement. Samiksha, over to you.
Well, that's right, Shivangi. And, just to put this into context, note that this is not the first time that politics is happening over the Republic Day tableau selection. But this time around as well, the Defence Ministry very categorically having issued a statement clarifying that what was exactly the basis for the rejection of tableaus when it comes to that of Punjab and the other one, of course, of Bengal. And just to take you through that operative part of that statement also that's coming from the Defence Ministry, saying that Punjab tableau was considered, and the reason primarily why the Punjab tableau was cancelled, in fact was rejected, was because it did not really coincide with the broader theme of this year's Republic Day celebrations. In fact, this notice, beg your pardon, the notification mentions that some newspaper reports that have been published with the caption Mann attacks Centre for not including Punjab's tableau for Republic Day parade. As per the contents of the news, it is understood that Chief Minister of Punjab stated that this year too, Punjab's tableau for Republic Day parade in January 26th will not be included. The centre has discriminated against Punjab. Both Punjab and Delhi are not the first in the list of tableaus that have been selected. So very, very clear remarks coming in from the Defence Ministry on the kind of statements that have come in the past, both from the AAP National Convener as well as the Punjab Chief Minister. Now the Defence Ministry in fact states that Punjab as well as the Delhi government have stated in the last few days that there has been a bias when it comes to selection of the tableaus, to which the Defence Ministry has responded saying that they are primarily the reason for not selecting their tableaus is because it did not match with the broader theme. Shivangi, and once again, just a key excerpt, the Defence Ministry also says that talking about Bengal's tableau, it has been selected 3 times in the last 8 years. So absolutely no bias there. And in fact, when it comes to Punjab as well, the tableau has been selected 6 times in the last 8 years. So definitely no bias there. And the Defence Ministry setting the record very clear that there is absolutely no bias or any sort of prejudice when it comes to selection of tableaus for Republic Day celebrations. Shivangi.
Absolutely, Samiksha. And as we talk about this, I just want to ask you one more question on this, because you know we have to talk about the fact that what the Ministry of Defence is saying, that the Punjab tableau did not make the cut. There were some guidelines which were issued for the tableau, and what happened was that it did not make the cut. It failed to make the grade as per the guidelines laid down. So the big question being raised right now is is this just politics over the tableau, or is this one more way for the opposition to target the kind of guidelines which are set, especially ahead of Republic Day, Samiksha? Yes, Samiksha, go ahead. Is this one more way, Samiksha, for the opposition to target, the guidelines being set just ahead?
Right, and Shivangi, yes. Yes, and this is not the first time that we are seeing this. This has been happening over the past few years when the opposition parties, opposition ruled states have come out and targeted the central government over the selection of tableaus. But note that there is a very clear protocol when it comes to selection of tableaus from the respective states. It has to match the broader theme that's selected for every Republic Day celebration. In fact, just to put the statements again that have been stated by the Defence Ministry, talking particularly about Punjab here. The Defence Ministry states that the tableau of Punjab has been shortlisted for Republic Day parade by expert committee over the past few years from 2017 till 2022, 6 times in last 8 years, and the tableau of West Bengal for the years 2016, 2017, 2019, 2021 as well as 2023, which is 5 times in 8 years. Not just this, the Defence Ministry also says that while the tableau proposal of West Bengal was considered in the first 2 rounds of the meeting of the expert committee, after the second round of meeting, the tableau of West Bengal could not be taken forward by the expert committee for further consideration for not aligning with the broader theme of this year's theme for Republic Day tableau, and this is the reason that's been cited when it comes to Delhi as well as Punjab, that the primary reason for not selecting those tableaus is because it did not really coincide with the theme, Shivangi. But yes, politics continues over it with both the AAP government as well as the West Bengal government trading barbs, in fact targeting the central government, saying that this is nothing but prejudice on part of the Defence Ministry, Shivangi.
All right, thank you, Samisha, for getting us all the details coming in. So we keep getting our viewers more updates as we keep tracking the story. Tableau politics back in focus ahead of Republic Day. Let's move ahead now. In a major development in Disha Salia's death case, top sources in Mumbai police have confirmed to Republic TV that the death scene would be recreated at the flat and the premises where late actor Sushant Singh Rajput's former manager Disha Salia's body was found. Here is a full report by our bureau.
More than 3 years ago, Sushant Singh Rajput and Disha Salian's mysterious deaths shocked the world. The Shinde-Fadnavis government has assured getting to the bottom of Disha Salian's death.
मुळामध्ये दिशा सालियन केस ही कधीच सीबीआयकडे गेलेली नाही. सुशांत सिंग राजपूत केस ही सीबीआयकडे गेलेली आहे. सीबीआयला ज्यावेळेस विचारलं दिशा सालियनच्या संदर्भात त्यावेळेस त्यांनी सांगितलं आमच्याकडे केस नाही, आम्ही त्याचं इन्व्हेस्टिगेशन करत नाही आहे, आम्ही केलेलं नाही आहे. त्यामुळे त्या संदर्भातला सीबीआयचा कुठलाही क्लोजर रिपोर्ट नाही आहे. सीबीआयच्याकडे सुशांत सिंग राजपूत ही केस आहे, त्या संदर्भात त्यांनी काही फॉरेन्सिकचे रिपोर्ट दाखवलेले आहेत किंवा सांगितलेले आहेत.
Disha's father has asked for the truth to finally surface.
सीनियर लेवल का कर रहा है ना, वो लोग बोलते सुसाइड ही नहीं है, 100% मर्डर है, ऐसा बोलता है, सुसाइड है ही नहीं बोलते हैं. और मेरा जानकारी में मैं जब इंक्वायरी किया, जब मेरे को सब जगह सुसाइड ही बोला उन्होंने.
अच्छा,
एक्सीडेंट बोला, सुसाइड नहीं बोला.
एक्सीडेंट बोला आपको?
हाँ, वो बोलते हैं ना टावर लोकेशन है, सब है, प्रूफ है, 100% प्रूफ है, तो कीजिए ना, आपको जो करने का तो कीजिए. अगर उन लोग ने कुछ गलत किया रहेगा तो कुछ सजा होना चाहिए ना.
Now Sushant's father has spoken out, pouring full faith into whatever the SIT investigation may bring.
सरकार एसआईटी गठन किया है यही सोच के ना कि कुछ इसका निष्कर्ष निकले, सही निष्कर्ष निकले, तो ऐसा सोचा होगा तो जरूर निकलेगा.
क्योंकि पिछले सरकार पर अविश्वास था लोगों को, आपको ऐसा लगता है? आपको लगता है कि जांच में गड़बड़ी हुई थी पिछली सरकार में?
पिछली सरकार वो हम ही क्या सब जानता है कि वो क्या किया. अब जो नई सरकार तो ये सही चीज खोजना चाहता है कि आखिर बात क्या था, तो अब निकलेगा, देखते जाइए.
With SSR and Disha Salian's father both being vocal about their demand for the truth. Is the Disha SSR death truth now just a matter of time? This is Bureau Report, Republic TV.
As the date for the grand inauguration of the Ram Temple draws near, with less than a month left, Ayodhya is being decked up for the auspicious day. Special invitations have been sent out across the globe with the construction in its final leg. PM Modi also will take part in the Pran Pratishtha or the consecration ceremony of the idol. Let's have a look at this report for more.
A mega prelude to the historic Pran Pratishtha. Ayodhya came alive as Prime Minister Modi held a roadshow in the temple town. A sea of devotees thronged the streets of the holy city to greet Prime Minister Modi.
सबको आने में सुविधा होगी, ढेर सारी ट्रेनें, एयरपोर्ट, बहुत बड़ा काम मोदी जी ने किया है देश के लिए.
ये तो प्रधानमंत्री जी की देन है जो ऐसा हो रहा है.
रेलवे स्टेशन और एयरपोर्ट का आना इस तरीके से बनाना, मोदी जी को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, आभार. जय श्री राम.
हमारे देश के लिए सौभाग्य की बात है कि हमारे देश का नेतृत्व माननीय प्रधानमंत्री, यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के हाथों में है.
जो कोई नहीं कर पाया वो मोदी जी ने करके दिखाया है. मंदिर निर्माण कर रहे हैं, हमें मेट्रो ट्रेन दे रहे हैं, वंदे भारत की सौगात दी है. इससे बड़ा और कोई क्या करेगा कि अयोध्या को इन्होंने हाईटेक कर दिया है.
बहुत ही अच्छा यहाँ पे उद्घाटन किया है मोदी जी ने और सनातन धर्म की महिमा बढ़ा दी है. और जय जय मेरी तरफ से, जय जय श्री राम, भारत माता की जय हो.
It was the moment every Indian was waiting for.
जय श्री राम, जय श्री राम.
Ahead of the big day, Prime Minister inaugurated Ayodhya Dham railway station.
बहुत बढ़िया उत्साह है. महिलाएं इतना झूम रही है कि एक इतिहास को अपने सामने सच होते हुए देख रही हैं कि हमें कैसे आगे अपनी पीढ़ी को बताना है कि हमारे सामने ये मंदिर बना था. मुझे तो ऐसा लग रहा है कि पूरा हमारा देश ही इसके लिए उमड़ पड़ा है. और मैं तो अलीगढ़ की जनता को देख रही हूँ कि चारों तरफ भगवा ही लहरा रहा है.
हम सौभाग्यशाली मानते हैं कि हम यहाँ के निवासी हैं और प्रभु श्री राम प्राण प्रतिष्ठित होने जा रहे हैं. भगवान सबका कल्याण करें, सब पर कृपा बनाए रखें.
सभी सर्व समाज से माताएं बहनों ने इसमें जोर शोर से बढ़ चढ़कर हिस्सा लिया है ये पूरा हरिगढ़ का वातावरण आज पूरा राममय हो गया है। आने वाले समय में हरिगढ़ से एक बहुत बड़ा संदेश पूरे विश्व में लिया जा रहा है।
Ahead of the big day, Prime Minister inaugurated Ayodhya Dham railway station. Prime Minister flagged over 6 Vande Bharat trains and 2 Amrit Bharat trains.
आज पूरी दुनिया उत्सुकता के साथ 22 जनवरी के ऐतिहासिक क्षण का इंतजार कर रही है। ऐसे में अयोध्या वासियों में ये उत्साह, ये उमंग बहुत स्वाभाविक है। भारत की मिट्टी के कण कण और भारत के जन जन का मैं पुजारी हूं और मैं भी आपकी तरह उतना ही उत्सुक हूं। हम सभी का ये उत्साह, ये उमंग थोड़ी देर पहले अयोध्या की सड़कों पर भी पूरी तरह नजर आ रहा था। ऐसा लगता था कि पूरी अयोध्या नगरी ही सड़क पर उतर आई हो। इस प्यार, इस आशीर्वाद के लिए मैं आप सभी का हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं।
The Prime Minister inaugurated Maharishi Valmiki Airport.
प्रभु आ रहे हैं और 22 जनवरी को आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के ही कर कमलों से प्रभु अपने भव्य मंदिर में विराजमान हो रहे हैं। भाइयों बहनों, 500 वर्षों का इंतजार समाप्त होने जा रहा है। प्रभु के आगमन के पहले प्रधानमंत्री जी का संकल्प था ना, अयोध्या को दुनिया की सुंदरतम नगरी के रूप में स्थापित करेंगे। और भाइयों बहनों, आज आपने देखा होगा जिस भव्यता के साथ प्रधानमंत्री जी का स्वागत अयोध्या वासियों ने किया है।
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to episode of The Nation Wants to Know, which we are recording after a very, very, very long time, and it is my absolute intent that in the new year 2024 and beyond, I shall be doing the Nation Wants to Know series of interviews once again, and I look forward to that very, very much, because I find the whole idea of going into a subject in depth with one person, questioning, interrogating or learning from the course of that conversation very personally, intellectually fulfilling and rewarding. So ladies and gentlemen, the big event which everyone is looking forward to, every Indian is looking forward to, is the Ram Mandir Pran Pratishtha, the inauguration of the historic sacred Ram temple in Ayodhya, the birthplace of Bhagwan Shri Ram. Now, many people are looking at this event which is going to happen on the 22nd of January in terms of its political significance. And of course, there's a political significance. I'm not among those people who would say, assume that this is a non-political event. It is a political event because there was a political struggle which led to the entire struggle which led to the building of a Ram temple, the political struggle which happened 1992, post 1992, even after that, the Supreme Court verdict, and now as we head towards the consecration of the temple. So there is a political struggle. But beyond the political struggle, for me personally, as a Hindu, It's also the high point of what people call Hindu revivalism, but which I would call a sense of pride in being a Hindu, accompanied with which is an awareness and regard for the Hindu civilizational heritage. India's civilization cannot be detached from Hindu civilization. Now, unfortunately, not everyone in the younger generation would understand the significance of the event, because they may not know the history of it. So one person who is joining us today is a living legend, of course, but there's nobody better than Mr. S. Gurumurthy, India's leading ideologue, historian. You can call him a political scientist, you can call him an economist, you can call him a strategic thinker, but there is nobody who has been witness to this battle of the Hindu community for the Ram temple as closely and in as much depth as Mr. Gurumurthy. And there is no one but Mr. Gurumurthy who can take us through the entire journey, the struggle and the hard-fought battle for Hindus to get to the point of the Ram Mandir Pran Pratishtha on the 22nd of January. So Mr. Gurumurthy, thank you for taking our time to join us today. It's an absolute privilege. Very, very happy that we are having this conversation, and I think we should give enough time for this conversation. So very, very delighted to have you with us, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. Now,
thank you.
It's a delight to talk to you because we get the freedom to talk, which was never available. It was always denied throughout my life. As a nationalist and as a proud Hindu, I always felt that there was something which was preventing the Hindus from expressing their true feelings as Hindus and as nationalists and as part of people in public discourse. I had the fortune of being associated with the Ram Janmabhoomi movement from the word go. We started in 1983, but there is a background to it. It is not that this movement originated on the basis of Hindu-Muslim relationship in post-independence India, but it happened long back. All this came out in the course of the exchange of documents between Hindus and Muslims as to how the Ram Janmabhoomi movement evolved from the 18th century, early part of the 18th century. And the British had recorded it. A British judge had recorded in 1886 when a suit was filed to take possession of the Ram Janmabhoomi. He recorded that it is unfortunate that a Hindu temple was demolished and a mosque has been built on its place. But it is very difficult for me after this length of time to hand over the premises to the Hindus. This was the helplessness of government with the judicial system, which had very limited scope to intervene in these matters. But the historicity of this was established by series of struggles which the Hindus undertook. By way of military expedition, by way of war diplomacy, and it all every time there was some physical clash. The last was in 1934, when several hundreds of Hindus were killed, according to the British records. So the Hindus have been struggling for it on the basis of their continuous belief and the claiming the right to worship. This would have normally happened immediately after the country attained freedom, like it happened in the case of Somnath. It should have happened instantly. But the idea was to deny the Hindus their just and lawful claims to the three masjids. You know, it is not that the government was unaware, the political system was unaware, or the judiciary was unaware. Anyone with basic understanding of historic and civilizational forces, how they can, like a wave, again and again come and manifest, will have to only look at what Arnold Toynbee told the Indians in India in the Abul Kalam Azad Memorial Lecture in 1956. He made 3 points. He said that the 3 masjids are an ocular provocation because they were not built as religious symbols, but as symbols of conquest and domination of Hindus by Muslims. This should be removed. That is what he meant. And he said that you have not removed it means that you are very large-hearted or something, but he paid a left-handed compliment. But he quoted a historic instance of the Polish government removing the Russian cathedral, which was built at the center of Warsaw by the Russians in 1619. Exactly 300 years later, when Poland got back its freedom at the end of the First World War, the first thing the Polish government did was to officially announce the demolition of the Russian cathedral. Even gave running commentary over a radio that this being demolished, and a Roman Catholic church was built in place of it. Toynbee said this was the best way of removing the remnants of Russian domination. What he meant was India should have done that. And he even advised the British. He said, if I were advising the British, I will advise them to tell the Indian government to remove the remnants of colonial administration, because that would interfere between the good relations of India and England. This is how the historic forces keep the memory going. Despite that, there was an attempt to erase history and even to say that there was no temple at all, there was no Rama, and Babur was a secular person. And this was so far as the Ram temple was concerned. The most pervasive lies were told after 1976, when Mrs. Gandhi appointed a commission. Mrs. Indira Gandhi appointed a committee of archaeologists headed by B. Bilal, who found that there was a temple standing on which the mosque stands. After all this, the Hindu claim was denied, deferred, delayed by the judiciary, by the government. This was on the one hand. And what was happening in politics? Aligarh Muslim University was declared as not a minority institution by the Supreme Court. It was reversed by law. And some happening takes place in Alaska Mosque, and Bhutto is hanged. And here you see huge riots, which have nothing to do with India. The right to riot, to express their feelings, was accepted as part of minority rights in India. And then Shabano case was reversed. And see the series of appeasement of minorities built up a very powerful and strong base for the Hindus to unite in the name of Rama. Rama became the symbol by which the Hindus united. And in 1983, the movement was launched. And the movement spread like wildfire. It is not that the BJP launched the movement. The BJP entered the movement 6 years later in June 1989. It was in Palampur they decided that Ram Temple movement, the BJP will participate in the Ram Temple movement. Afterwards, all other political parties opposed it. Tell me, between 1983 and 1989, there was no politics associated with the Ram Temple movement. Ram Temple movement was not spearheaded or participated by the BJP. It was a movement of the Hindu sons and saints. And this was a continuation of 250 years efforts. Which political party took a decision on that to either oppose or support? But when BJP supported, all others began opposing. this is how the polarization took place. And I will stop at this point as to how a cultural, religious, and just movement of the Hindus to rebuild Ram temple at the place at which it was demolished and the mosque was built was converted into a political movement by pseudo-secular politics.
So two very important things come up here. I have two questions, if you could. See, you gave the Russia-Poland example after the first Russian occupation of Warsaw, wherein the Russians had built a Eastern Orthodox, I think, Christian cathedral on the very spot where there was a Roman Catholic Christian country, Poland. Now, when the Poles got independence, they brought down the Russian church because it was not an example of religion. It was an example of foreign imposition. But in India, when Aurangzeb brings down a temple or Babur brings out a temple, it is not looked at as a foreign invader's imposition. It is looked directly as a Hindu versus Muslim issue and given the garb of secularism. Secondly, the story is told that Hindus will lose their character if they don't start becoming tolerant of these episodes. We are told the essence of Hindu religion is tolerance, including the tolerance of injustice. And the more tolerant you are of injustice, the better a Hindu that you are. So, in a way, isn't there an attempt at Hindu villainization? There are three phases of this struggle. From the Maratha operation, there was a definite policy on sacred places, including Kashi, Ayodhya, Prayag. In the legal battle was the second phase, right? And this, the legal efforts start in 1885. And the third phase was the 1983 onwards movement of the sadhus and sons and the political movement after 1989-90. So there are 3 or 4 phases of this struggle. And Hindus were patient throughout, Mr. Gurumurthy, you will agree with me. Till 6th of December 1992, Hindus were patient. Then the Babri Masjid were demolished and Hindus were patient again after that in the Supreme Court case. So, was there an attempt to frustrate, trigger and agitate the Hindus and villainize the Hindus? Anyone associated with this?
You see, by Nehruvian secularism, Hindus had become political, cultural, religious orphans in this country. Because Nehru himself said, Islamic or Muslim communalism is aggressive, but Hindu communalism is dangerous. Imagine the tallest leader of the country and the most respected Indian leader abroad pronouncing that Hindu communalism is dangerous. This is how the division between Hindus and Muslims started. He should have remained above this. But he found it was necessary to cultivate the Islamic vote bank for Congress. And that is how he seeded the idea that to be against Hindus is part of Indian secularism. And this remanifested.
And you're just sorry to intervene, but Nehru was always very prickly. When Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel was the Deputy Prime Minister and Home Minister of India, in November 1947, he went to Saurashtra and declared at a public meeting that the first step of the government of India will be to reconstruct Somnath and reinstall the Jyotirling. As soon as Vallabhbhai Patel passed away, Nehru could not tolerate his cabinet colleague K.M. Munshi taking part in the Somnath temple reconstruction, right, or for the installation of the deity at the Somnath temple. So I think Nehru, in the name of secularism, wanted India to detach itself from its Hindu roots.
You see, Jawaharlal Nehru's tolerance of Hinduism vanished after Sardar Patel. He politically tolerated Hinduism because Mahatma Gandhi proclaimed Swaraj as Ramarajya. So he could not say anything which would go against either Mahatma Gandhi or Sardar Patel. And he was, according to me, a fake secularist who did not want Hinduism in India. I'm very clear about it. Everything related to the Hindus, he only scorned, and that translated into the secular exposition and secular narrative of India. And all this had reached a fruition. When the Punjab movement came, Mrs. Gandhi did not know where to look for support. And she went for a soft Hindu nationalist approach. Otherwise, she felt the country was in danger.
Yeah.
And that attitude was political. But we don't want a Hindu nationalist upsurge in India to be founded only on politics. Politics is a fleeting phenomenon. It has to be more profoundly and deeply rooted. And that is why Rama became the symbol of that. And the turn that occurred after 1983 in Indian politics, unless it is studied in depth by the political analysts, historians, and politicians and political parties, and even the judiciary in detail, they cannot understand what is the basis of Hindu Indian nationalism. All this was accepted as part of the freedom movement in 1935, and Jawaharlal Nehru wrote the Glimpses of World History. He wrote in page, if I remember right, at page 802, that you can't draw a line between Hindu nationalism and Indian nationalism because India is the only country of Hindus. And Swami Vivekananda, who expounded the Hindu nationalism, was not against anybody. His concept of Hindu nationalism was not against anybody. You understand?
I do.
This idea of Hindu as equal to Indian nationalism was completely removed from the Indian discourse.
I totally with you.
Came out with his declaration of claim for Pakistan, and that continued. So Ram Janmabhoomi acted as the corrective to this secular, pseudo-secular discourse. And how it happened can be explained in stages. How there was a struggle.
I will. I'm coming to that.
And secularism.
No, I'm coming to that.
Between nationalism.
No, I'm coming to that. I'm coming to that. The point I'm trying to make, Mr. Gurumurthy, is that your generation and to some extent my generation, we know, your generation knows a lot more, my generation knows a little less about the truth of what happened during and in the lead up to the Babri Masjid demolition. My concern is, Mr. Gurumurthy, the generation younger to me, right, the cellular phone generation does not know enough about what happened. And there is the attempt to always portray Hindus as the aggressors. Even today before the Pran Pratishtha, people are writing articles saying don't take part, Hindus are the aggressors, Hindus have done injustice. And in today's social media age where everything you consume on these apps becomes some kind of a gospel truth, there is an amnesia towards the active machinery that was at work to frustrate, trigger and agitate the Hindus. I hold a view, Mr. Gurumurthy, that the Hindus were very patient. And I just want to share with you a little bit for our viewers the specifics of the struggle and then get you to comment on it. So I want you to take you back to 1992, Mr. Gurumurthy, to a moment of absolute betrayal in my view. If you look at the timeline, on 22nd July 1992, the Supreme Court had said it will consolidate the cases and refer the issue to whether a mandir can be constructed to a larger bench for day-to-day hearings if the UP government agrees to stop the construction. Then Advani and Vajpayee nudged the Prime Minister and said meet the sadhus and the sons. The next day, the Prime Minister meets the sons through a one-on-one dialogue. Due to the Prime Minister's appeal, they agree to stop the construction so that the dispute can be resolved in a time-bound manner. No less than the then Prime Minister assures Ashok Singhal of the VHP that he will take personal interest and solve the problem in 3 months. The very next day, VHP stops the construction but says if it is not resolved, we'll start again in October or November 1992. Then the Prime Minister changes the track. He withholds the talk of a 3-month deadline drawn when he speaks to the Lok Sabha. In his statement to the Lok Sabha, the Prime Minister does not speak one word on removing the hindrances in the way of the Kar Seva. And then an icing on the cake of the insult to the Hindu sons, the Supreme Court also in August drops the offer to transfer the cases that it had indicated in July. So if you look at the sum total, Hindus are being told you will have your temple, we will find a way, we will resolve this. Then both the Supreme Court and the Prime Minister look in the other direction. So I feel that Hindus were betrayed. Hindus were not the aggressors in the run-up to 1992. Am I right in my view that the run-up of events to 1992, even the last few months, Hindus were betrayed? And this led to a massive amount of instigation. Is my perspective correct on this?
I will explain it in three ways. One, the Hindus always suffered from what Karl Popper says as the paradox of tolerance. Tolerating the intolerance to the point of the tolerance itself being extinguished is the paradox of tolerance, which Karl Popper envisaged as early as 1945 for the liberal societies. The most liberal religion, the most liberal culture, the most liberal nation has been facing this paradox of tolerance for almost a millennium. So you must understand, the Hindus always felt that if they did something, they would be called intolerant by the intolerant people. So this is the source of the wrong discourse that manifested against Hindus and in favor of pseudo-secular politics. So you must understand, this is the philosophical foundation of pseudo-secularism, to make the Hindus feel guilty that they should not be called intolerant, that others are intolerant, and it is a business to be intolerant, and it is for you to tolerate that intolerance was the foundation of Indian secularism. This is point one. Second, you must trace three events by which the 1992 demolition occurred. In 1989, the Shilanyas was announced, and Rajiv Gandhi government was carrying on a back-to-back conversation, dialogue with Muslims and the Hindus. And there Bhutta Singh was sent to negotiate with the Hindu saints that Shilanyas would be allowed. And Shilanyas was allowed. And Rajiv Gandhi began the 1989 poll battle in Ayodhya on the slogan of Ramarajya. Because Ram Janmabhoomi movement had become so powerful, so pervasive, and cutting across all differences among the Hindus, that Congress did not want to lose the spirit of the Ram Temple movement to counter the Bofors allegation against Rajiv Gandhi. Is this not politics? Okay. Then after the Shilanyas occurred, then came the VP Singh government, of which I am one of the persons who could claim to be part of bringing it into being on behalf of the Indian Express. The Indian Express team worked to bring VP Singh into power. When he came, we thought he would take steps to resolve the problem. But he complicated it because his identity with the separatist Muslim sentiments was far stronger than the attachment of the Congress with them. With the result, Advani had to commence the Rath Yatra, which was the high point of the Ram Janmabhoomi movement. I was involved in the negotiations at the time in the month of October, when Arun Jaitley and me suggested that a law be passed to acquire the 31 cents of land on which the disputed structure stands, and keep exit and entry for that, and leave the remaining places which had been acquired by the Ram Janmabhoomi Trust through the UP government for them to commence construction, and let this, whether there was a masjid or mosque, let it be decided by the Supreme Court by a reference for opinion under the Constitution. Then there was a discussion in which Goswami, who was the law minister, Arun Nehru, George Fernandez, myself, Govindacharya, Arun Jaitley participated, where they said there are 900 suits. How to refer for legal opinion? I said there is only one issue in that suit: who the title to the land belongs. that can be referred for legal opinion. It was accepted at 11:30 in the night. R. Venkatraman was woken up and this ordinance was issued. But at 3:30 in the morning, Mulayam Singh went and woke up VP Singh and said, I will pull your government down unless you withdraw the ordinance. At 4 o'clock in the morning, VC Pandey rang me up and said that the ordinance is being withdrawn. Please do something about it. 6 o'clock, I meet VP Singh. The ordinance is withdrawn. And Advani was arrested on that day. Can you believe that a government which took a decision to stop the movement getting escalated was forced on withdrawal mode by one man, only for Muslim votes? Is the second point. The third is the steps that Chandrasekhar government took. The most positive steps were taken by Chandrasekhar, who brought both sides and kept Sharad Pawar on the one side and Bhairav Singh Shekhawat on the other, and asked them to produce evidence. And they both sides produced evidence which proved that there was a temple which was demolished and mosque was constructed. The Muslim said, no, that is British period evidence. The British wanted to divide the Hindus and Muslims, and so they created it. We want pre-British evidence. 7 pre-British evidence of the Christian missionaries were produced to show that they knew that there was a temple which was demolished and a mosque was built. They said, no. We want an Islamic period reference. That the Muslims saying, yes, we demolished it. It was at that point, the entire documentation was secreted. The government did not release it because Chandrasekhar lost hope that it could be done. But Bhairav Singh Shekhawat gave me all these documents. We put it in the BJP white paper. If there is any true account of what happened till 1992, December 6th, it is the BJP white paper, which was very professionally done. And if I remember right, the Hindustan Times, comparing the government white paper and the BJP white paper, said that the BJP white paper is far more credible on facts than the government white paper. How? By prevarication, by delaying, by testing the patience, by making the emotive Hindus feel angry and upset. And when the Supreme Court said, no, you can do Karseva, but you cannot use any construction equipments, the opposition said, are you going to do puja? 3 lakh people had assembled for Karseva and they were made into a laughing stock. And do you mean to say the ordinary Hindu will be able to maintain his patience and poise like a saint? They exploded. That is how 6th December took place. 6th December was an invitation. And you look at it in the background of what K.K. Muhammad, who was part of the 1976 excavation, wrote in his I Am Also Indian book in Malayalam, where he said, in 1990, the Muslims were willing to give up the Ram Janmabhoomi to the Hindus. The Marxist historians said, don't do it. Even the existence of Rama is in doubt. He was born in Iraq, if he was ever born. And don't do it. They prevented them. This is what resulted in 6th December. And thereafter, it became a legal dispute. And inevitably, a political dispute rooted into the Indian politics. It could never be said that Ram movement was originally political. It was turned into political movement in 4 stages. And finally, the demolition settled that it cannot be taken out of political discourse. And then came the constitutional decision on the Ram Janmabhoomi.
What you have just said,
and then
what you have just...
This is the development.
I just want to share one thing before I lose the flow of this. It is so fascinating what you've just told me, and on a personal note, can I share something with you? Can I share something with you on a personal note on this, Mr. Gurumurthy?
Please.
The person you mentioned as the Law Minister of India to whom you and Arun Jaitley were explaining the need for an ordinance is my own uncle. And I find this account very interesting, where you sat with my uncle and explained to him the need to issue the ordinance, and my uncle said that because of the multiplicity of issues involved, it was not possible to issue that ordinance. At that time, sir, I was a first year student in Delhi University, and I wish I could have been witness to that conversation. But it gives me goosebumps today when I hear you recount the whole thing, and also gives me goosebumps to believe that you convinced my uncle of the need to issue the ordinance, but because of political reasons and pressure from Mulayam Singh Yadav, it could not go through. So I was getting goosebumps as you explained that, because what is coming across to me was that it was so easy to solve the issue if one had the political will. There would have been no problem. There would have been no demolition, nothing after that. The matter could have been peacefully resolved.
I must add here, the same ordinance was issued by Narasimha Rao with a little modification here and there in 1993. It was on the basis of that ordinance, sans the need for opinion by the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court said, instead of our opinion, the judiciary will determine whether there was a temple or mosque and whether the place belongs to the Hindus or not. Otherwise, the entire suggestion that was made in 1990 became the solution for Ram Janmabhoomi later. To that extent, I can feel proud that we could conceive of a solution to avoid a catastrophe which pseudo-secularism imposed on India.
So my next question to you was that, you know, constantly Narasimha Rao, when he was Prime Minister, kept referring to the disputed structure as a mosque. Now, as Prime Minister, he should have known that you refer to a disputed structure as a disputed structure. If a Prime Minister of the country says it is a mosque, it seems that the government of India, the Congress government, had decided it was a mosque. So was that also an attempt to instigate? He kept saying, even in his statement to the Lok Sabha, he says it's a mosque. On 15th of August 1992, he says we want a temple, but the mosque must not be broken. He keeps referring to it as a mosque. What was the intent there?
See, it was always referred to as the disputed structure. It was never referred to as mosque till Narasimha Rao said there is a mosque. And then this whole clash of temple versus mosque was built. Muslims versus Hindu was built. Secularism versus nationalism was built. Around that fake theory, it was a mosque. That it was never in use after 1934. And suddenly it became into use in 1947-48. And it again went into disuse. All this was completely kept away. And shockingly, the government white paper, which was brought out on the demolition, began referring to the so-called mosque as disputed structure after having done the job. The job was done by telling the whole world that a mosque was demolished. But afterwards, the government came back to the original narrative that it was a disputed structure in its white paper and said it was a disputed structure, and the word mosque was never found in the government white paper at all. And even in S.B. Chauhan's statement in the parliament, he referred to it only as disputed structure. So you can understand politics that was being played at that time.
I find another question. No, but it was the politics of that time. The politics of that time.
Muslims were aroused by the government telling it is a mosque.
No, all politicians. I was in college at that time, Mr. Gurumurthy, and I remember that every politician was going hard to get the Muslim vote bank. When the car sevaks were fired upon by Mulayam Singh Yadav in 1990, you know, and we did a sting operation on a police officer who was then SHO of the Ram Janmabhoomi Thana. He said that the massacre was of countless Hindus, not just 16 people. And he said many car sevaks were given a burial. He said in Hindi, unko dafnaya gaya. The car sevaks were denied a cremation. this reality was also buried. Mulayam Singh Yadav, in order to pander to the Muslim vote bank, started saying that we had to teach these Karsevaks the meaning of law. How dare they try to break the masjid? If more people were required to be killed, then the security forces could have done it. So, was Mulayam Singh Yadav competing with the Congress by this time for the Muslim vote bank? And was Narasimha Rao referring to it as a mosque also to pander to the Muslim vote bank?
You see, Mulayam Singh Yadav became the face of Islamic politics in 1990. And he very clearly said that I will not allow Karseva to go on. Not a crow will fly over Ayodhya. And till 10 o'clock, the entire area was sealed off. But by 10:30, 11, thousands of Karsevaks had walked towards that place. And Ashok Shingal, who had gone there on a motorcycle, was hit on his head by a stone. And he became unconscious. The movement was leaderless. Still, the Karsevaks performed the Karseva and many were killed. People say it is the BJP which did it. People say it is the Vishwa Hindu Parishad which did it. It is actually the collective conscience of the Karsevaks who believed in Rama. They did it. They had nothing against anybody. They had nothing against Islam. They only wanted a temple for Rama. Unless you go into that spirit of the Karsevaks, you cannot understand why the Ram Janmabhoomi movement began transforming paradigm shifting Indian polity. It could not have been done as a top-down movement. It was a bottom-upwards movement. Because Rama resides in the conscience of the people of India, of women, of families, of communities, cutting across castes. Will you believe the Hindu society, which is supposed to be based on Varna Dharma and caste, and oppression of the scheduled caste, the first person to lay stone for the construction of Ram temple was a Harijan from Bihar. You can understand that the Hindu society had become one. The sons, seers, saints were there. When an untouchable, quote-unquote untouchable, went and planted the first stone for construction of the Ram temple. Do you mean to say it's a communal movement? It was a caste-based movement. It was a political movement. You know, even today, unless you go into the roots of what constitutes the Hindu consciousness of India represented by Ram, you can never understand the idea of India. You cannot reject Ram, Ramayana, the entire past, the Vedas, the Upanishads, and construct an Indian narrative. And when Vedas are considered by great Nobel laureates as having answers for modern scientific problems, you reject Vedas as imaginary. You said Vedas did not exist because Saraswati river did not exist. Saraswati river is found to exist, but still Vedas are mere poems. Can poems contain scientific truths? Does anyone look at the Indian narrative with a helicopter view that this is an undated civilization, there's a continuity, and that is what constitutes India? Otherwise, 900 languages, countless number of castes, varying if you put India on the one side and the rest of the world on the other, you see more diversity here than the rest of the world put together. How do you find unity in diversity in India minus Ram, minus our traditions, minus our value systems, minus our mutual tolerance? This is the Indianness which Ram temple movement reinstated in Indian national life, and it also manifested in politics. You cannot say that the national life will have a core idea which will not be represented in politics. Politics is a mirror of national life. So the entire fake narrative started after 1940, rooted in the partition movement and strengthened by Nehruvian secularism, pandered by the vote bank politics, was demolished on 6th December 1992. In fact, my friend Arun Shuri described that as the first Islamic act of the Hindus.
So the interesting, it's an interesting description. So you would say today, if I were to ask you, that the Hindu community should not feel guilty about 6th December 1992?
Not at all. It is the seculars, pseudo-seculars, the prevaricating government, the converging people who denied the Hindus their just lawful claim, which has been settled by the Supreme Court. The first suit was initiated in 1885. The next suit was initiated in 1950. The Supreme Court decided it as late as 4 years ago. And what the Supreme Court settled was always the fact. And it was a unanimous decision. And the Supreme Court found that there was a temple on which the mosque had been built. It only did not say whether the temple was demolished and mosque was built, that there was a religious structure and on that the mosque stands. This was always the claim of the Hindus, who denied it, prevaricated it, made the Hindus lose their thousands of years of tolerance and restraint at the mass level. You know, when the Karsevaks were rushing to demolish the temple, you can see in the video, Ashok Shingal was trying to prevent them. All the leaders were trying to prevent them. They said, we have no patience anymore. We have no patience in you.
But
we have no patience in the system.
So there's a question I have here. There is an anti-Hindu narrative that was built in our country, and today for the first time Hindus are questioning and saying it, we are not the villains. I am asking you whether Hindus should feel guilty about 6th December 1992. You are saying no. The Hindus were patient for a long time. Now there is a question I have. Was the structure which was demolished a mosque at all? Is the question. A controversial question, but it must be asked. Because the Prime Minister Narasimha Rao said in his speech that was telecast on Doordarshan on the night of 6th December 1992 that what was demolished was a mosque. Whereas, on the contrary, the white paper issued by the Government of India, on the very first page of that white paper admits, and I quote, that in effect, from December 1949 till 6th December 1992, that whole structure had never been used as a mosque. So by that logic, that structure was not a mosque. But we keep talking about the demolition of a masjid. And the Congress kept saying that what was demolished was a mosque, whereas their own white paper says it was not used for almost half a century as a mosque. So why was it referred to constantly as a mosque? Why did Congress say what was demolished was a mosque, and because of this the RSS has to be banned, etc.?
No, it's not just ban on RSS. It's a very incidental aspect of it, because RSS was banned only in 1948, and then in 1975 RSS is used to ban, and the ban has had no impact at all on the RSS, because the RSS is rooted in the basic values and truth of India, whether you accept it or not. Otherwise, an organization cannot withstand this kind of might of great leaders and political forces and the entire politics converging against them. There is a spirit. So RSS ban is a very small part of the whole thing. But what is important is that the attempt to turn the disputed structure into a mosque is to demonize the Hindus, not only in India, not only in Muslim mind, not only in the secular people, truly secular people mind, but all over the world. Once and for all, the Hindus must be shown to be the first persons in modern world to demolish a religious structure of another religious group. This was the idea. This is a conspiracy.
Yeah.
And this is kept alive even today by the liberals of India, because they have no other business. If they accept it was a disputed structure, they will have to swallow all the vomit that they had made in the past. My view is, I was closely following the movement. It would have been shocking if the Hindus had not demolished the mosque.
Sir, in the present context, have one last question for you, and I have really enjoyed the vast spread which you have given in the course of this conversation. So there is a panic among the opposition parties today that this will benefit Narendra Modi. He was anyway winning, he has won the state elections, and now, this is going to benefit the BJP. You have Uddhav Sena coming and politicizing it. You have communists saying we will not attend. This is politicization. What is your view on the politics around the Ram Temple inauguration and the likely impact of the Ram Temple inauguration on politics in the country?
You see, the opposition should have accepted the fact of Ram Temple and the just cause of the Hindus with the declaration by the Supreme Court that a temple existed. I'm sorry. But they didn't allow the matters to rest there. If they had accepted, then this division wouldn't have been there. The temple would not have been identified with Narendra Modi or the BJP government. Sorry. But they have revived the whole debate again by making Ram Temple inauguration as a political issue, completely throwing the issue back to 1990s. And it is suicidal for them because the country's politics has paradigm shifted. Pseudo-secular politics will never be practical hereafter. It is not possible to do a Malappuram district today. Country has changed. Opposition has not changed. Their mindset is stale. They are handing over the entire success of the Karsevaks to a political system. It should be part of the national celebration. It is a very wrong mindset, even political strategy for the opposition parties to dissent, oppose, and not own the Ram Temple.
Absolutely. Well, Mr. Gurumurthy, I think that in the course of the build-up of the coverage to 22nd of January, it is very important that the public at large know the nuances of what led to 1992 and what happened thereafter. We at Republic believe that this is a legitimate victory of the Hindu community, and I personally believe that it is a high point as far as Hindu civilization is concerned, and Hinduism is a religion followed by over 1 billion Indians, so we need to participate in that. Mr. Gurumurthy, I thank you for today's conversation, and I look forward to having many more conversations with you in the run-up to 22nd. I thank you very much. It's been an absolute pleasure talking to you, sir. Thank you very much, Mr. Gurumurthy. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Temple city of Ayodhya. Now, as the date for the grand inauguration of the Ram Temple draws near, with less than a month left, Ayodhya is all decked up for the auspicious day. In fact, special invitations have also been sent out across the globe, and with the construction in its final leg, Prime Minister Modi will take part in the Pran Pratishtha, or the consecration ceremony, that would take place on 22nd of January.
A mega prelude to the historic Pran Pratishtha. Ayodhya came alive as Prime Minister Modi held a roadshow in the temple town. Jai Shri Ram! Jai Shri Ram! Jai Shri Ram! A sea of devotees thronged the streets of the holy city to greet Prime Minister Modi.
सबको आने में सुविधा होगी, ढेर सारी ट्रेनें, एयरपोर्ट, बहुत बड़ा काम मोदी जी ने किया है देश के लिए।
ये तो प्रधानमंत्री जी की देन है जो ऐसा हो रहा है।
रेलवे स्टेशन और एयरपोर्ट का आना, इस तरीके से बनाना, मोदी जी को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, आभार, जय श्री राम।
हमारे देश के लिए सौभाग्य की बात है कि हमारे देश का नेतृत्व माननीय प्रधानमंत्री, यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के हाथों में है।
जो कोई नहीं कर पाया वो मोदी जी ने करके दिखाया है। मंदिर निर्माण कर रहे हैं, हमें मेट्रो ट्रेन दे रहे हैं, वंदे भारत की सौगात दी है। इससे बड़ा और कोई क्या करेगा कि अयोध्या को इन्होंने हाईटेक कर दिया है।
बहुत ही अच्छा यहाँ पे उद्घाटन किया है मोदी जी ने और सनातन धर्म की महिमा बढ़ा दी है। और जय जय मेरी तरफ से जय जय श्री राम, भारत माता की जय हो।
It was the moment every Indian was waiting for.
जय श्री राम, जय श्री राम।
Ahead of the big day, Prime Minister inaugurated Ayodhya Dham railway station.
बहुत बढ़िया उत्साह है। महिलाएं इतना झूम रही है कि एक इतिहास को अपने सामने सच होते हुए देख रही हैं कि हमें कैसे आगे अपनी पीढ़ी को बताना है कि हमारे सामने ये मंदिर बना था।
मुझे तो ऐसा लग रहा है कि पूरा हमारा देश ही इसके लिए उमड़ पड़ा है और मैं तो अलीगढ़ की जनता को देख रही हूँ कि चारों तरफ भगवा ही लहरा रहा है।
हम सौभाग्यशाली मानते हैं कि हम यहाँ के निवासी हैं और प्रभु श्री राम प्राण प्रतिष्ठित होने जा रहे हैं। भगवान सबका कल्याण करें, सब पर कृपा बनाए रखें।
सभी सर्व समाज से माताएं बहनों ने इसमें जोर शोर से बढ़ चढ़कर हिस्सा लिया है। ये पूरा हरिगढ़ का वातावरण आज पूरा राममय हो गया है। आने वाले समय में हरिगढ़ से एक बहुत बड़ा संदेश पूरे विश्व में लिया जा रहा है।
Ahead of the big day, Prime Minister inaugurated Ayodhya Dham railway station. Prime Minister flagged over 6 Vande Bharat trains and 2 Amrit Bharat trains.
आज पूरी दुनिया उत्सुकता के साथ 22 जनवरी के ऐतिहासिक क्षण का इंतजार कर रही है। ऐसे में अयोध्या वासियों में ये उत्साह, ये उमंग बहुत स्वाभाविक है। भारत की मिट्टी के कण कण और भारत के जन जन का मैं पुजारी हूं और मैं भी आपकी तरह उतना ही उत्सुक हूं। हम सभी का ये उत्साह, ये उमंग थोड़ी देर पहले अयोध्या की सड़कों पर भी पूरी तरह नजर आ रहा था। ऐसा लगता था कि पूरी अयोध्या नगरी ही सड़क पर उतर आई हो। इस प्यार, इस आशीर्वाद के लिए मैं आप सभी का हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं।
The Prime Minister inaugurated Maharishi Valmiki Airport.
प्रभु आ रहे हैं और 22 जनवरी को आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के ही कर कमलों से प्रभु अपने भव्य मंदिर में विराजमान हो रहे हैं। भाइयों बहनों, 500 वर्षों का इंतजार समाप्त होने जा रहा है। प्रभु के आगमन के पहले प्रधानमंत्री जी का संकल्प था ना, अयोध्या को दुनिया की सुंदरतम नगरी के रूप में स्थापित करेंगे। और भाइयों बहनों, आज आपने देखा होगा जिस भव्यता के साथ प्रधानमंत्री जी का स्वागत अयोध्या वासियों ने किया है। एक नए भारत की नई अयोध्या का दर्शन हम सबको कराता है।
अयोध्या के लिए तो मैं 1 साल यहाँ पे पोस्टेड रह चुका हूँ, तो मेरी भावना बहुत अच्छी है।
लेकिन सर पोस्टिंग अलग बात है, राम मंदिर बनके तैयार होना, उसका उद्घाटन होना अलग बात।
वो पूरा देश उसके लिए उत्सुक है कि 22 तारीख को जब प्राण प्रतिष्ठा होगी, 500 साल के बाद लोग बाग देख रहे हैं एक भव्य मंदिर तैयार हो रहा है, तो सबके अंदर अच्छी फीलिंग है।
The first flight from Delhi to Ayodhya also took off amid Modi chants.
राम जी की निकली सवारी, राम जी की लीला है न्यारी। एक तरफ लक्ष्मण एक तरफ सीता, बीच में जगत के पालनहारी। राम जी की निकली सवारी।
PM Modi asked everyone to celebrate this event like Diwali at their homes.
मैं 140 करोड़ देशवासियों को हाथ जोड़ करके प्रार्थना कर रहा हूं कि आप 22 जनवरी को जब अयोध्या में प्रभु राम विराजमान हो, अपने घरों में भी श्री राम ज्योति जलाएं, दीपावली मनाएं। 22 जनवरी की शाम पूरे हिंदुस्तान में जगमग जगमग होनी चाहिए।
This is Bureau Report, Republic TV.
At the Maharishi Valmiki International Airport, the first flight is all set to take off. There are in fact 2 flights that have been scheduled, and we are being joined by the passengers who have in fact scheduled their flights here, booked their tickets. Let's get in a word from them. Ma'am, you're going from the Ayodhya International Airport, the first flight that's going to be taking off. How does it feel, where you're traveling, and how did you come to know about this?
We are traveling to Delhi, and we came to know about this. It was commercially available, so we searched online, and it was available, I think, on yatra.com. And we are very, very much excited to board this newly scheduled flight. Up till now, we have to go till Lucknow, and then from there we have to board the flight from Lucknow to Delhi. But Ayodhya to Delhi is very, very commendable job done by all the high authorities, PM Modi, Yogi ji. It's a pleasure. It's good, too good.
What do you have to say about the architecture of this terminal as well? We have the Ram Janmabhoomi temple going to be ready. It is a replica of that has been made as the Terminal 1 building that has been completed. If you could speak to us a little bit about your experience also. I know you're yet to go inside, but if you could talk to me a little bit about your experience, of how it saves you time, and also how you're looking at the entire Terminal 1.
Yeah, obviously it's saving a lot of time for us. We are very much delighted that obviously it's a time-saving activity, and the terminal, looking at the terminal, it looks fabulous. The architecture, the work and all the things there have been each and everything. I think every architecture, everything, sculpture they have been making. It's a fantastic job, and it's being to be a great journey and great time-saving activity, obviously.
I believe you're from Ayodhya as well.
It's my hometown. I've been born here. I am the resident of here. My family is completely settled over here. I just came over Ayodhya to visit our big brother. We are all settled in here only, but after my...
So how does it feel for this airport to come up? Did you ever think that there will be an international airport that will be set up here? And because we are expecting perhaps in the next 1 year, international flights will also start.
Yeah, obviously. We have never, as a kid when we were very small, as a kid I knew that we have never thought of that we will be travelling from Ayodhya Ayodhya as an international destination, and the flights will be there from Ayodhya to Delhi or somewhere internationally. So I know it's a very, very like a very exciting thing and very good thing to come.
Absolutely. Anything more to add to that as well, sir? Because we are looking at more and more flight connectivity to Ayodhya. Ayodhya no longer is in a vacuum anymore. There's connectivity with the rest of the country because there's roadways that are broadening, highways, 4-lane, 6-lane highways, railways that has also been inaugurated today, and now you're going to go through the airport as well. Your thoughts?
So I think, this is something is added in Ayodhya a lot. I mean, this was never expected because for us, for her, whenever she came to Ayodhya, she has to come back to the Lucknow first, and then she has to travel via. So it was a lot of hassle, almost 9 hours to take it from Delhi to Ayodhya. Now it's like 1.5 hours. So it's like, it's wonderful.
Saves a lot of time, at least 4 hours or so going back and forth.
Yeah, lot of time, yeah.
All right, thank you so much. Happy journey, sir. आप बताइए, आप भी यहाँ से ट्रैवल कर रहे हैं, क्या कहाँ जा रहे हैं, किस तरह से आपको पता चला यहाँ पे और किस तरह से लग रहा है ये एयरपोर्ट? राम जन्मभूमि के रेप्लिका बनाया ये एयरपोर्ट।
जी, पहले तो मैं कहूँगा क्योंकि मैं अयोध्या वासी हूँ और राम जी की नगरी अब इतनी सुंदर हो गई है ना, नगरी हो अयोध्या सी, रघुकुल सा घराना हो, चरण हो राघव के जहां मेरा ठिकाना हो। और ये वर्तमान समय में महर्षि वाल्मीकि एयरपोर्ट इतना दिव्य और इतना भव्य बना है ना, इसको बखानने के लिए, इसको बताने के लिए मेरे पास कोई शब्द नहीं है। बहुत ही अद्भुत लग रहा है। पहुंचते ही राम जी का झलक और राम जी का स्वरूप यहाँ पर देखने को मिल पा रहा है। इसके अलावा अगर आप पूछ रही हैं तो मैं बहुत अपने आप को खुशनसीब मानता हूँ कि आज महर्षि वाल्मीकि एयरपोर्ट से भगवान श्री राम की नगरी से, अयोध्या से दिल्ली का पहला सफर कर रहा हूँ।
और अयोध्या is going to also be connected. Thank you so much. And we are looking at more and more passengers. In fact, senior citizens as well who are traveling. Sir, if I could get a quick word from you because you are traveling for the first flight that.
Before the 2024 polls. Amid politics over Republic, Day W, Defense Minister sets record straight, says it's not to align with broader theme. COVID JN1 variant cases on the rise in India, central and state government on alert, urges caution. Crackdown on narco-terror, crackdown in Baramulla, drugs worth rupees crores were destroyed. Now, in the bustling temple city of Ayodhya, preparations for its historic milestone are underway. However, amid the anticipation, a contentious political dispute has risen. Numerous opposition figures intend to boycott the consecration ceremony, decrying what they label as the BJP's politicization of the event. For more on this, our colleague Priyanka is there on ground. She is in the temple city Ayodhya, and we are going to get the latest updates on what is happening there. Priyanka, a very good afternoon to you today. It looks like morning because we can see it's still foggy. So what is the happening in Ayodhya? Yesterday the Prime Minister was there. Projects worth 16,000 crores were unveiled. Please take us through after that visit of Prime Minister. What is happening in Ayodhya right now?
Well, good afternoon to you, Nikita. You're right. It looks like a morning because people are still dazed from yesterday's celebrations that we saw of the Prime Minister conducting that 15-kilometer long road show, and then, of course, subsequently that rally as well, where he had spoken to the people of Ayodhya and had also talked about how they should abstain from coming to the temple before 22nd of January because that's when the inauguration is going to take place, and then on 23rd of January is when the mandir will be open for the darshan of people. Where we are standing right now is essentially Ram Path. This is also a part of the entire roadshow from which the Prime Minister had passed by, and we had in fact also spoken to several of the people who had witnessed this entire roadshow as well. And as far as the politics is concerned, let's get it from the people of Ayodhya as well as to what they really think about this entire Ram Mandir politics. Sir, आप बताइए, मंदिर अब बनने वाला है, मंदिर इनॉग्रेशन होने वाला है, और यहाँ पर फिर भी हम देख रहे हैं कि कई सारे जो नेता हैं कुछ ना कुछ करके उसके ऊपर राजनीति करनी चाह रहे हैं, कुछ ना कुछ बोल रहे हैं कि बीजेपी ने भगवान राम को किडनैप करके रख लिया।
ऐसा कुछ नहीं है, वो अपनी राजनीति की रोटियां सेकना चाह रहे हैं और भाजपा गवर्नमेंट ने जो कहा वो किया। भगवान श्री राम को तंबू से एक भव्य मंदिर में स्थापित कर दिया है। बीजेपी ने जितना कमेंट किया था चुनाव आने से पहले उससे कहीं ज़्यादा कर रही है। और योगी जी और मोदी जी के कार्यकाल में जो काम हो रहा है, हमको लगता है ये लोग आने वाले इतिहास में युग पुरुष कहलाएंगे। और इनसे जनता ने जितनी अपेक्षा की थी उससे कहीं ज़्यादा कर रहे हैं।
मैं ये देख रही हूँ, ये रामपथ के सारा जो कंस्ट्रक्शन चल रहा है, ये ब्यूटिफिकेशन का काम चल रहा है, कई सारे रोड्स बड़े कर दिए हैं। कल प्रधानमंत्री भी आए थे, उन्होंने भी ये बात दोहराई थी कि कई सारा जो डेवलपमेंट है, कनेक्टिविटी है, वो अयोध्या की बढ़ाई जा रही है। तो इसको भी आप किस तरह से देखते हैं?
मेरा खुद का मकान आधा टूटा है, अलका टावर के पास थोड़ा सा आगे बढ़ेंगे, इसी रामपथ रोड पे ही आया है। और मुझे बहुत खुशी है क्योंकि विकास के लिए हमें अपने स्वार्थ की कुछ न कुछ तो बलिदान देना ही पड़ेगा। अगर विकास हमें करना है, एक नई कनेक्टिविटी से जुड़ना है, दूरसंचार से, संचार से, तो इसलिए हमें तो कुछ न कुछ तो सरकार के साथ सहयोग करना ही पड़ेगा। और उसका जो है हमको मिल ही रहा है प्रतिफल। आप देख रहे हैं लंबी सड़कें और जो भी है राम मंदिर देख रहे हैं, पूरी दुनिया जुड़ रही है अयोध्या से। अब पूरी दुनिया अगर अयोध्या से जुड़ेगी, हमारी सड़कें ही नहीं ठीक रहेंगी तो हम कैसे विकास करेंगे।
चाचा आप बताइए, आप यहाँ के निवासी हैं, आपने कई साल देखे होंगे अयोध्या को बनते हुए देखा होगा, आपने किस तरह से पूरी इसकी जर्नी देखी है? इसका पूरा शुरुआत से कितनी छोटी होती थी सड़कें, अब हम देख रहे हैं कि 4 लेन के हाईवे बन रहे हैं, 6 लेन के हाईवे बन रहे हैं। उस समय कैसे हालात थे और इस वक्त कैसे हालात?
इस समय के हालात बहुत बेहतरीन है, पहले की अपेक्षा इस समय बहुत अच्छे हालात हैं। अयोध्या के प्रगति के रास्ते पर है, इसमें दो राय नहीं है।
पहले ऐसा किस तरह के हालात थे, पहले के बारे में भी बताइए।
पहले के रास्ते बहुत पतले और छोटे होते थे, अभी तो 4 लाइन में कन्वर्ट हो रहा है, इसीलिए पहले से आज के डेट में बहुत बेटर है, बहुत अच्छा है।
जो राजनीति कर रहे हैं उनको आप क्या कहेंगे, क्योंकि आपने तो पूरी जमीनी हकीकत देखी अयोध्या की। अगर वो ऐसा कहना चाहते हैं कि भगवान राम को किडनैप कर लिया है या हमको न्योता नहीं दिया इसलिए हम आना नहीं चाहते, उनको क्या कहेंगे?
ये लोग सब राजनीतिक लोग सब अपनी अपनी रोटियां सेंक रहे हैं, जबकि ये हकीकत नहीं है। हकीकत ये है कि जो कि सच्चाई से सामने है, रास्ते सब चौड़े हो रहे हैं। यही है ये सब जो राजनीति वाले वो सब अपना राजनीति कर रहे हैं।
और ऐसा भी कहते हैं कि उनको न्योता नहीं मिला इसलिए वो आना नहीं चाहते, कि हमको आने को नहीं मिल रहा है, या भगवान राम को उन्होंने किडनैप कर लिया है, या बीजेपी ने पूरा उसको भगवान राम को ब्रांडिंग के लिए यूज कर रहे हैं। क्या कहें?
हमने न्यूज़ देखा, उसमें भी ये चीज़ें चल रही थी। सीताराम येचुरी जी को भी निमंत्रण दिया गया था, उन्होंने कहा नहीं हम नहीं आएंगे। और विपक्ष में सारी पार्टियों को लगभग बीजेपी वालों ने कहा अब इतनी भीड़ भी तो नहीं बुलाई जा सकती, बाकी तो मंदिर बन गया है, सारे लोग आए, भगवान तो सबके हैं, वो सीताराम येचुरी भी आ जाएं, हर लोग आए। अब तो हमेशा के लिए मोदी जी ने दे दिया है, निमंत्रण की क्या आवश्यकता, अब तो हमेशा के लिए हो गया है। खूब आए, खूब दर्शन करें।
So, you know, Nikita, that's what people in fact tell us with a smile as to they're saying to the politics of it, that why do they really need an invitation, and that how can they actually politicize this entire issue? Because remember, this is an issue which is close to the heart of each and every person who stays in Ayodhya. They have in fact seen and witnessed this entire history of how this entire agitation had been going on, and how politics in fact was also played on it before the verdict had also come in. Post the verdict, we are, of course, we also heard that gentleman talking about how the roads used to be smaller, narrower, and where we are right now is also one of the parts which has been inaugurated just yesterday by the Prime Minister. This is another 14-kilometer stretch just close to Shahadatganj bypass, which connects Shahadatganj to Ayodhya as well, which in itself is a huge feat, because we had seen how the Prime Minister yesterday had spoken in his speech about the connectivity, and in fact his entire visit, Nikita, had been about the connectivity push yesterday to Ayodhya, because we have seen how the train station had been inaugurated, how an international airport has now been inaugurated, how there is a frequency of flights that have been added, frequency of trains that have been added. Now the national highways as well getting broadened, and this in itself helps us understand the kind of push and the kind of direction that Ayodhya is headed towards. And the people of Ayodhya in fact feel that. They have been sensing it, they have been feeling it, they have been seeing it with their own eyes as to how Ayodhya is transforming on the ground, how there used to be single lane roads that used to connect Ayodhya to the rest of the city, the nearby cities, and we are now looking at how there is a better commute and better transportation.
Right, Priyanka. Priyanka, do
Ayodhya.
stay with us.
Where they also say,
As we are getting more and more reactions from Ayodhya through you, what the people have to speak about the whole Ayodhya project and the development that is taking place, as the Prime Minister paid a visit to Ayodhya yesterday and unveiled projects worth 16,000 crores. But Priyanka, as we are seeing that the political parties, the opposition, still continue to politicize this whole issue, even when Ayodhya is at the verge of becoming a global city. Priyanka, do stay with us as let's take a look at all these political reactions which are coming from these leaders of the opposite parties, like what Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary of Congress has said, what D. Sudhakaran has said, and what Manoj Jha of Rashtriya Janata Dal, what are they saying about the Ram Mandir consecration?
ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಟೈಮ್ ಪುಲ್ವಾಮಾ ತೋರಿಸಿದ್ರು ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಯಾವುದೋ ಫ್ಲೈಟ್ ತೋರಿಸಿ ಪಾಪ ಎಲ್ಲ ಜನ ಮರಳೋಗಿ ಭಾಳ ದೇಶ ಕಾಪಾಡ್ತಾರಂತ ಹೋಗ್ರು. ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಸತ್ರು ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಟೈಮ್ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರಪ್ಪ? ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಟೈಮ್ ಎಲ್ಲಿತ್ತು ರಾಮ ಮಂದಿರ? ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಟೈಮ್ ಪುಲ್ವಾಮಾ ತೋರಿಸಿದ್ರು ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಯಾವುದೋ ಫ್ಲೈಟ್ ತೋರಿಸಿ ಪಾಪ ಎಲ್ಲ ಜನ ಮರಳೋಗಿ ಭಾಳ ದೇಶ ಕಾಪಾಡ್ತಾರಂತ ಹೋಗ್ರು. ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಸತ್ರು?
All right, so viewers, we are still with our colleague Priyanka, who is in Ayodhya. She's reporting live. She just spoke to a lot of people who were very happy that the Prime Minister paid a visit. Priyanka, while the whole of India as Ram Mandir, it involves all of us, all the states, everybody. We are all rejoicing the fact that 22nd of January is going to be a big day for us as Ram Lala is coming back. And in fact, the Prime Minister and Yogi Adityanath, Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, also urged people to celebrate the 22nd of January as Diwali by lighting diyas. So, obviously the opposition has issues with the whole consecration ceremony. But Priyanka, when we talk about the bigger picture, which obviously people who care about the country can see, what are the people also saying of Ayodhya? Apart from all the developmental projects, what are they saying? Do they also feel, Priyanka, that this is the modern day Ramayana, when whole of Ayodhya is getting decorated and ready to welcome its Lord Ram? Do they also feel that this is the return of the Yug of Ram?
Well, that's right, Nikita. In fact, if we speak to more people, they refer to Ayodhya as the Ram Nagri that it is being developed as, and also the UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath from time and time again has referred to as the first Dharm Nagri that will be developed. And also an interesting point of how the development is taking place in Ayodhya. In fact, the master plan that has been developed and has been submitted to the UP government, that has also in fact, they have also kind of designed it on the basis of the Vedic philosophy, of the Vastu philosophy. In fact, a bow and arrow is the shape of the entire city, which will also be visible to passengers who are coming from the flight and landing in Ayodhya. So those are the things that we are seeing. The entire philosophy that is being followed of developing Ayodhya is that it is being developed as the sun city. And that being kept in mind, the solar energy is also being given a huge push because there will be a lot of green energy initiatives that are being inculcated in the development of Ayodhya. Then be it the railway station, the airport, or also the bus and transport service that is also going to be added. Apart from that, the e-rickshaws that have also already been seen. Perhaps 3 to 4 years ago, we would not have even seen the e-rickshaws that are so much visible on the streets of Ayodhya these days. And we will keep panning our cameras because this is the Ram Path, another very crucial point of joining Shahadatganj to Ayodhya as we talk about the development push and how Ayodhya is in fact being developed as the Ram Nagri, as the Dharm Nagri, as it is referred to by the UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath. And of course, even as we speak to the people, they tell us about the same as to how this is now coming back, Ayodhya is coming back to being the Ram Nagari that it used to be, returning to its former glory. Because when we speak to the people of Ayodhya, they also talk about how Ram Ki Paidi, where the Deepotsav is also being carried out every year on Diwali, till about 4 years ago, how it used to be a completely dried up, a sewage gutter is something that they used to refer to it as, because there was no water there, there was absolutely no cleaning that used to be done, and there was no sewage facility as well. And that, imagine, is the place where they in fact go to celebrate Lord Ram. That's the place where they actually carry out the Saryu Ghat ki Aarti. So these are some of the telling signs that we see on the ground as to how people in fact are experiencing this change and witnessing this change in front of their eyes, and they are in fact also reiterating the fact that this has been over the span of 3 to 4 years itself, that these kind of changes have taken certain initiatives as well, and the green initiatives that have been kept in mind. So a development in tandem of keeping in mind the modern initiatives for green energy as well that is being used in the development of Ayodhya.
Right. Absolutely, Priyanka. Please do stay with us. Let's take our viewers through all the, the opposition reactions that are coming in as the whole country is busy celebrating the arrival of Ram Lala in Ayodhya on 22nd. Let's listen into Manoj Jha. Let's listen into leader of opposition Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary.
वही राम जो दशरथ की बेटा, वही राम जो घर घर में लेटा, वही राम जगत पसेरा, वही राम सबसे नियारा। लेकिन आज सुप्रीम कोर्ट की फैसले के उपरांत जब मंदिर बनाने की इजाजत मिली, तो मुझे लगता है कि धीरे धीरे राम मंदिर एक सियासत बनते जा रहे हैं, एक चुनावी मुद्दा बनते जा रहे हैं।
एक बार अकेले में एकांत में माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी अगर रामचंद्र पुरुषोत्तम, मर्यादा पुरुषोत्तम से एकालाप करेंगे ना, अंतरालाप, बातचीत करेंगे, तो मर्यादा पुरुषोत्तम भी कहेंगे कि हमारे बच्चों के रोजगार के बारे में क्या सोच रहे हो नरेंद्र जी, देश की महंगाई के बारे में क्या सोच रहे हो प्राइम मिनिस्टर साहब। ये मर्यादा पुरुषोत्तम कहेंगे। अगर उनकी संकल्पना आपके अंदर सही है, वो उनसे ये भी पूछेंगे कि आय की इतनी बड़ी असमानता के बीच भी आप इतना सहज कैसे महसूस कर रहे हैं प्रधानमंत्री जी। ये सवाल मर्यादा पुरुषोत्तम पूछेंगे। अगर मर्यादा पुरुषोत्तम की संकल्पना प्रधानमंत्री जी के मन में भी वही है जो बापू की थी।
Well, while all this is going on, Prime Minister Narendra Modi on Saturday inaugurated. Now, the Prime Minister arrived in Temple Town, Ayodhya, earlier this morning and was received by Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath and also Governor Anandiben Patel. Here's a sneak peek inside the airport and what all took place. Take a look.
At the Maharishi Valmiki International Airport, the first flight is all set to take off. There are in fact 2 flights that have been scheduled, and we are being joined by the passengers who have in fact scheduled their flights here, booked their tickets. Let's get a word from them. Ma'am, you're going from the Ayodhya International Airport, the first flight that's going to be taking off. How does it feel where you're traveling, and how did you come to know about this?
We are traveling to Delhi, and we came to know about this. It was commercially available, so we searched online, and it was available, I think, on yatra.com. And we are very, very much excited to board this newly scheduled flight. Up till now, we have to go till Lucknow, and then from there we have to board the flight from Lucknow to Delhi. But Ayodhya to Delhi is very, very commendable job done by all the high authorities, PM Modi, Yogi ji. It's a pleasure. It's good, too good.
What do you have to say about the architecture of this terminal as well? We have the Ram Janmabhoomi temple going to be ready. It is a replica of that has been made as the Terminal 1 building that has been completed. If you could speak to us a little bit about your experience also. I know you're yet to go inside, but if you could talk to me a little bit about your experience, of how it saves you time, and also how you're looking at the entire Terminal 1.
Yeah, obviously it's saving a lot of time for us. We are very much delighted that obviously it's a time-saving activity, and the terminal, looking at the terminal, it looks fabulous. The architecture, the work and all the things there have been each and everything. I think every architecture, everything, sculpture they have been making, it's a fantastic job, and it's being to be a great journey and great time-saving activity, obviously.
I believe you're from Ayodhya as well.
It's my hometown. I've been born here. I am the resident of here. My family is completely settled over here. I just came over Ayodhya to visit our big brother. We are all settled in here only, but after my...
So how does it feel for this airport to come up? Did you ever think that there will be an international airport that will be set up here? And because we are expecting perhaps in the next 1 year, international flights will also start.
Yeah, obviously. We have never, as a kid when we were very small, as a kid I knew that we never thought of that we will be traveling from Ayodhya to Ayodhya as an international destination, and the flights will be there from Ayodhya to Delhi or somewhere internationally. So I know it's a very, very like a very exciting thing and very good thing to come.
Absolutely. Anything more to add to that as well, sir? Because we are looking at more and more flight connectivity to Ayodhya. Ayodhya no longer is in a vacuum anymore. There's connectivity with the rest of the country because there's roadways that are broadening, highways, 4-lane, 6-lane highways, railways that has also been inaugurated today, and now you're going to go through the airport as well. Your thoughts?
So I think, this is something is added in Ayodhya a lot. I mean, this was never expected because for us, for her, whenever she came to Ayodhya, she has to come back to the Lucknow first, and then she has to travel via. So it was a lot of hassle, almost 9 hours to take it from Delhi to Ayodhya. Now it's like 1.5 hours. So it's like it's wonderful.
Saves a lot of time, at least 4 hours or so going back and forth.
Yeah, lot of time. Yeah.
All right, thank you so much. Happy journey, sir. आप बताइए, आप भी यहाँ से ट्रैवल कर रहे हैं, क्या कहाँ जा रहे हैं, किस तरह से आपको पता चला यहाँ पे और किस तरह से लग रहा है ये एयरपोर्ट? राम जन्मभूमि के रेप्लिका बनाया ये एयरपोर्ट।
जी, पहले तो मैं कहूँगा क्योंकि मैं अयोध्या वासी हूँ और राम जी की नगरी अब इतनी सुंदर हो गई है ना, नगरी हो अयोध्या सी, रघुकुल सा घराना हो, चरण हो राघव के जहां मेरा ठिकाना हो। और ये वर्तमान समय में महर्षि वाल्मीकि एयरपोर्ट इतना दिव्य और इतना भव्य बना है ना, इसको बखानने के लिए, इसको बताने के लिए मेरे पास कोई शब्द नहीं है। बहुत ही अद्भुत लग रहा है। पहुंचते ही राम जी का झलक और राम जी का स्वरूप यहाँ पर देखने को मिल पा रहा है। इसके अलावा अगर आप पूछ रही हैं तो मैं बहुत अपने आप को खुशनसीब मानता हूँ कि आज महर्षि वाल्मीकि एयरपोर्ट से भगवान श्री राम की नगरी से अयोध्या से दिल्ली का पहला सफर कर रहा हूँ।
और अयोध्या is going to also be connected. Thank you so much. And we are looking at more and more passengers. In fact, senior citizens as well who are traveling. Sir, if I could get a quick word from you because you are traveling for the first flight that is going to be taking off from Ayodhya. Oh, lovely.
Diplomat.
So, how are you looking forward to this flight? Because, this is also a big step in the direction for connectivity and development when it comes to Ayodhya. How are you looking at it and how are you experiencing this entire airport?
Yeah, I'm Professor Dr. Madhukrishnan from New York. I've come over here specifically for this event of the inaugural session, which was just inaugurated by the Honorable Prime Minister of India, Narendra Modi ji, and the whole world is, having an eye on our incredible India. East or West, India is the best. So we are so privileged and so happy and so delighted to be the first passenger from this particular flight of the inaugural flight. And all the medias, those who have done incredible job, thank you very much. And the government of India.
I will ask you one last question before I let you go, because this is an international airport that is being developed. In fact, we were speaking to the ministers who gave us a hint that perhaps in a year from now, we will see international flights also taking off and landing at the Ayodhya airport itself. How do you look at the connectivity, the development, and how Ayodhya is no longer in a vacuum, but connected to not just the rest of the country, rest of the world?
Definitely, it is already started. See, I am from America and boarding the first flight. So it means that is already international thing has already started, and we look forward for the further development for all tourism and the socio-economic development. I am also known as the peace ambassador of the world. So Ayodhya is a place for bringing peace, bringing unity among the diversity, peace, unity, love and harmony among the diversity. So we look forward a great message for the whole world.
And you think that journey...
All right, people, do stay with us as we'll be back after a very short break with COVID JN1 variant cases on a rise in India. Central and state government on alert, urges caution. Crackdown on narco-terror, crackdown in Baramulla, drugs worth rupees crore was destroyed.
In the India Today Best Universities 2023 survey, released recently, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
मेरा नाम संतोष राजभर है। ब्लॉक नंबर 19 में 311 नंबर फ्लैट मिला है हमको और हम यहीं शहर में ही किराए के मकान पर रहते थे और बहुत ही घुटन महसूस होता था किराए के मकान में। और बहुत धन्यवाद दे देना चाहते पूज्य महाराज जी को और नरेंद्र मोदी जी को कि उन्होंने मात्र 2 लाख में हमको इस मकान फ्लैट दिया।
प्रधानमंत्री मोदी के नेतृत्व की केंद्र सरकार और मुख्यमंत्री योगी के मार्गदर्शन में उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार हर गरीब को छत देने के संकल्प के साथ पूरी प्रतिबद्धता से कार्य कर रही है। गरीब के अपने पक्के आवास के सपने को साकार कर रही योगी सरकार ने प्रधानमंत्री आवास योजना के अंतर्गत उत्तर प्रदेश में अब तक 55,20,000 से अधिक लोगों को आवास की सुविधा उपलब्ध कराई। इस योजना के अंतर्गत पक्के आवास की सुविधा मिलने से प्रदेश के करोड़ों लोगों के जीवन स्तर में बदलाव देखने को मिल रहा है।
आपने सोमानी का नया रोल देखा? वही स्टाइल और रेंज सोमानी बाथवेयर में भी। सोमानी बाथवेयर।
अक्सर मन में डर सा आता है। तुम बस एक हाथ बढ़ाओ, राह हम बना लेंगे। तुम बस मैदान तक जाओ, हम जीत को अपना लेंगे। लेट्स प्लेज टू हेल्प मेक इंडिया समर्थ बढ़ंडे, मंजिल उनकी, साथ हमारा। hande.co.in पर लॉगिन करें।
मोदी सरकार की गारंटी, महिलाओं के लिए धुआं मुक्त रसोई। प्रधानमंत्री उज्ज्वला योजना के तहत 10 करोड़ गैस कनेक्शन। हमारा संकल्प विकसित भारत।
There's a reason why over 200 new age companies scout for talent from our campuses. It's because we've future-proofed our courses with a higher technological baseline, with a thrust on specialized industry skills and tech innovation skills. The Amrita School of Engineering. Tomorrow's engineering today.
जामनगर की भट्ट फैमिली को तारे देखना पसंद है। जम्मू की भट्ट फैमिली को सितारे देखना पसंद है। फैमिलीज जितनी भी सेम लगे, होती अलग है। इसलिए नया VMAX पोस्टपेड जो दे हर फैमिली को उनकी पसंद की चॉइसेस, जैसे Ease My Trip, Amazon Prime and more. VMAX postpaid. Choose what you want to use.
Viewers, we're live breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest. Many updates coming in right now as we are counting down to the Ram Mandir inauguration, and we all are also seeing that a big politics is being played and a lot of more words happening just before the Ram Mandir inauguration on the last day of 2023. Here are the headlines we're tracking at this moment. Politics over Ram Mandir continues. Opposition calls inauguration political gimmick before 2024 polls. Amid politics over Republic Day tableau, Defence Ministry is now setting the record straight, says it did not align with broader themes. COVID JN1 variant cases on the rise in India. Central and state government on alert, urges caution. Crackdown on narco-terror crackdown. A big crackdown in Baramulla. In fact, drugs worth rupees 80 crores have been destroyed. Well, let's go to the first story we're tracking right now. It's a big breaking update. Big move by Modi government. The centre has banned Tehreek-e-Hurriyat in Jammu and Kashmir and has been declared an unlawful association under the UAPA. Amit Shah has tweeted, and I quote here, the outfit is involved in forbidden activities to separate Jammu and Kashmir from India and establish Islamic rule. The group is found spreading anti-India propaganda and continuing terror activities to fuel what we see a lot of a division in Jammu and Kashmir. So what we see right now is that Tehreek-e-Hurriyat has now been banned. So that is a big update coming here to Republic TV, that this is an unlawful association under UAPA. Let's go to Abhishek Kapoor, our senior executive editor. Abhishek, what we see right now is that a big update coming in right now. And Abhishek, if you could take our viewers through why this is a significant move coming in, that too on the last day of 2023. We are seeing multiple updates here.
Well, Shivangi, this is a big step coming in. And remember, on Kashmir, we have been seeing the Union Home Ministry in overdrive and carrying out these kind of designations. So this is Tehreek-e-Hurriyat, which was set up by Sayyid Ali Shah Gilani, and this was founded in 2004 after Gilani quit his former party, which was Jamaat-e-Islami Kashmir. And Sayyid Ali Shah Gilani, of course, passed away a few years back, and we saw how Masarrat Alam faction was banned just about 4 days back. So I think this entire separatist gang, Masarrat Alam, the people earlier associated with Sayyid Ali Shah Gilani, Aisia Andrabi, of course, the wife of Masarrat Alam, essentially all separatists being canned, and a strong message being sent that those days when there was winking at terror, winking at supporters of terror in the valley are over, and there is a new chapter beginning with a new year. And Union Home Minister himself, with his tweet, sending across an unequivocal message to those elements within the Kashmir Valley that were seen as soft on terror, that there would be no indulging whatsoever with this sentiment, and that organization after organization is going to be banned, and any individual associated with these organizations would, of course, face music like
a very big update coming in. And Amit Shah has said a couple of things. If you take our viewers through that, Amit Shah has said that the outfit is involved in forbidden activity to separate Jammu and Kashmir from India and establish Islamic rule. And that's a very important point coming in, saying that this group was spreading anti-India propaganda and continuing to fuel the terror activities in the region, Abhishek. All right, so this is a big update coming in where Amit Shah has on X, on the platform X, he has declared the Tehreek-e-Hurriyat Jammu and Kashmir has been declared as an unlawful association under UAPA, and has clearly said the outfit has been involved in forbidden activities to separate Jammu and Kashmir from India and establish the Islamic rule, viewers. So top update coming here, Republic TV. Let's go ahead to the next story that we're tracking here. And we see that big politics just ahead of Republic Day. Tableau politics is back in focus ahead of Republic Day celebrations, with the Aam Aadmi Party and the TMC questioning centre over the tableau selection. The Defence Ministry has set the record straight over the prejudice charged by the opposition. That is right, viewers. So what we see right now is a top update coming in here, Republic TV, where we continue getting our viewers top updates. Before Republic Day, there seems to be an update where we see that the Defence Ministry has set the record straight. And not just that, tableau politics is back in focus, and the Aam Aadmi Party and the TMC are now questioning the centre over the tableau selection. Defence Ministry has set the record straight over the prejudice charged by the opposition. And let's go ahead, viewers, and play out the reactions.
ये दिल्ली और पंजाब की बदकिस्मती है कि आम आदमी पार्टी झांकियों के ऊपर भी गंदी राजनीति कर रही है। पंजाब का इतना सुनहरी इतिहास है, शहादतों का इतिहास है, और दिल्ली के अंदर भी आम आदमी पार्टी ने जो झांकियां भेजी उसमें आम आदमी पार्टी अरविंद केजरीवाल भगवंत मान का प्रचार कर रहे हैं। ये बता रहे हैं कि दिल्ली में क्रांति आ गई, शिक्षा में क्रांति आ गई, हेल्थ में, और वो बता रहे हैं कि पंजाब के अंदर मेरी फोटो लगनी चाहिए। अपना खुद की पब्लिसिटी और प्रचार करने के लिए 26 जनवरी में झांकी भेजी। देश में किसी मुख्यमंत्री ने आज तक ऐसा पाप नहीं किया और लगातार कर रहे हैं। और फिर कहते हैं सरकार हमारे साथ ऑपोजिशन का पार्टी होने के कारण सुतेला व्यवहार करती है। सुतेला व्यवहार नहीं है। आप जो करोड़ों रुपया प्रचार प्रसार में उजाड़ते हैं, आप चाहते हैं कि 26 जनवरी की परेड में भी वही आपकी गंदी सोच वाली झांकियां चले। वहां देश को गौरवमयी बनाने वाली झांकियां चलती हैं। पंजाब ने देश को हमेशा गौरवमयी बनाया है, दिल्ली ने बनाया है, लेकिन आप जब से आए हैं आपकी घटिया मानसिकता और सोच है जो आप झांकियों के ऊपर अपनी फोटो चाहते हैं। फोटो का आपको इतना ज्यादा बीमारी हो गई है कि केजरीवाल जी चाहते हैं पंजाब की झांकी में भी उनकी फोटो चले और दिल्ली की झांकी में भी। ये कतई नहीं हो सकता। ये पाप कोई ना करेगा, ना कर सकता है, ना करने की कल्पना कर सकता है। ये गंदी राजनीति अगर को कर सकता है तो केवल अरविंद केजरीवाल कर सकता है।
Let's go to, in fact, we'll go to Samiksha in just a moment, who's joining us from the Delhi newsroom. But what we see right now is on the last day, we are seeing multiple updates coming in where the BJP has also responded to Aam Aadmi Party's dirty politics charge over centre not accepting Punjab's tableau for the Republic Day parade, saying that CM Bhagwant Mann has been shamelessly lying on this entire matter. In fact, let's move ahead to the other stories we're tracking on Republic TV. The COVID-19 subvariant JN1 cases have seen a surge throughout India in the past few days. Ahead of the New Year celebrations, both the central and the state governments are vigilant and prepared to counter the cases of JN1. Akhil gets us this report.
With the emergence of new COVID variant JN1 and the cold weather conditions, the number of active cases have increased in the last 24 hours. What we have seen that 841 cases have been reported in the last 24 hours. And apart from that, if you see the active case load, which has gone above 4,000, and the number of deaths have also increased for the first time since May. This kind of development we have seen till May 19th, and since then there was a normal lag in the increase in COVID cases. But what we have seen from December 5th, there's a number of COVID patients have increased. And apart from that, if you see, there have been 3 deaths which have been reported in Kerala and 2 have been reported in Karnataka. 1 has been reported in Tamil Nadu and 1 has been reported in Chhattisgarh. With video journalist Visham Akhil for Republic TV.
We're getting some big updates coming here. 3 Naga groups have come together with the Center for a Solution for the decades-old Naga political issue. Now, so what we know right now is that 3 Naga groups have come together and decided to pursue negotiations for a solution to the decades-old Naga political issue with the Center jointly. Now, this decision was taken during a meeting attended by leaders of the 3 groups, viewers. Let's go ahead and tell you more of what's happening right now. The 3 Naga groups are will be holding talks with the government. And this coming in just 2 days after the historic government-Ulfa peace deal. And after that, what we see right now is a big update coming here, Republic TV. After the government signed the peace pact with key Ulfa faction, what we see is more progress when it comes to talks between the Naga groups. What we see is that 3 Naga groups will be holding talks with the center. That's what we're learning right now. And this will happen very, very soon, viewers. That is a big update coming on Republic TV. 3 Naga groups have come together for talks with Center for Solution to Decades-old Naga political issue. And this coming in, viewers, as we keep getting you more updates. What we have learned so far on the story is that 3 Naga groups have come together to decide and pursue negotiation for a solution to the decades-old Naga political issue. And we are learning that the 3 groups have come together, that this is a joint political venture in 2024. So still getting some more updates coming in Republic TV. Now, National Socialist Council of Nagaland is one of those groups as well, and so is Naga National Council. So these are the groups which are coming together at the same time. So big update coming here, Republic TV viewers. Remember that this is a dialogue which will be held. That's what we are learning. This is a dialogue which will be held between the Naga groups and the centre. Now the key date for that, we are still yet to know that when will this happen. But we'll be soon going to our correspondents who help us understand when this will be really taking place. But what we're learning right now is that these three groups will be coming together to have a joint political venture in 2024 and hold talks on this issue. Top update coming at Republic TV, and let's get you more updates. Remember, the Naga political issue is something that has been in the news. It's one of the, is considered as the longest running insurgency in the country. And the centre has been holding separate negotiations with the NSCN since 1997. So that has been quite a while since these negotiations and these talks are being held at this point of time. So big update coming on Republic TV. Now what we say, right, you can see right now that all this while there was no significant development in the negotiations between centre and the Naga groups, but that could change because once again 3 Naga groups will be holding talks with the centre. So top update coming on Republic TV, where 3 Naga groups have come together for talks with the centre for solutions to decades-old Naga political issue. And 3 Naga groups have come together and they decided to pursue negotiation for a solution to the Naga political issue with the centre jointly, viewers. That is the big update coming on Republic TV, and this is a good news, towards ending a decades-old political issue. The 3 Naga groups have united with the aim of conducting joint political talks with the centre to resolve the decades-long standing political issue. So that is what we are learning right now on this. And we are also learning that the 3 groups have come together. Let's go, in fact, to Anirudh, who's joining us live. Anirudh, take us through what exactly we can expect next on this, because the big focus is on collaboration, on a collaborative effort. We know that this is a decade-long issue, but how did this update come so far? We have been seeing that similar talks, similar negotiations have been held in the past. Take us through what we have learned on this development.
Yes, first we will have to understand it very closely that as far as the Naga political issue is concerned, the NSCN has several splinter groups, and the main group which is engaged in talks with the government of India since 1997 is the NSCN-IM, now being led by MUIWA. So apart from the MUIWA group, there were several other groups who were also in touch with the government of India and were having a political dialogue in order to ensure peace in the state of Nagaland. And among these splinter groups, there were 3 major splinter groups. One was led by Akato Sofi, another was by Khango Konyak, and the NSCN prior to NSCN, the group which had been there, the Naga National Council, NNC, led by that Loim at present. All these 3 splinter groups have now come together in order to have a common dialogue with the government of India, and this will ensure more quick solution, because otherwise the government had to reach out to each and every group separately, but with the Naga groups now themselves coming together to share their concerns and demands and sit together with the government of India is a positive note as far as the Naga political issue is concerned. Studio.
All right. Thank you, Anirudh, for getting us all the details coming in. So the very big movement coming out, viewers, that Naga groups will be holding these talks, and the big highlight being that this is going to be a joint effort which will be coming in. Earlier, separate approaches were made in the past, but now this will be a joint effort on the Naga issue. Let's move ahead, viewers, to a short break. Much more coming up on the other side. Politics over Ram Mandir continues. Opposition calls inauguration political gimmick before 2024 polls.
भाई इतनी बड़ी टाइल,
इतनी बड़ी बड़ी हिट्स आप लोगों ने मुझे दी हैं। टाइल्स तो बड़े होने चाहिए। सुमानी मैक्स टाइल्स, टाइलों का सबसे बड़ा भाई। सुमानी मैक्स टाइल्स, जमीन से जुड़े।
मोदी सरकार की गारंटी, हर गरीब का मुफ्त इलाज। 55 करोड़ लोगों को दी हर साल 5 लाख रुपए तक के मुफ्त इलाज की निश्चिंतता। हमारा संकल्प विकसित भारत।
केंट से पानी होता है 100% प्योर।
केंट आरओ प्योरिटी दिखाता भी है।
केंट देता है सबसे शुद्ध पानी।
आंध्रा की वर्मा फैमिली को गरम भाजी पसंद है। आगरा की वर्मा फैमिली को गरम भाजी पसंद है। फैमिलीज जितनी भी सेम लगे होती अलग है। इसलिए नया वीमैक्स पोस्टपेड जो दे हर फैमिली को उनकी पसंद की चॉइसेस, जैसे इजी डाइनर, डिज्नी प्लस हॉटस्टार एंड मोर। वीमैक्स पोस्टपेड, चूज व्हाट यू वांट टू यूज।
जब डेटा ब्रीच अलर्ट के बिना हो हैकर्स के पास अथॉरिटी, फिर किस बात की साइबर सिक्योरिटी। क्विक हील, आज के लाइफ की प्रायोरिटी साइबर सिक्योरिटी।
हमारे देश को आजाद हुए 76 साल हो गए, लेकिन कई चीजों में हमको अभी आजादी नहीं मिली। जैसे कि सरकारी दफ्तरों में दुश्वारियां, परेशानियां, बदइंतजामियां। हमारे शहीदों को इस बात की कतई चिंता नहीं थी कि देश को आजादी मिलेगी या ना, लेकिन उनको एक बात की चिंता थी कि आजादी के बाद देश कौन से हाथों में जाएगा, देश के हालात क्या होंगे। हमने आजादी की जंग इसलिए लड़ी थी ताकि हमारी आने वाली पीढ़ियों की जिंदगी आसान हो सके, ना कि इसलिए कि वो जगह जगह पर सरकारी दफ्तरों में धक्के खाएं, परेशानियों का सामना करना पड़े। अगर जंग सबने इकट्ठे होकर लड़ी थी आजादी की, तो फिर सुख सहूलतें भी सबको इकट्ठी मिलनी चाहिए। हम तो शहीदों के पांव की मिट्टी के एक धूल के तिनके के बराबर भी नहीं है, लेकिन ये बसंती रंग की पग शहीदों के सपनों और इरादों की हमें याद दिलाती रहती है कि हमारे देश में आम लोगों के सिर्फ दिन रात नहीं, हालात बदलने चाहिए। चुनाव के समय हम लोगों के पास जा सकते हैं, तो चुनाव के बाद सरकार बनती है, तो सरकार बनने के बाद भी सरकारों को जनता के पास जाना चाहिए, ना कि जनता सरकारी दफ्तरों में खज्जल खुआर हो। यही आजादी के असली मायने हैं। शहीद आजम सरदार भगत सिंह जी के सपनों को साकार करने के लिए पंजाब सरकार ने फैसला किया है कि पंजाब के लोगों को अब सरकारी दफ्तरों के चक्कर नहीं लगाने पड़ेंगे, बल्कि सरकारी दफ्तर खुद चल के लोगों के घर पर आएंगे।
अब सरकारी दफ्तरों के चक्कर काटने की जरूरत नहीं, बस डायल करें 1076 और सरकारी सुविधाएं अपने घर पर ही पाएं। पंजाब की भगवंत मान सरकार आपके द्वार।
Getting some big breaking update coming right now. Indian Navy enhances surveillance in North and Central Arabian Sea and the Gulf of Aden. That is right. Let's go ahead to Nikita, who's joining us right now. Nikita, I'm coming to you, and this is obviously coming in after we saw incidents on merchant vessels transiting through international shipping lanes in Red Sea, Gulf of Aden and Central North Arabian Sea. Take us through the details that we're learning of. All right, we'll go ahead to Nikita in just a moment. But a big update coming here, Republic TV. Big breaking news. Surveillance efforts over attacks on ships in the recent time. So Indian Navy has now enhanced the surveillance in North and Central Arabian Sea in the Gulf of Aden. That's what we are learning right now. And this is coming in, like we told you, as there has been attacks on some of the ships, especially when we talk about these incidents, security incidents on the merchant vessels transiting through international shipping lanes in Red Sea and the Central or North Arabian Sea. Viewers, much more coming up on the other side as we continue getting you top updates. COVID, JN1 variant cases on the rise in India. Central and state government on alert, urges caution.
In the India Today Best Universities 2023 survey, released recently, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
आपने सोमानी का नया रोल देखा? वही स्टाइल और रेंज सोमानी बाथवेयर में भी। सोमानी बाथवेयर।
Gujarat is where ideas turn into industries. And for 2 decades, Vibrant Gujarat Global Summit has been the dynamic platform from where the state's entrepreneurial spirit emerges. Through its visionary startup policy, combined with strategic initiatives like Gujarat Startup and Innovation Scheme, iHub and iCreate, Gujarat has propelled its startups to new heights and is today recognized as the startup capital of India. And with that distinction, Gujarat's transformative vision for emerging entrepreneurs is propelling India towards achieving the vision of Vikasit Bharat at 2047. Be a part of Gujarat's progressive startup ecosystem at Vibrant Gujarat Global Summit 2024. Gateway to the future.
इस पल को मुमकिन करने के लिए अबीर ने पहले से ही शुरुआत कर दी थी।
ये पल सच हुआ, ये पल पलकों पे सूरज सा उगा, ये पल मानो रुक सा।
और म्यूचुअल फंड से शुरुआत करना समझदारी की निशानी है।
म्यूचुअल फंड निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। योजना से जुड़े सभी दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
आंध्रा की वर्मा फैमिली को गरम भाजी पसंद है। आगरा की वर्मा फैमिली को धर्म भाजी पसंद है। फैमिलीज जितनी भी सेम लगे, होती अलग है। इसलिए नया वीमैक्स पोस्टपेड जो दे हर फैमिली को उनकी पसंद की चॉइसेस, जैसे इजी डाइनर, डिज्नी प्लस हॉटस्टार एंड मोर। वीमैक्स पोस्टपेड, चूज व्हाट यू वांट टू यूज।
मोदी सरकार की गारंटी, किसानों को हर साल रुपए 6,000। 11 करोड़ 80 लाख किसानों को अब तक 2,60,000 करोड़ रुपए की सहायता। हमारा संकल्प विकसित भारत।
Four people died after a house explosion. This happened in Michigan on Saturday. 2 other people were found at the scene suffering from severe injuries and were taken to the hospital in critical condition. Thousands of Israelis gathered in Tel Aviv to protest against the government's handling on the ongoing war in Gaza and call for fresh elections. Demonstrators attacked Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's hardline government and demanded action to bring the rest of the hostages back home. Pakistan's election body has rejected former PM Imran Khan's nomination to contest the parliamentary elections. The PTI has accused authorities of stopping most of its candidates from participating in the elections due in February. Much more coming up. Politics over Ram Mandir continue. Opposition calls inauguration. Political gaming before the polls.
There's a reason why over 200 new age companies scout for talent from our campuses. It's because we've future-proofed our courses with a higher technological baseline, with a thrust on specialized industry skills and tech innovation skills. The Amrita School of Engineering. Tomorrow's engineering today.
भाई इतनी बड़ी बड़ी हिट्स आप लोगों ने मुझे दी हैं। टाइल्स तो बड़े होने चाहिए। सुमानी मैक्स टाइल्स, टाइलों का सबसे बड़ा भाई। सुमानी मैक्स टाइल्स, जमीन से जुड़े।
3 से 4 व्हीलर में अपग्रेड तो करना है, पर इसमें से क्या खास बात है?
इसमें एक खासियत हो तो बताएं। टाटा इस गोल्ड पेट्रोल CX में है दमदार इंजन जो दे बढ़िया पिकअप, बड़ी और स्ट्रॉन्ग लोड बॉडी और मेंटेनेंस एकदम कम। तो अब सोचो, समझो और टाटा इस गोल्ड पेट्रोल CX लो।
आंध्रा की वर्मा फैमिली को गरम भाजी पसंद है। आगरा की वर्मा फैमिली को गरम भाजी पसंद है। फैमिलीज जितनी भी सेम लगे होती अलग है। इसलिए नया VMAX पोस्टपेड जो दे हर फैमिली को उनकी पसंद की चॉइसेस, जैसे इजी डाइनर, डिज्नी प्लस हॉटस्टार एंड मोर। VMAX पोस्टपेड, चूज व्हाट यू वांट टू यूज।
हमारे देश को आजाद हुए 76 साल हो गए, लेकिन कई चीजों में हमको अभी आजादी नहीं मिली। जैसे कि सरकारी दफ्तरों में दुश्वारियां, परेशानियां, बदइंतजामियां। हमारे शहीदों को इस बात की कतई चिंता नहीं थी कि देश को आजादी मिलेगी या ना, लेकिन उनको एक बात की चिंता थी कि आजादी के बाद देश कौन से हाथों में जाएगा, देश के हालात क्या होंगे। हमने आजादी की जंग इसलिए लड़ी थी ताकि हमारी आने वाली पीढ़ियों की जिंदगी आसान हो सके, ना कि इसलिए कि वो जगह जगह पर सरकारी दफ्तरों में धक्के खाएं, परेशानियों का सामना करना पड़े। अगर जंग सबने इकट्ठे होकर लड़ी थी आजादी की, तो फिर सुख सहूलतें भी सबको इकट्ठी मिलनी चाहिए। हम तो शहीदों के पांव की मिट्टी के एक धूल के तिनके के बराबर भी नहीं है, लेकिन ये बसंती रंग की पग शहीदों के सपनों और इरादों की हमें याद दिलाती रहती है कि हमारे देश में आम लोगों के सिर्फ दिन रात नहीं, हालात बदलने चाहिए। चुनाव के समय हम लोगों के पास जा सकते हैं, तो चुनाव के बाद सरकार बनती है, तो सरकार बनने के बाद भी सरकारों को जनता के पास जाना चाहिए, ना कि जनता सरकारी दफ्तरों में खज्जल खुआर हो। यही आजादी के असली मायने हैं। शहीद आजम सरदार भगत सिंह जी के सपनों को साकार करने के लिए पंजाब सरकार ने फैसला किया है कि पंजाब के लोगों को अब सरकारी दफ्तरों के चक्कर नहीं लगाने पड़ेंगे, बल्कि सरकारी दफ्तर खुद चल के लोगों के घर पर आएंगे।
अब सरकारी दफ्तरों के चक्कर काटने की जरूरत नहीं, बस डायल करें 1076 और सरकारी सुविधाएं अपने घर पर ही पाएं। पंजाब की भगवंत मान सरकार आपके द्वार।
गोल्ड का स्टाइलिश पंखा सिर्फ हवा ही नहीं देता, आपके आलीशान घर के कोने कोने में ठंडी हवा के झोंके पहुंचाता है।
कूल फैंस के स्टाइलिश डिजाइन से घर को सुंदर बनाएं। 5 स्टार BLDC कूल फैन से बिजली भी बचाएं।
समय आ गया है घर के पंखे बदलने का और कूल फैंस घर लाने का।
Thanks for tuning in. We are live and breaking. I'm Samiksha Srivastava. Now, one of our top focus stories remains the politics over tableau selections for Republic Day. The Defence Ministry has already set the record straight, sending out a very strong message that there is no prejudice when it comes to the tableau selection for Republic Day. Tracking that story very closely, starting first with the top headlines this afternoon. Modi government bans Tehreek-e-Hurriyat under UAPA for anti-national activities. In response to recent attacks, Indian Navy enhances surveillance in North Central Arabian Sea. Politics over Ram Mandir continues. The opposition calls inauguration political gimmick before the 2024 polls. Amid politics over Republic Day tableau, Defence Ministry sets record straight, says it did not align with the broader theme of Republic Day. COVID JN.1 variant cases on the rise across the country. Central and state governments on alert, urge caution. Crackdown on narco-terror in Baramulla. Drugs worth 80 crore destroyed by the Baramulla police. All right, we start this edition of Live and Breaking with the latest that's coming in from the national capital. In fact, that's a controversy that's been stoked by senior Congress leader Digvijay Singh, who's once again said that there is a malfunction of EVMs, which needs to be corrected just ahead of the Lok Sabha elections. In fact, just to put out the details of the statement that has come in from the senior leader, he says that the Election Commission has turned a deaf ear to pleas from opposition over alleged electoral malpractice and restoration of the ballot system. The Congress Rajya Sabha MP further said that the opposition bloc has been seeking an appointment with top officials of the poll panel, but they are so busy that they do not even have time to meet the opposition. In fact, this is what has been quoted as to what the Madhya Pradesh former chief minister had to say. This is Digvijay Singh, who says that the opposition has been trying to seek an appointment with the Election Commission officer, yet they've not been able to meet the Election Commission officer. Further saying that there is electoral malpractice which has been very rampant and that there should be a restoration of the ballot system at the earliest. So a big charge being made by the Congress party. In fact, he's spoken on behalf of the opposition bloc, saying that there is malpractice of the electoral system and that needs to be corrected with just months to go for the Lok Sabha polls. So a big controversy that seems to have erupted over EVM malfunction, rather alleged EVM malfunction, as is being stated by the opposition bloc. It's Digvijay Singh who's taken to his social media handle to say that the opposition has been trying to meet the electoral officer, yet has not been able to the election officer has not agreed to that meet which the opposition bloc has been seeking. Further saying that there is electoral malpractice which has been rampant across states. There needs restoration at the earliest. So the opposition bloc saying that there is restoration of the ballot system that needs to be done at the earliest, and it's Digvijay Singh, the former senior Congress, the former Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister and senior Congress leader, who says that the opposition has been trying to meet the Chief Electoral Officer but has not been able to meet the presiding officer. All right, let's go across to Akhil, who's joining us live from the national capital. Akhil, to begin with, it's one of the many claims, as is being mentioned by a senior Congress leader, alleging that there is electoral malpractice which has been rampant. But any sort of a basis to the kind of claims that have come in from a senior leader like Digvijay Singh, any sort of a claim to back the charge that the opposition bloc is making?
Well, absolutely.
All right, not sure if Akhil is still with us. But just to tell our viewers again, this is a fresh controversy that has erupted with just months to go for the Lok Sabha polls. It's senior Congress leader Digvijay Singh who says that there is alleged electoral malpractice. The opposition bloc, he says, has been trying to meet the chief election officer but has not been given an appointment as such. I think we have Akhil back with us. Akhil, take us through the details of the kind of claims being made by the opposition leader Digvijay Singh, who seems to have spoken on behalf of all the India Alliance leaders.
Well, absolutely. There have been this controversy going on for a very long time, and BJP have been rebuttaling on this, saying that when they win election, then they don't complain about these things, and when they lose election, then they start complaining about EVM machines. So this has been the claim and counter-claim have been going on from both sides, from the India Alliance leaders and BJP leaders as well regarding this. And the fresh controversy which has erupted today, that Digvijay Singh, who is a very senior Congress leader and former Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister, has said that we have been trying to reach out to the Election Commission officers regarding this because what we know so far that there have been incident of malpractices in the EVM machine. So he has raised this concern once again. Earlier he has raised similar kind of concerns regarding the EVM machines and have demanded to bring back the ballot paper. And he has further alleged that he have been trying to reach out to the Election Commission officers, but they have been deaf and dumb on this situation, and they're not commenting on this and not ready to meet to all of us. Yes.
Right, Akhil, but a fact of the matter also remains that it's not the first time that the opposition has made such a claim, especially when polls are just months away, be it the state elections and even the general elections, so as to say. But any sort of a reaction that's come in with regard to the kind of charges that have been made by the opposition? In fact, it's not the first time, as we understand, but any sort of a reaction from the chief election officer as of yet, or the centre on the kind of claims being made?
For that story to develop further, we have to wait for the reaction. But what we know so far that earlier, when we saw that the result of the assembly elections when it came out, if you talk about the Telangana polls, Congress won a clear majority in Telangana. Apart from that, if you talk about Rajasthan assembly polls, there BJP got a clear majority. So what we saw that in the Hindi heartland, when Congress had to face a debacle in those states, in the Hindi heartland, in Chhattisgarh, in Madhya Pradesh as well, and in Rajasthan, and there we saw that several leaders have come out to the foray and started complaining about the EVM machines, and then BJP rebutted it by saying that when you lose, then you start complaining about the EVM machine and start requesting that the ballot paper should be taken in, and when you start winning elections, then you don't complain about it. So what about the Telangana polls? Because Congress have won a clear majority in Telangana, so there you don't complain about the EVM machine, and where you lose, then you start complaining about such incidents and the misuse and malfunctioning of the EVM machines and bring back the ballot machines. Yes.
Right, Akhil, thank you for the moments, of course, closely tracking that story. But for now, shifting focus to the other big story, we have been tracking this one in relation to the politics over the Ram Mandir inauguration. Now, note that even as we are less than a month away for the Ram Mandir inauguration that will take place on 22nd of January, there is clearly no end to the politics surrounding the Ram Mandir. In fact, in the latest, it's Congress leader, rather Karnataka Minister D. Sudhakar, who says that the temple inauguration is nothing but a stunt, rather a political gimmick of sorts by the central government. In fact, before we go across to our reporters and Priyanka as well, who's been reporting extensively from the holy city, listen into that reaction that came in from the Karnataka Congress Minister D. Sudhakar.
Last time last time ಎಲ್ಲಿತ್ತು ರಾಮ ಮಂದಿರ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಟೈಮ್ ಪುಲ್ವಾಮಾ ತೋರಿಸಿದ್ರು ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಯಾವುದೋ ಫ್ಲೈಟ್ ತೋರಿಸಿ ಪಾಪ ಎಲ್ಲ ಜನ ಮರಳೋಗಿ ಭಾಳ ದೇಶ ಕಾಪಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಹೋಗ್ರು ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಸತ್ರು ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಟೈಮ್ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರಪ್ಪ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಟೈಮ್ ಎಲ್ಲಿತ್ತು ರಾಮ ಮಂದಿರ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಟೈಮ್ ಪುಲ್ವಾಮಾ ತೋರಿಸಿದ್ರು ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಯಾವುದೋ ಫ್ಲೈಟ್ ತೋರಿಸಿ ಪಾಪ ಎಲ್ಲ ಜನ ಮರಳೋಗಿ ಭಾಳ ದೇಶ ಕಾಪಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಹೋಗ್ರು ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಸತ್ರು
All right, so there you heard that was D. Sudhakar, the Karnataka Congress minister, who calls the Ram Mandir inauguration nothing but a political gimmick by the central government. In fact, it's not just the Karnataka Congress minister, rather a lot of opposition bloc leaders who've come out in the open, clearly politicizing the Ram Mandir inauguration, saying that they will be boycotting the Ram Mandir inauguration that is slated for 22nd of January.
वो ही राम जो दशरथ की बेटा, वो ही राम जो घर घर में लेटा, वो ही राम जगत पसेरा, वो ही राम सबसे न्यारा। लेकिन आज सुप्रीम कोर्ट की फैसले के उपरांत जब मंदिर बनाने की इजाजत मिली तो मुझे लगता है कि धीरे धीरे राम मंदिर एक सियासत बनते जा रहे हैं, एक चुनावी मुद्दा बनते जा रहे हैं।
एक बार अकेले में एकांत में माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी अगर रामचंद्र पुरुषोत्तम मर्यादा पुरुषोत्तम से एकालाप करेंगे ना, अंतरालाप बातचीत करेंगे, तो मर्यादा पुरुषोत्तम भी कहेंगे कि हमारे बच्चों के रोजगार के बारे में क्या सोच रहे हो नरेंद्र जी, देश की महंगाई के बारे में क्या सोच रहे हो प्राइम मिनिस्टर साहब। ये मर्यादा पुरुषोत्तम
नहीं देता। आपके आलीशान घर के कोने कोने में ठंडी हवा के झोंके पहुंचाता है।
कूल फैंस के स्टाइलिश डिजाइन से घर को सुंदर बनाएं। 5 स्टार BLDC कूल फैन से बिजली भी बचाएं।
समय आ गया है घर के पंखे बदलने का और कूल फैंस घर लाने का।
There's a reason why over 200 new age companies scout for talent from our campuses. It's because we've future-proofed our courses with a higher technological baseline, with a thrust on specialized industry skills and tech innovation skills. The Amrita School of Engineering. Tomorrow's engineering today.
Gujarat, the land of future-ready mega projects. Since 2003, the vibrant Gujarat Global Summit has played a pivotal role in enabling several iconic infrastructure initiatives in the state. From Gift City and Dream City, to ambitious projects like Dholera SIR, MBSIR, DMIC, High Speed Rail and PCPIR, Gujarat's mega projects showcase its unwavering commitment to pioneering purpose-built infrastructure to enable 24/7 growth. With future-ready infrastructure, Gujarat has positioned itself as a premier investment hub, propelling India towards achieving the vision of Viksit Bharat at 2047. Be a part of Gujarat's plug-and-play mega project ecosystem at Vibrant Gujarat Global Summit 2024. Gateway to the future.
आंध्रा की वर्मा फैमिली को गरम भाजी पसंद है। आगरा की वर्मा फैमिली को धर्म भाजी पसंद है। फैमिलीज जितनी भी सेम लगे होती अलग है। इसलिए नया VMAX पोस्टपेड जो दे हर फैमिली को उनकी पसंद की चॉइसेस, जैसे इजी डाइनर, डिज्नी प्लस हॉटस्टार एंड मोर। VMAX पोस्टपेड, चूज व्हाट यू वांट टू यूज।
आपने सोमानी का नया रोल देखा? वही स्टाइल और रेंज सोमानी बाथवेयर में भी। सोमानी बाथवेयर।
Two other people were found at the scene suffering from severe injuries and were taken to the hospital in critical condition. Thousands of Israelis gathered in Tel Aviv to protest against the government's handling of the ongoing war in Gaza and call for fresh elections. Demonstrators attacked Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's hardline government and demanded action to bring the rest of hostages back home. Meanwhile, Pakistan's election body has rejected former Pakistan Prime Minister Imran Khan's nomination to contest the 2024 parliamentary elections. The PTI has accused authorities of stopping most of its candidates from participating in the elections due in February. Now coming up on the other side, all that's making news across the country.
In the India Today Best Universities 2023 survey, released recently, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
हमारे देश को आजाद हुए 76 साल हो गए, लेकिन कई चीजों में हमको अभी आजादी नहीं मिली, जैसे कि सरकारी दफ्तरों में दुश्वारियां, परेशानियां, बदइंतजामियां। हमारे शहीदों को इस बात की कतई चिंता नहीं थी कि देश को आजादी मिलेगी या ना, लेकिन उनको एक बात की चिंता थी कि आजादी के बाद देश कौन से हाथों में जाएगा, देश के हालात क्या होंगे। हमने आजादी की जंग इसलिए लड़ी थी ताकि हमारी आने वाली पीढ़ियों की जिंदगी आसान हो सके, ना कि इसलिए कि वो जगह जगह पर सरकारी दफ्तरों में धक्के खाएं, परेशानियों का सामना करना पड़े। अगर जंग सबने इकट्ठे होकर लड़ी थी आजादी की, तो फिर सुख सहूलतें भी सबको इकट्ठी मिलनी चाहिए। हम तो शहीदों के पांव की मिट्टी के एक धूल के तिनके के बराबर भी नहीं है, लेकिन ये बसंती रंग की पग शहीदों के सपनों और इरादों की हमें याद दिलाती रहती है कि हमारे देश में आम लोगों के सिर्फ दिन रात नहीं, हालात बदलने चाहिए। चुनाव के समय हम लोगों के पास जा सकते हैं, तो चुनाव के बाद सरकार बनती है, तो सरकार बनने के बाद भी सरकारों को जनता के पास जाना चाहिए, ना कि जनता सरकारी दफ्तरों में खज्जल खुआर हो। यही आजादी के असली मायने हैं। शहीद आजम सरदार भगत सिंह जी के सपनों को साकार करने के लिए पंजाब सरकार ने फैसला किया है कि पंजाब के लोगों को अब सरकारी दफ्तरों के चक्कर नहीं लगाने पड़ेंगे, बल्कि सरकारी दफ्तर खुद चल के लोगों के घर पर आएंगे।
अब सरकारी दफ्तरों के चक्कर काटने की जरूरत नहीं, बस डायल करें 1076 और सरकारी सुविधाएं अपने घर पर ही पाएं। पंजाब की भगवंत मान सरकार आपके द्वार।
टाइल्स जो भी हो, लगाने के लिए MI के लेटिक्रीट टाइल एडेसिव, MY के लेटिक्रीट टाइल एडेसिव। फॉर्मूला ऐसा कि टाइल ना टूटेगा ना छूटेगा।
जामनगर की भट्ट फैमिली को तारे देखना पसंद है, जम्मू की भट्ट फैमिली को सितारे देखना पसंद है। फैमिलीज जितनी भी सेम लगे होती अलग है, इसलिए नया VMAX पोस्टपेड जो दे हर फैमिली को उनकी पसंद की चॉइसेस, जैसे ईज माई ट्रिप, Amazon प्राइम एंड मोर। VMAX पोस्टपेड, चूज व्हाट यू वांट टू यूज।
आपने सोमानी का नया रोल देखा? वही स्टाइल और रेंज सोमानी बाथवेयर में भी। सोमानी बाथवेयर।
Viewers, we're live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest. And we're getting many updates coming in right now as we keep getting you more updates. Let's tell you that multiple war of words are playing out, especially over the Ram Mandir inauguration. We'll get to you all those details. But first, the headlines we're tracking at this moment. Modi government bans Tehreek-e-Hurriyat under UAPA for anti-national activities. Response to recent attacks, Indian Navy enhances surveillance in North Central Arabian Sea. Politics over Ram Mandir continues. Opposition calls inauguration political gimmick before 2024 polls. Amid politics over Republic Day tableau, Defence Ministry sets record straight, says it did not align with broader theme. COVID JN1 variant cases on the rise in India. Central and state government on alert, while caution has been urged by the state and central government. Viewers, let's go to the top story we're tracking right now as we are live breaking this Sunday. Tableau politics is back in focus ahead of the Republic Day celebrations. With the Aam Aadmi Party and the TMC questioning the centre over the tableau selection, the Defence Ministry has set their record straight over the prejudice charge by the opposition. Let's go ahead, viewers, and play out the reactions that we are getting for you on this top story.
ये दिल्ली और पंजाब की बदकिस्मती है कि आम आदमी पार्टी झांकियों के ऊपर भी गंदी राजनीति कर रही है। पंजाब का इतना सुनहरी इतिहास है, शहादतों का इतिहास है, और दिल्ली के अंदर भी आम आदमी पार्टी ने जो झांकियां भेजी उसमें आम आदमी पार्टी अरविंद केजरीवाल भगवंत मान का प्रचार कर रहे हैं। ये बता रहे हैं कि दिल्ली में क्रांति आ गई, शिक्षा में क्रांति आ गई, हेल्थ में, और वो बता रहे हैं कि पंजाब के अंदर मेरी फोटो लगनी चाहिए। अपना खुद की पब्लिसिटी और प्रचार करने के लिए 26 जनवरी में झांकी भेजी। देश में किसी मुख्यमंत्री ने आज तक ऐसा पाप नहीं किया और लगातार कर रहे हैं, और फिर कहते हैं सरकार हमारे साथ ऑपोजिशन का पार्टी होने के कारण सुतेला व्यवहार करती है। सुतेला व्यवहार नहीं है। आप जो करोड़ों रुपया प्रचार प्रसार में उजाड़ते हैं, आप चाहते हैं कि 26 जनवरी की परेड में भी वही आपकी गंदी सोच वाली झांकियां चले। वहां देश को गौरवमयी बनाने वाली झांकियां चलती हैं। पंजाब ने देश को हमेशा गौरवमयी बनाया है, दिल्ली ने बनाया है, लेकिन आप जब से आए हैं आपकी घटिया मानसिकता और सोच है जो आप झांकियों के ऊपर अपनी फोटो चाहते हैं। फोटो का आपको इतना ज्यादा बीमारी हो गई है कि केजरीवाल जी चाहते हैं पंजाब की झांकी में भी उनकी फोटो चले और दिल्ली की झांकी में भी। ये कतई नहीं हो सकता। ये पाप कोई ना करेगा, ना कर सकता है, ना करने की कल्पना कर सकता है। ये गंदी राजनीति अगर कोई कर सकता है तो केवल अरविंद केजरीवाल कर सकता है।
All right, viewers, so what we're seeing is ahead of Republic Day celebrations, what we see right now playing out is more politics. This time the Ministry of Defence has gone ahead and they have set their record straight. Now remember that the Aam Aadmi Party, the TMC, is questioning the centre over the tableau selection. Defence Ministry has set the record straight over the prejudice charge by the opposition. Remember that what we see right now is that the CM, Bhagwant Mann, had been saying that there was some kind of politics being played over the Punjab tableau. And what we see right now, viewers, is that the Mann had accused the BJP-led central government of discriminating against Punjab. And they said that this was a big story that we have been tracking. What we see right now is that the Defence Ministry has set the record straight and said that the tableau of Punjab did not follow the guidelines which was set. And that was the real reason behind that tableau not getting selected. So the real reason for rejection of the Punjab tableau is that it prominently showed pictures of Arvind Kejriwal and Bhagwant Mann rather than the martyrs. Mann is lying, that is what the BJP is saying, and at worst he has surrendered Punjab sovereignty to Kejriwal. So these kind of comments have come in right now from the Delhi BJP as well. Delhi BJP leader Manjinder Singh Sirsa has made these statements as we keep getting our viewers more updates. Let's tell you exactly what is happening right now, where we are seeing that as we keep getting you more updates, there has been a story update on this, that the Defence Ministry has set the record straight in this issue very, very clearly, and said that the Punjab did not follow the protocol which was already set. Defence Ministry said that Punjab, Bengal, our day tableau, they were not aligned with the theme which was supposed to be, they were supposed to go ahead and align with the theme. They're supposed to follow the theme, but that is exactly what did not happen. So, facing criticism from Punjab, Delhi and West Bengal, the Ministry of Defence has clarified that the tableau were not included in the Republic Day parade as they will not align with the broader theme of this year's tableau. And the statement says that the criticism of tableau of not being selected for the Republic Day parade is not objective and unfounded, it said in a statement. A COVID-19 subvariant JN1 cases have seen a surge throughout India in the past few days. Ahead of the New Year celebrations, both the central and state governments are vigilant and prepared to counter the cases of JN1. Akil gets this report for more.
With the emergence of new COVID variant JN1 and the cold weather conditions, the number of active cases have increased in the last 24 hours. What we have seen that 841 cases have been reported in the last 24 hours. And apart from that, if you see the active case load, which has gone above 4,000, and the number of deaths have also increased for the first time since May. This kind of development we have seen till May 19th, and since then there was a normal lag in the increase in COVID cases. But what we have seen from December 5th, there's a number of COVID patients have increased. And apart from that, if you see, there have been 3 deaths which have been reported in Kerala and 2 have been reported in Karnataka. 1 has been reported in Tamil Nadu and 1 has been reported in Chhattisgarh. With video journalist Visham Akil for Republic TV.
And viewers, other story we're tracking right now. Big move coming in by the Modi government. The centre has banned Tehreek-e-Hurriyat, Jammu and Kashmir, and it has in fact been declared an unlawful association under the UAPA. This is a very big update coming in today. Amit Shah has tweeted. In fact, he has put a post on X, and I quote here: "The outfit is involved in forbidden activities to separate Jammu and Kashmir from India and establish Islamic rule. The group is found to be spreading anti-India propaganda and continuing terror activities." So after this big statement coming in from Amit Shah, who has gone ahead and put the statement out on the social media platform, what we see right now is that a big update has been coming in. A big update has been coming in right now, where Tehreek-e-Hurriyat has been declared unlawful association under UAPA. Amit Shah has said this. And what we see right now is that the Kashmiri separatist party Tehreek-e-Hurriyat has been declared an unlawful association under the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act, UAPA. The decision comes as a result of organization's involvement in prohibited activities aimed at the separation of Jammu and Kashmir from India and the establishment of Islamic rule. Okay, let's go ahead to Gursimran, who's joining us. Gursimran, you know, this is a very big update coming in, especially when we talk about the last day of 2023, centre banning Tehreek-e-Hurriyat. That really also shows that the coming next year, there will be nobody will tolerate terrorism on Indian soil. This is what the big message which has been sent across, that anti-India activities will no longer be tolerated. Gursimran.
Been clear from the central government that there will be no tolerance to the activities that are detrimental to the national security, and those who have always been promoted the successionist activities in Jammu and Kashmir, they will be taken very seriously and dealt with the iron rod. That has been the policy of the central government, and today with banning Tehreek-e-Hurriyat, the government has again shown its resolve that it will not tolerate the Pakistani terrorists or their proxies that are operating in Jammu and Kashmir. Tehreek-e-Hurriyat, that was formed by Sayyid Ali Shah Gilani in 2004, 2024 that has its member including Sehrai and even Masarat Alam was into this faction. This is the part of the umbrella organization All Parties Hurriyat Conference that has floated multiple small organizations including Hurriyat, Masarat Alam's Muslim League that was banned a couple of days ago by the Union Home Ministry, and now under the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act 1969, the Hurriyat has also been banned. Tehreek-e-Hurriyat has been placed under ban. Their activities were secessionist, they were detrimental to the national security, and they were working on the directions of the handlers from the Pakistan so as to establish the Islamic rule in Jammu and Kashmir, and also were involved in the anti-India activities that were put on record. See, this is a big win for the security agencies that were working around the clock for years to collect the evidences that prove that they are detrimental. These Tehreek-e-Hurriyat is detrimental to the national security. Yesterday also we have seen the Director General of Police, Jammu and Kashmir Police, who came out on record and said that the Union government has taken the steps that have ensured that two organizations, that includes the Drakshana's party also, and now the Masarat Alam's Muslim League, followed by a new step that has been taken to ban Tehreek-e-Hurriyat. So this will not only ban their activities, but this will also allow the central agencies to act on their sympathizers, those who have been involved in providing the logistic support, the financial support, and like Jamaat-e-Islami, because when Jamaat-e-Islami was banned by the MHA, post that there were multiple raids on the Jamaat-e-Islami associates, and then uncovered was the major terror link, that how money was being supplied via various arms of Tehreek-e-Islam, Jamaat-e-Islami to the various terror groups in the form of educational societies, the NGOs, how they used the entire ecosystem to put the terrorism at front in Jammu and Kashmir and to keep Jammu and Kashmir on the boil. And similar is going to happen with associates of the Hurriyat in days to come, as it has been banned under the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act.
Right, Gursum, we're getting us top updates coming in right now. And you know what we see right now, Gursumran, is that what Amit Shah has said, you know, and the main point coming that the group is found spreading anti-India propaganda and continuing terror activities to disturb what is happening in Jammu and Kashmir. So that is a very, very important point. But also, Gursumran, take us through exactly for how long has Tehreek-e-Hurriyat been under the scrutiny for the role of spreading anti-India propaganda, Gursumran?
See, when it comes to the investigations that have been carried out, it is especially the handiwork of the State Investigation Agency that has worked on the roots of this group, the Tehreek-e-Hurriyat, that how this separatist group was not only linked to the ideology of separatism, but was detrimental to the security of India by promoting the secessionist activities, and also they were planning to establish the rule of Islam in Jammu and Kashmir, Islamic rule, what they were trying to establish. That it was thoroughly worked upon by some of the senior officials who are now holding the helm of affairs in the Jammu and Kashmir police. So they worked really very hard, including what we are told that it was overall monitored by the special DG of the CID, who now happens to be the Director General of the police, but also a DIG rank officer who was very instrumental in working on this, and now it has actually got the fruits for the investigating agencies, that they managed to get the Tehreek-e-Hurriyat banned under the UAPA. And it is not only about banning the Tehreek-e-Hurriyat, but it is the mega crackdown on the ecosystem of terror that was working in Jammu and Kashmir for almost 4 decades.
All right. Thank you so much, Gursum, for getting us all this detail. So it's a big move coming in by the PM Modi government. The centre has now banned Tehreek-e-Hurriyat Jammu and Kashmir and has declared it an unlawful association under UAPA. Taking a very short break. Much more coming up as we keep getting you top updates on India's #1 news channel, Republic TV. Politics over Ram Mandir continues. Opposition calls inauguration political gimmick before the polls. Amid politics over Republic Day tableau, Defence Ministry sets the record straight, says it did not align with broader themes. Stay tuned.
There's a reason why over 200 new age companies scout for talent from our campuses. It's because we've future-proofed our courses with a higher technological baseline, with a thrust on specialized industry skills and tech innovation skills. The Amrita School of Engineering. Tomorrow's engineering today.
मोदी सरकार की गारंटी, भारत होगा गरीबी मुक्त। 5 सालों में 13 करोड़ 50 लाख लोगों को गरीबी से बाहर निकाला। हमारा संकल्प विकसित भारत।
भाई इतनी बड़ी टाइल,
इतनी बड़ी बड़ी हिट्स आप लोगों ने मुझे दी हैं। टाइल्स तो बड़े होने चाहिए। सुमानी मैक्स टाइल्स, टाइलों का सबसे बड़ा भाई। सुमानी मैक्स टाइल्स, जमीन से जुड़े।
जामनगर की भट्ट फैमिली को तारे देखना पसंद है। जम्मू की भट्ट फैमिली को सितारे देखना पसंद है। फैमिलीज जितनी भी सेम लगे होती अलग है। इसलिए नया वीमैक्स पोस्टपेड जो दे हर फैमिली को उनकी पसंद की चॉइसेस, जैसे ईज माई ट्रिप, Amazon प्राइम एंड मोर। वीमैक्स पोस्टपेड, चूज व्हाट यू वांट टू यूज।
हमारे देश को आजाद हुए 76 साल हो गए, लेकिन कई चीजों में हमको अभी आजादी नहीं मिली। जैसे कि सरकारी दफ्तरों में दुश्वारियां, परेशानियां, बदइंतजामियां। हमारे शहीदों को इस बात की कतई चिंता नहीं थी कि देश को आजादी मिलेगी या ना, लेकिन उनको एक बात की चिंता थी कि आजादी के बाद देश कौन से हाथों में जाएगा, देश के हालात क्या होंगे। हमने आजादी की जंग इसलिए लड़ी थी ताकि हमारी आने वाली पीढ़ियों की जिंदगी आसान हो सके, ना कि इसलिए कि वो जगह जगह पर सरकारी दफ्तरों में धक्के खाएं, परेशानियों का सामना करना पड़े। अगर जंग सबने इकट्ठे होकर लड़ी थी आजादी की, तो फिर सुख सहूलतें भी सबको इकट्ठी मिलनी चाहिए। हम तो शहीदों के पांव की मिट्टी के एक धूल के तिनके के बराबर भी नहीं है, लेकिन ये बसंती रंग की पग शहीदों के सपनों और इरादों की हमें याद दिलाती रहती है कि हमारे देश में आम लोगों के सिर्फ दिन रात नहीं, हालात बदलने चाहिए। चुनाव के समय हम लोगों के पास जा सकते हैं, तो चुनाव के बाद सरकार बनती है, तो सरकार बनने के बाद भी सरकारों को जनता के पास जाना चाहिए, ना कि जनता सरकारी दफ्तरों में खज्जल खुआर हो। यही आजादी के असली मायने हैं। शहीद आजम सरदार भगत सिंह जी के सपनों को साकार करने के लिए पंजाब सरकार ने फैसला किया है कि पंजाब के लोगों को अब सरकारी दफ्तरों के चक्कर नहीं लगाने पड़ेंगे, बल्कि सरकारी दफ्तर खुद चल के लोगों के घर पर आएंगे।
अब सरकारी दफ्तरों के चक्कर काटने की जरूरत नहीं, बस डायल करें 1076 और सरकारी सुविधाएं अपने घर पर ही पाएं। पंजाब की भगवंत मान सरकार आपके द्वार।
Four people died after a house explosion. This happened in Michigan on Saturday. 2 other people were found at the scene suffering from severe injuries and were taken to the hospital in critical condition. Thousands of Israelis gathered in Tel Aviv to protest against the government's handling of the ongoing war in Gaza and call for fresh elections. Demonstrators attacked Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's hardline government and demanded action to bring the rest of hostages back home. Pakistan's election body has rejected former Prime Minister Imran Khan's nomination to contest the parliamentary elections. The PTI has accused authorities of stopping most of its candidates from participating in the elections due in February. Viewers, but we're coming up. Politics over Ram Mandir continues. Opposition calls inauguration political gimmick before 2024 polls.
पीएम किसान सम्मान निधि के माध्यम से
किसानों की छोटी छोटी जरूरतों को पूरा कर रहे हैं। इन खर्चों के लिए अब उन्हें किसी दूसरे के सामने हाथ नहीं फैलाना पड़ता।
यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री के विजन से प्रधानमंत्री किसान सम्मान निधि योजना लाई है उत्तर प्रदेश के करोड़ों अन्नदाताओं के चेहरे पर मुस्कान। माननीय मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ के नेतृत्व में 2,63,00,000 किसानों को मिला है स्वाभिमान से जीने का अधिकार। किसानों के बैंक खातों में भेजे गए हैं 64,694 करोड़ रुपए। इस योजना के तहत सभी किसानों को प्रतिवर्ष उपलब्ध कराई जाती है 6,000 रुपए की आर्थिक सहायता। अब किसान भाइयों को कृषि कार्यों के लिए किस्मत के भरोसे नहीं रहना होगा। अन्नदाताओं का सम्मान, नए उत्तर प्रदेश की पहचान।
इस पल को मुमकिन करने के लिए आदित्य ने पहले से ही शुरुआत कर दी थी।
ये पल सच हुआ, ये पल आंखें कभी नम कर जाता, ये पल।
और म्यूचुअल फंड से शुरुआत करना जिम्मेदारी की निशानी है।
म्यूचुअल फंड निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। योजना से जुड़े सभी दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
आपने सोमानी का नया रोल देखा? वही स्टाइल और रेंज सोमानी बाथवेयर में भी। सोमानी बाथवेयर।
हम अपना भविष्य खुद बनाएंगे, हम अपना भाग्य खुद तय करेंगे।
भविष्य का भारत आप ही के हाथों में है। अब भी मौका है देश के निर्माण में एकजुट होने का। वो कहते हैं ना, देर आए दुरुस्त आए। करदाता कृपया ध्यान दें, यदि आपने अब तक निर्धारण वर्ष 2023-24 की अपनी टैक्स रिटर्न फाइल नहीं की है तो लेट फीस के साथ 31 दिसंबर 2023 तक आप अपनी टैक्स रिटर्न फाइल कर सकते हैं। और यदि आपने निर्धारण वर्ष 2023-24 की अपनी टैक्स रिटर्न ड्यू डेट से पहले फाइल की थी तो आप अपनी रिवाइज्ड रिटर्न बिना लेट फीस के 31 दिसंबर 2023 तक फाइल कर सकते हैं। याद रखें, निर्धारण वर्ष 2023-24 की टैक्स रिटर्न भरने की अंतिम तिथि है 31 दिसंबर 2023। प्रत्येक आय करदाता एक राष्ट्र निर्माता।
Viewers, we're live and breaking, and ahead of the new year and amid possible reports of terror groups planning terror strikes, security grids have been strengthened across Jammu and Kashmir. Here is a full report.
Solved, and how the city of Ayodhya, in fact, keeping the Ram temple aside, how the city of Ayodhya as well had never been developed, that there was a lot of civic issues to begin with that the politicians had never been able to address, and they claim that this is all because of the appeasement politics. And important to note, Samiksha, this is not being just said by the BJP leaders, but also by the people of Ayodhya, who time and time again say that it was very clear that there was a level of appeasement politics that the then leaders of the Samajwadi Party in fact had been doing, because of which there was no development that had reached to the city of Ayodhya. And this in itself also tells us how much the opposition leaders in fact are very detached from the reality of the ground, as they are making these kind of statements, how they are claiming that Lord Ram has been kidnapped by the BJP. When we ask the civilians, when we ask the BJP, specifically to the people of Ayodhya, they in fact laugh at these kind of statements that are being made by the opposition leaders, and they say that there is no basis for these kind of statements. Why are they trying to politicize this issue when it is a celebratory event for the entire city of Ayodhya and for the entire country? And why are they trying to rake up the politics on this entire issue? And secondly, of course, that They also have an open invitation to come to Ayodhya, to visit the Ram temple, to be at the Ram temple. This is that Ram Lala or the Lord Ram is not anyone else's or not any political parties, but it is for everyone as well, and for everyone to actually come here and witness what is happening in Ayodhya and to come to the temple as well. Now, that being said, we also see how there are countering statements, as I pointed out earlier, how Mamata Banerjee's ambiguity over this entire Ram temple issue, and Sitaram Yechuri also. And we have seen from the very beginning that the ND bloc, in fact, had not been able to also agree on any of the issues, then be it about the Aam Aadmi Party, then be it about Nitish Kumar, then be it about Mamata Banerjee's presence in these meetings. So all of these issues, we understand how this entire, these patterns of the statements are also coming to light from the NDA alliance. Samiksha.
Right. Priyanka, stay with us. So like Priyanka is telling us, it is nothing but a divided house when it comes to the stand that the opposition has taken over the Ram Mandir issue. In fact, important to note here that the Samajwadi Party is yet to make its stand clear. Clearly, there is a lot of ambiguity, a lot of reactions coming in from the opposition leaders, including the likes of Manoj Shah as well as Adhir Ranjan. Listen into those reactions.
वो ही राम जो दशरथ की बेटा, वो ही राम जो घर घर में लेटा, वो ही राम जगत पसेरा, वो ही राम सबसे न्यारा। लेकिन आज सुप्रीम कोर्ट की फैसले के उपरांत जब मंदिर बनाने की इजाजत मिली, तो मुझे लगता है कि धीरे धीरे राम मंदिर एक सियासत बनते जा रहे हैं, एक चुनावी मुद्दा बनते जा रहे हैं।
एक बार अकेले में एकांत में माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी अगर रामचंद्र पुरुषोत्तम, मर्यादा पुरुषोत्तम से एकालाप करेंगे ना, अंतरालाप, बातचीत करेंगे, तो मर्यादा पुरुषोत्तम भी कहेंगे कि हमारे बच्चों के रोजगार के बारे में क्या सोच रहे हो नरेंद्र जी, देश की महंगाई के बारे में क्या सोच रहे हो प्राइम मिनिस्टर साहब। ये मर्यादा पुरुषोत्तम कहेंगे। अगर उनकी संकल्पना आपके अंदर सही है, वो उनसे ये भी पूछेंगे कि आय की इतनी बड़ी असमानता के बीच भी आप इतना सहज कैसे महसूस कर रहे हैं प्रधानमंत्री जी। ये सवाल मर्यादा पुरुषोत्तम पूछेंगे। अगर मर्यादा पुरुषोत्तम की संकल्पना प्रधानमंत्री जी के मन में भी वही है जो बापू की थी।
देखिए, ये तो निश्चित तौर से मैं पहले भी कह चुका हूं कि ये पूरी तरीके से भगवान, ये राम मंदिर का पूरी मार्केटिंग कर रहे हैं। भगवान हमारे आस्था के केंद्र, और आज एक नई परंपरा इन लोगों ने डाली कि मंदिर के शिलान्यास में भी निमंत्रण भेजा जाता है। मैं तो नहीं समझता भगवान के दर्शन करने के लिए या भगवान के स्थान पे जाने के लिए कोई निमंत्रण भेजा जाता है। तो हमारे यहाँ ये हिंदू धर्म में ये पूरी तरीके से कहा जाता है कि जब भगवान चाहते हैं तो बुलाकर दर्शन दे देते हैं। तो ये भगवान बुलाएंगे, दर्शन देंगे। और संजय राउत जी ने ठीक कहा है कि ये पूरी तरीके से भगवान राम के नाम पर राजनीति कर रहे हैं, और राजनीति पूरी तरीके से भगवान राम को उसमें आगे लाकर पूरी अपनी चीजों को करना चाहते हैं। भगवान राम हमारे आस्था के केंद्र है, हम सबके भगवान, हम सबके पूरे सर्व समाज भगवान उनको अपना आस्था का केंद्र है।
There you heard Ajay Rai saying that the BJP is trying to politicize the Ram Mandir inauguration. In fact, the BJP is now hit out at the opposition, saying that the opposition leaders are envious that they did not do anything, and now that Modi as well as Yogi have done the development, the opposition has been triggered. In fact, the BJP says that this is something that would backfire for the opposition ahead of Lok Sabha elections.
हमारी बात, उनके पास कोई मुद्दा नहीं है, इस प्रकार इस पर बात करते। भगवान राम इस देश की संस्कृति है, उनका पूरा जीवन चरित्र जो है वह मानवता को संदेश देने वाला। बेटे को अपने पुत्र की आज्ञा कैसे माननी चाहिए, माँ का व्यवहार बेटे के साथ कैसा होना चाहिए, बेटे का व्यवहार माँ के साथ कैसे होना चाहिए, छोटे भाई का व्यवहार बड़े भाई के साथ कैसा होना चाहिए, समझे आप। ये पूरा जीवन चरित्र आप देखिए तो हर एक एक घटना कहीं न कहीं मानवता के लिए संदेश है। इस देश की संस्कृति वही है।
तो उन नेताओं को क्या कहना चाहिए?
उन नेताओं को क्या नहीं, या वो नेता जानते हुए भी जो उनके अंदर सत्ता की भूख है, जिसके कारण उन्होंने इस देश में सांप्रदायिकता को बढ़ावा देने का काम किया, जिसके कारण इस देश में उन्होंने जातिवाद को बढ़ावा देने का काम किया, जिसके कारण उन्होंने इस देश में वर्ग संघर्ष का काम किया। आज मोदी जी की सरकार बनने के बाद मोदी जी ने जो गरीबों के लिए किया, उसका परिणाम है कि नक्सलवाद कमजोर हुआ, क्योंकि नक्सलवादी जो थे वो भी इस देश के अंग थे। लोग जो देश को तोड़ने वाली ताकतें थी उनको जाकर भड़काती थी कि सारा खनिज तो आपके यहाँ होता है और आपके लिए कुछ हो नहीं रहा, आपके लिए सड़कें नहीं, आपके रहने के लिए मकान नहीं, आपके बच्चों के पढ़ने के लिए स्कूल नहीं, उनको भड़काया जाता था। आज मोदी जी ने उस सारी चीज़ों को करके उनको समाज के साथ जोड़ने का जो काम किया, उसके कारण नक्सलवाद खत्म हुआ। आतंकवाद इसलिए खत्म हुआ है कि मोदी जी ने देश के अंदर देश के प्रति एक समर्पण का भाव पैदा किया है लोगों के अंदर। आज समाज देश की बात करने लगा है, देश की बात सोचने लगा। 14 के बाद पहले कोई बात नहीं करता था देश की, कोई सोचता भी नहीं।
क्या उसके ऊपर आप थोड़ा और बता पाएंगे कि किस तरह से जो यहाँ पर राजनीति होती थी, क्या वो कारण था कि अयोध्या का डेवलपमेंट इतना सारा जो इस समय हमें देखने मिल रहा है उस वक्त नहीं हो पा रहा था, या क्या ये कि अपीजमेंट पॉलिटिक्स को आप किस नजरिए से देखते हैं?
देखिए, सांप्रदायिकता अल्पसंख्यक का वोट लेने के लिए वह राम मंदिर का विरोध करते थे। शपथ पत्र दिया जाता था उच्चतम न्यायालय में कि राम काल्पनिक। राम सेतु के बारे में इसी प्रकार का शपथ पत्र दिया गया था। तो जो गलती आपकी वो भोगोगे आप। समाज की श्रद्धा जिन चीज़ों पर थी, समाज का विश्वास जिन चीज़ों पर था, आप इसलिए उससे दूर होते थे कि हमको एक इकट्ठा अल्पसंख्यक का वोट मिल जाएगा और हम सत्ता पर काबिज हो जाएंगे। समझे आप, बहुसंख्यक समाज बटा हुआ था। राम के मुद्दे पर जो मंदिर का मुद्दा था, 500 सालों से संघर्ष चल रहा था। पूज्य संतों के नेतृत्व में 84 से फिर आंदोलन शुरू हुआ। उसके पीछे बहुत सारे विचार धारा के लोग जो देश को एक वैभवशाली बनाना चाहते थे, भारत माता को वैभवशाली बनाना चाहते थे, देश को एकजुट करना चाहते थे, वो लोग भी उसके पीछे थे। आंदोलन चला, धीरे धीरे पूरे देश में समाज एकजुट हुआ, हिंदुत्व का भाव सबके अंदर पैदा हुआ। क्योंकि किसी दुनिया के किसी भी देश में जो बहुसंख्यक समाज होता है, उसी की संस्कृति की वहाँ मानी जाती है। हिंदू समाज यहाँ बहुसंख्यक है, तो हिंदू समाज की संस्कृति इस देश की संस्कृति है और उसका आप विरोध कर रहे हो। जो लोग उसके पक्ष में थे, जो उसके लिए संघर्ष कर रहे थे, वो तो अपने आप लाभ उनको मिलेगा, उसको कहने की जरूरत थोड़ा है। अब आपके पास कोई मुद्दा है नहीं तो आपको हर चीज राजनीति दिखाई पड़ती है। हम भगवान का मंदिर बनवाए तब भी राजनीति दिखाई पड़ती है। हम भगवान के स्थान या उसकी नगरी का विकास करें तब भी आपको राजनीति दिखाई पड़ती। आपने क्यों नहीं किया भाई? किसने आपको रोका था? आप इसलिए डरे हुए थे कि अल्पसंख्यक का वोट, मुसलमानों का वोट हमको एकजुट मिल जाएगा। हिंदू समाज बटा हुआ जातियों में और हम अब सत्ता में काबिज हो जाएंगे और अपने परिवार का, अपने इष्ट मित्रों को उस लाभ पहुंचाएंगे। ठीक है ना? तो उसका नफा और नुकसान तो होगा जब आपकी दूरदृष्टि नहीं है, आप देश को एकजुट नहीं करना चाहते, आप देश को वैभवशाली या शक्ति संपन्न नहीं बनाना चाहते, तो कठिनाई तो होगी आपके लिए ना। कोई रोकने नहीं गया था किसी को। जो किसी भी संघर्ष को अपने हाथ, जेपी का आंदोलन चला, जिन लोगों ने संघर्ष किया था वही तो आए, नहीं चला पाए वो अलग विषय है।
Shifting focus to the other top story we have been tracking, this is the tableau politics that is back in focus ahead of the Republic Day celebrations. Now, with the AAP as well as the TMC questioning the centre over the tableau selection for Republic Day, the Defence Ministry has now set the record straight over prejudice charge being levelled by the opposition. In fact, it's a point-by-point rebuttal given by the Defence Ministry over that prejudice charge being made not just by the Aam Aadmi Party but by the TMC as well. In fact, listen in to a reaction that's coming from the BJP, hitting out rather setting the record straight when it comes to the tableau selection for Republic Day parade.
ये दिल्ली और पंजाब की बदकिस्मती है कि आम आदमी पार्टी झांकियों के ऊपर भी गंदी राजनीति कर रही है। पंजाब का इतना सुनहरी इतिहास है, शहादतों का इतिहास है, और दिल्ली के अंदर भी आम आदमी पार्टी ने जो झांकियां भेजी उसमें आम आदमी पार्टी अरविंद केजरीवाल भगवंत मान का प्रचार कर रहे हैं। ये बता रहे हैं कि दिल्ली में क्रांति आ गई, शिक्षा में क्रांति आ गई, हेल्थ में, और वो बता रहे हैं कि पंजाब के अंदर मेरी फोटो लगनी चाहिए। अपना खुद की पब्लिसिटी और प्रचार करने के लिए 26 जनवरी में झांकी भेजी। देश में किसी मुख्यमंत्री ने आज तक ऐसा पाप नहीं किया और लगातार कर रहे हैं। और फिर कहते हैं सरकार हमारे साथ ऑपोजिशन का पार्टी होने के कारण सुतेला व्यवहार करती है। सुतेला व्यवहार नहीं है। आप जो करोड़ों रुपया प्रचार प्रसार में उजाड़ते हैं, आप चाहते हैं कि 26 जनवरी की परेड में भी वही आपकी गंदी सोच वाली झांकियां चलें। वहां देश को गौरवमयी बनाने वाली झांकियां चलती हैं। पंजाब ने देश को हमेशा गौरवमयी बनाया है, दिल्ली ने बनाया है, लेकिन आप जब से आए हैं आपकी घटिया मानसिकता और सोच है जो आप झांकियों के ऊपर अपनी फोटो चाहते हैं। फोटो का आपको इतना ज्यादा बीमारी हो गई है कि केजरीवाल जी चाहते हैं पंजाब की झांकी में भी उनकी फोटो चले और दिल्ली की झांकी में भी। ये कतई नहीं हो सकता। ये पाप कोई ना करेगा, ना कर सकता है, ना करने की कल्पना कर सकता है। ये गंदी राजनीति अगर कोई कर सकता है तो केवल अरविंद केजरीवाल कर सकता है।
All right, so the BJP as well as the AAP are trading barbs over the selection of tableaus for Republic Day. In fact, let's go across to Amandeep, who's joining us live right now. Amandeep, to begin with, in fact, keeping the politics aside, once again take us through the detailed statement that's been put out by the Defence Ministry when it comes to tableau selection for Republic Day.
Well, it's a Samiksha proper procedure that was followed by the committee to select the tableau of the states. And in fact, they had made it very clear, Ministry of Defense, that on some criteria, the tableau has been selected of some states, and certain states has been not rejected, but they have given another offer that those states can put their tableaus in Bharat Parv. That has been started from 23rd of January till 31st. That means that tableaus can be placed in Red Fort permanently for the display, for the representation of the states. And this has been given to the Punjab as well, and the other states also, which were not in the list of Republic Day parade. And this letter has been issued to Punjab government also. And in fact, they have made it very clear the politics has nothing to do with this list. And in fact, there is proper criteria which has been followed. And due to that criteria, certain states have been selected, and even only 30 states. And in fact, they have also mentioned that even earlier also, the Punjab has given full-fledged opportunity to display their tableau in Republic Day parade as well. So politics is nowhere. It is all about the procedure that needs to be followed for the selection of the tableau of the states. But now when the Ministry of Defense has given the opportunity to the states, including Punjab and Delhi as well, to put their tableau in Red Fort in Bharat Parv from 23rd to 31st January, again, Punjab Chief Minister bounced back and straight away rejected the offer of Ministry of Defense, saying that we cannot put our the contributions of our martyrs in the rejected categories. That means after the MOD has sent the letter to Punjab government, Bhagwant Mann, Chief Minister of Punjab, he tweeted and said that we cannot put the contribution of our martyrs in a rejected category. That means he straight away refused the offer to putting the tableau in Bharat Parv as well, which will be started from January 23rd to 31st of January. That means that tableau will be placed in Red Fort for the display to the people as well as a representation of the states. And this opportunity has been specially given to those states whose names have not been mentioned in the list of Republic Day parade. So this is how the politics is cropping up. And in fact, Bhagwant Mann time and again putting the allegations against BJP and the union government that again they are doing the politics with Punjab as well as Delhi also, and that is the reason they are not putting the name of Punjab in the list of the tabloos. But MOD has thrown so much light on this entire issue that politics is nowhere in this entire in this entire selection procedure of tableau of states. And in fact, they have made it very clear that the opportunity is equally given to the states whose tableaus has not been listed in the Republic Day parade as well. But no, Mann has not stopped here. They again attacked and they refused the offer of Ministry of Defense. They are not putting their tableau in Bharat Parv as well. And simultaneously, Bhagwant Mann has already announced that there will be a state level function in the Punjab in which all the tableaus which have been rejected by the central government, that will.
Amandeep, we will try and connect with you again, but Amandeep, tracking the details, this is politics that is playing out over the tableau selection for Republic Day. Note that this is not, in fact, the first time that we are seeing politics over the tableau selection, but the Defence Ministry making it very clear that there is absolutely no bias or prejudice as is being alleged by the opposition parties. In fact, moving on to the latest that we are tracking when it comes to the COVID surge across the country, in fact, we are seeing rise in number of JN.1 cases across the country. In fact, in the past 1 week, more than 60 cases of JN.1 have been reported. And with just days to go for, in fact, just a day to go for the New Year's celebrations, the central government as well as the state governments have issued guidelines to keep in check the rise in number of cases.
With the emergence of new COVID variant JN1 and the cold weather conditions, the number of active cases have increased in the last 24 hours. What we have seen that 841 cases have been reported in the last 24 hours. And apart from that, if you see the active case load, which has gone above 4,000, and the number of deaths have also increased for the first time since May. This kind of development we have seen till May 19th, and since then there was a normal lag in the increase in COVID cases. But what we have seen from December 5th, there's a number of COVID patients have increased. And apart from that, if you see, there have been 3 deaths which have been reported in Kerala and 2 have been reported in Karnataka. 1 has been reported in Tamil Nadu and 1 has been reported in Chhattisgarh. With video journalist Visham Akil for Republic TV.
Heading into a wait short break. Coming up on the other side, the details of the big move by the Union Home Ministry. Tehreek-e-Hurriyat declared unlawful under the UAPA.
There's a reason why over 200 new age companies scout for talent from our campuses. It's because we've future-proofed our courses with a higher technological baseline, with a thrust on specialized industry skills and tech innovation skills. The Amrita School of Engineering. Tomorrow's engineering today.
सब जानता है, परखा है, समझा है, इसलिए मेरे समझदारी का नाम इंट्रा है।
टाटा की नई इंट्रा V20 पिकअप है इंडिया की पहली बाय फ्यूल पिकअप, जो दे आपको बढ़िया ड्राइवेबिलिटी, सुपीरियर ड्राइविंग कंफर्ट, ज्यादा लोडेबिलिटी, सबसे ज्यादा माइलेज, जो दे सबसे ज्यादा रेंज। टाटा इंट्रा V20 पिकअप सब कुछ उठाए, हर दिन जिताए।
आंध्रा की वर्मा फैमिली को गरम भाजी पसंद है। आगरा की वर्मा फैमिली को धर्म भाजी पसंद है। फैमिलीज जितनी भी सेम लगे, होती अलग है। इसलिए नया V-Max पोस्टपेड, जो दे हर फैमिली को उनकी पसंद की चॉइसेस, जैसे इजी डाइनर, डिज्नी प्लस हॉटस्टार एंड मोर। V-Max पोस्टपेड, चूज व्हाट यू वांट टू यूज।
आपने सोमानी का नया रोल देखा? वही स्टाइल और रेंज सोमानी बाथवेयर में भी। सोमानी बाथवेयर।
जब सेफ बैंकिंग के बिना हो हैकर्स के पास अथॉरिटी,
फिर किस बात की साइबर सिक्योरिटी? क्विक हील, आज के लाइफ की प्रायोरिटी साइबर सिक्योरिटी।
हमारे देश को आजाद हुए 76 साल हो गए, लेकिन कई चीजों में हमको अभी आजादी नहीं मिली। जैसे कि सरकारी दफ्तरों में दुश्वारियां, परेशानियां, बदइंतजामियां। हमारे शहीदों को इस बात की कतई चिंता नहीं थी कि देश को आजादी मिलेगी या ना, लेकिन उनको एक बात की चिंता थी कि आजादी के बाद देश कौन से हाथों में जाएगा, देश के हालात क्या होंगे। हमने आजादी की जंग इसलिए लड़ी थी ताकि हमारी आने वाली पीढ़ियों की जिंदगी आसान हो सके, ना कि इसलिए कि वो जगह जगह पर सरकारी दफ्तरों में धक्के खाएं, परेशानियों का सामना करना पड़े। अगर जंग सबने इकट्ठे होकर लड़ी थी आजादी की, तो फिर सुख सहूलतें भी सबको इकट्ठी मिलनी चाहिए। हम तो शहीदों के पांव की मिट्टी के एक धूल के तिनके के बराबर भी नहीं है, लेकिन ये बसंती रंग की पग शहीदों के सपनों और इरादों की हमें याद दिलाती रहती है कि हमारे देश में आम लोगों के सिर्फ दिन रात नहीं, हालात बदलने चाहिए। चुनाव के समय हम लोगों के पास जा सकते हैं, तो चुनाव के बाद सरकार बनती है, तो सरकार बनने के बाद भी सरकारों को जनता के पास जाना चाहिए, ना कि जनता सरकारी दफ्तरों में खज्जल खुआर हो। यही आजादी के असली मायने हैं। शहीद आजम सरदार भगत सिंह जी के सपनों को साकार करने के लिए पंजाब सरकार ने फैसला किया है कि पंजाब के लोगों को अब सरकारी दफ्तरों के चक्कर नहीं लगाने पड़ेंगे, बल्कि सरकारी दफ्तर खुद चल के लोगों के घर पर आएंगे।
अब सरकारी दफ्तरों के चक्कर काटने की जरूरत नहीं, बस डायल करें 1076 और सरकारी सुविधाएं अपने घर पर ही पाएं। पंजाब की भगवंत मान सरकार आपके द्वार।
केंट से पानी होता है 100% प्योर।
केंट आरओ प्योरिटी दिखाता भी है।
केंट देता है सबसे शुद्ध पानी।
Tehreek-e-Hurriyat under the UAPA for anti-national activities. In response to recent attacks, Indian Navy enhances surveillance in North Central Arabian Sea. Politics over Ram Mandir continues. Opposition calls inauguration political gimmick before the 2024 polls. Amid politics over Republic Day tableau, now Defence Ministry sets a record straight, says it did not align with broader theme. COVID JN1 variant cases on rise in India. Central and state government on alert, urges caution. Viewers, with love and breaking, I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest this Sunday, and our top story is this. It's a big move coming in by the Modi government. The centre has banned Tehreek-e-Hurriyat Jammu and Kashmir, and it has been declared an unlawful association under the UAPA. Amit Shah has tweeted, and I quote here, the outfit is involved in forbidden activities to separate Jammu and Kashmir from India and establish Islamic rule. The group is found spreading anti-India propaganda and continuing terror activities to fuel division in Jammu and Kashmir. So that's what we're seeing right now, centre banning Tehreek-e-Hurriyat. Remember Amit Shah, he took to the platform X and he has announced this today itself. Let's go ahead, viewers, and play out the reactions coming in on this top story.
UAPA के तहत आज तहरीक-ए-हुर्रियत को भी बैन कर दिया गया है। जम्मू कश्मीर में अलगाववाद, आतंकवाद की गतिविधियों को बढ़ाने में इस प्रकार की जो संस्थाएं थी, बहुत बड़ा योगदान था। आज जो जीरो टॉलरेंस की नीति है मोदी सरकार की आतंकवाद के प्रति, ये उसी को देखकर किया है। स्वागत योग्य कदम है। निश्चय ही इसके बैन करने से जो लोग एक्टिविस्ट हैं उन पर भी एक लगाम लगेगी। बहुत कुछ करना बाकी है और जो 5 अगस्त 2019 के बाद स्थिति बनी है वो सरकार की आतंकवाद के प्रति जो नीति रही उसी का परिणाम है। आज पत्थरबाजी नहीं है, आज ये रोजमर्रा के बंद, टूरिज्म में बढ़ावा, ये सही बात को दर्शाता है। जम्मू कश्मीर भारत का स्वर्ग कहा जाता था, फिर से यहाँ पर उसी प्रकार की स्थितियां लाई जाएंगी।
All right, let's go. Gursimran is joining us right now. Gursimran, this is a very big move coming in, and we also see how the Home Minister Amit Shah went on X, and he has clearly said that this Tehreek-e-Hurriyat is involved in forbidden activities. Also, he has said that, we know that the Tehreek-e-Hurriyat was under scrutiny, under the radar, because it has been spreading anti-India propaganda and promoting activities which are not in line with India's interest. If you could take our viewers to the latest details coming in, Gursimran.
See, the step that has been taken by the Ministry of Home Affairs shows the resolution of the union government that they won't be allowing any terrorist or their sympathizer groups to carry out their activities in Jammu and Kashmir so as to weaken the democratic values of the country and also to pose a significant threat to the national integrity. Important to mention that Tehreek-e-Hurriyat was formed by Sayyid Ali Shah Gilani in 2004 and was part of the group of organization under the umbrella of the All-Party Hurriyat Conference. Earlier, it was the Muslim League by the Masarat Alam that was banned by the Ministry of Home Affairs for a duration of 5 years under the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act, and now this time it is Tehreek-e-Hurriyat that has been banned by the Ministry of Home Affairs. See, this is significant and a big win for those agencies that have burnt the midnight oil to investigate the links of this Tehreek-e-Hurriyat group with those who wanted to give India 1,000 cuts, because their agenda was not only to carry out the successionist activities, their anti-India propaganda, but also to establish the Islamic rule in Jammu and Kashmir. And the State Investigation Agency, they have worked intensively. We are told that monitored by the Special DG, the CID, and administrated by SIS DIG rank officer, they have worked on ground to get into the roots of the Tehreek-e-Hurriyat, that how it is detrimental to the sovereignty and the unity of India, and also they were trying to pose a significant threat to the security scenario, after which the report was submitted to the Ministry of Home Affairs, acting on which the MHA has ordered the ban on Tehreek-e-Hurriyat. And now in days to come, what we are getting to know from the officers inside the investigating agencies, that it will be those who have been associated with Tehreek-e-Hurriyat, they will fail and face the similar fate like those who were associated with Jamaat-e-Islami. And even when the Jamaat-e-Islami was banned, they attempted to revive it and then they were acted tough. And now same will happen to those who will be associated or will try to revive the Hurriyat. And also their background links are also being worked upon by the central agencies. But one thing is very clear, the union government has a firm stand that no space for the Pakistani elements, no space for the terror elements, and no space for those who pose a threat to the unity of India. Yes.
All right, thank you, Gursimran, for joining us here on Republic. In fact, Gursimran is getting us top updates. A big move by the Modi government and a very strong message being sent across. Centre has banned Tehreek-e-Hurriyat and has been declared an unlawful association under the UAPA. Let's move ahead, viewers, to the other global updates that we're tracking right now. For the second time in a week, the U.S. shot down 2 anti-ship ballistic missiles in response to a Houthi attack on a merchant vessel. The U.S. military shot down 2 missiles, adding that the vessel was struck by a missile while transiting the southern Red Sea. In another move that sidesteps congressional approval, the Biden administration has authorized the immediate transfer of nearly $150 million in military equipment to Israel for its ongoing war. It marks the second such transfer within the month. Argentine president has called on the country's parliament to approve sweeping deregulation and austerity measures that are meant to revive the country's struggling economy. A proposed reform covering economic, fiscal and security aspects has sparked concerns among opposition leaders and constitutional lawyers who see it as a potential threat to the division of powers. North Korea's ruling Workers' Party concluded its year-end meeting. The meeting led by Kim Jong-un from December 26 to 30th addressed critical issues including the country's food challenges and developments in missile and nuclear programs. 4 people died after a huge explosion. This happened in Michigan. In fact, 2 other people were found at that scene suffering from severe injuries and were taken to the hospital in critical condition. Seoul experienced heaviest December snowfall in over 40 years, transforming the city into a winter wonderland. Despite the challenges for the vehicles, residents embraced the rare occasion with joy, participating in sledding, snowman building and lively snowball fights during the last weekend of the year. In yet another nuclear threat warning, Kim Jong-un said it is planning to launch 3 new spy satellites, build military drones, boost its nuclear arsenal in 2024. Leader Kim Jong-un warned that U.S. policy is making war inevitable.
It's a fresh nuke threat by North Korea. North Korea has vowed to launch 3 new spy satellites, build military drones and boost its nuclear arsenal in 2024. This, as leader Kim Jong-un said, US policy is making war inevitable. Kim Jong-un ordered the military to prepare to pacify the entire territory of South Korea, including with nuclear bombs if necessary in response to any attack. North Korea has carried out a record amount of missile tests this year. North Korean leader Kim Jong-un said that it was a mistake to try to reunify with South Korea and warned of the risk of war in the peninsula region. Japan, South Korea and the US have stepped up cooperation in reaction to Pyongyang's increased missile tests. The 3 countries have recently activated a system to share real-time data on North Korean missile launches. Agency report, Republic TV.
Let's move ahead to the other big story that we have got for you today. 3 Naga groups have come together for talks with Center for a solution to decades-old Naga political issue. Now, 3 Naga groups have come together and decided to pursue negotiations for a solution to the decades-old Naga political issue with the Center jointly. Now, this decision was taken during a meeting attended by leaders of the 3 groups. So, this is the top update coming here to Public TV. And remember that this is a very old issue, decades-old issue. So it's a big update coming in that the 3 Naga groups have come together for talks with the Center for Solutions to this decades-old political issue, which has been going on for a while. And not just that, we're coming to know that earlier there used to be separate efforts, and now this is very important because this is coming in as a joint effort. Let's go straight to Anirudh, who's joining us right now. Anirudh, I'm coming to you, and if you could take our viewers through when was the decision taken and when will we see the actual talks with the Center, any kind of time frame on that, Anirudh?
Yes, it is very important that and also one from the Naga National Council coming together on one table to negotiate with the government of India. NSCN had several splinter groups, and the one led by Khango Konyak is one very important group apart from the another one led by Akato Sofi. We also need to understand that these groups came in contact with the government of India only on 2017, and since then they have been sitting separately with the government on the Naga political issue. However, it is also important to note that the NSCN-IM, the largest group as far as the Naga political issue is concerned, had been in talks with the government of India since 1997, and the framework agreement on the same was signed in 2015. Ever since then, there have been attempts by the government also to bring all the other groups on one table of talk so that a conclusive solution can be reached instead of engaging separately with all the groups. And this development which has come yesterday is a very important development as far as the Naga peace process is concerned, because it will pave way for other groups, other splinter groups also to join the peace process, as the center will be center is already handling the NSC and IM separately. So yes, if other splinter groups come together, then a conclusive solution can be reached at the earliest possible time. Shivangi.
All right, thank you, Narendra, for joining us right now on this big story where we are seeing that there has been a big update. Naga groups will be holding talks after the Ulfa Center peace deal. Let's move ahead now to the other story we are tracking. And this is also a very big update where the Indian Navy has enhanced its surveillance in North and Central Arabian Sea and Gulf of Aden. Now, the last few weeks have witnessed increased maritime security incidents on merchant vessels transiting through the international shipping lanes in Red Sea and also Central North Arabian Sea. Now, this is a very big story because we have seen some multiple piracy incidents in the past. Let's go to Nikita, who's joining us live from our Delhi newsroom. Nikita, take us through exactly how will this entire operation take place and what was really happening in the sea, in the Red Sea area, because we have been seeing that some of the vessels, they were in a position of being attacked or the security being compromised.
Absolutely, Shivangi. What meets the eye is not the entire truth stands very true, especially in this case, because while it can be ruled out as an attack on a commercial ship, MV Chem Pluto, which happened a few days back only, the Indian Navy has tightened the security. They have placed missiles around the coastlines because it is a very important route. It is basically a very important business route, and why it is very important to keep it safe. What you also just said, that the Indian Navy has taken this latest action and it has tightened the securities on the coastline, that Arabian Sea, Red Sea, the Gulf, it is connecting. Because when this attack on MV Chem happened, the USA had said that this attack has happened there because Iran's hands is involved in the same attack, and the Houthi rebels have committed this attack and everything. So now we will come to a more complicated story here, that why US has said something like that and why Iran has said that it is not involved and Houthi rebels are from Yemen and it has nothing to do with it. Because basically this Red Sea area is a very important triangle. It's a very important area for all the big business cargoes, all the economic deals that are made through this area. And earlier also, if you remember, when the Israel-Hamas war had happened, the US had again said that it is just an attempt to disrupt the India-Middle East economic corridor. So now this route is very significant because it saves a lot of money, fuel, for all the transportation to happen, and that is why it is extremely important to keep this area safe, free from such drone attacks. It was a drone attack that had taken place on the MV Chem. So when we talk about this, and now Indian Navy's chief has also said that we have tightened the security there and we are going to be extremely careful because there is more to what meets the eyes. This is a very important economic zone, a business route. And as we know that, we have relationships with Israel, and this is the closest route from where all these cargoes and ships, they go by. So this is a very positive step towards tightening the security in the Red Sea region, and this is something what the cargo companies are also saying, that the attacks were increasing, as you also said some time back. So to ascertain that something like this does not become a permanent, regular occurrence, to safeguard the economic interests of all the nations that are involved, because ultimately it is the nation which is receiving the cargo will have to pay the price for all that extra expenditure that happens on the way if the route is increased, if the more fuel is needed for the same. So now in the latest, the Indian Navy has tightened its security. In fact, when this attack had also happened, the Indian Coast Guard, the Indian Navy had immediately responded to MV Chem Pluto's Mayday call for help. And now this is a decision which has been taken by the Indian Navy that they will place some missiles, and they will just for defense, not for attack purposes. And they are going to safeguard this area, because apart from security purpose, to secure your coastlines, it is also a very important economic route from which a lot of business happens. And again, I will talk about the India Middle East corridor, which US had alleged that it is being disrupted. The war is happening.
Absolutely.
You know, in.
All right, Nikita, thank you for getting those details coming in. So Indian Navy enhancing its surveillance in North Central Arabian Sea, and it's a very, very big story, because we are seeing that North Arabian Sea, in that area, the vigil has been stepped up. Let's move ahead right now, viewers, to other stories we're tracking. PM Modi addressed the last session of Mann Ki Baat on Sunday. In the last episode, PM Modi talked about different subjects, including the success of Chandrayaan 3, the incredible performance of Indian athletes in Olympic Games, and India's fresh spirit as a developed nation, among others. Mehbooba Mufti, a chief of the People's Democratic Party, has requested Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha and the Defence Minister Rajnath Singh to give compensation of 50 lakh rupees to the people allegedly killed in the police investigation following a terror attack in Poonch last week. Addressing a press conference, Mufti said that the people of Rajouri have supported the country's army in all the wars that have taken place since 1947. She further requested that these people should be given a compensation of 50 lakhs. Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge on Sunday criticized Prime Minister Modi over the promises made by him to double farmers' income by 2022. He alleged BJP of lying, saying that the BJP's lies are the strongest. Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami has declared that the Uniform Civil Code will soon be implemented in the state. Speaking at Mahotsav in Vrindavan, Dhami has revealed that the plan to table the bill in the Vidhan Sabha for approval. Viewers, what's coming up? Politics over Ram Mandir continues. Opposition calls inauguration political gimmick before the 2024 polls.
In the India Today Best Universities 2023 survey, released recently, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
फिल्म अनुकूल नीति, सिंगल विंडो सिस्टम, ऑनलाइन शूटिंग की अनुमति और सब्सिडी की सुविधा ने उत्तर प्रदेश को बनाया है देश का मोस्ट फिल्म फ्रेंडली स्टेट। 80 फिल्मों को सब्सिडी के तौर पर दिए गए हैं 44 करोड़ रुपए। विभिन्न स्थानों पर 450 से अधिक फिल्मों की हुई है शूटिंग। स्थानीय कलाकारों को मिला है अपना हुनर दिखाने का अवसर। माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी मानते हैं कि सकारात्मक फिल्में समाज को जागरूक बनाने का आधार हैं। इसी के अनुरूप माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी की पहल पर विश्व स्तरीय सुविधाओं से लैस इंटरनेशनल फिल्म सिटी की स्थापना की जा रही है। फिल्म स्टूडियो, होटल्स, मॉल्स, थीम पार्क, मिक्सिंग और रिकॉर्डिंग स्टूडियो जैसी सुविधाएं फिल्म उद्योग के माध्यम से आकर्षित करेंगी पूंजी निवेश। मोस्ट फिल्म फ्रेंडली स्टेट, नए भारत का नया उत्तर प्रदेश।
भाई इतनी बड़ी टाइल,
इतनी बड़ी बड़ी हिट्स आप लोगों ने मुझे दी हैं। टाइल्स बड़े होने चाहिए। सुमानी मैक्स टाइल्स, टाइलों का सबसे बड़ा भाई। सुमानी मैक्स टाइल्स, जमीन से जुड़े।
आंध्रा की वर्मा फैमिली को गरम भाजी पसंद है। आगरा की वर्मा फैमिली को धर्मपाजी पसंद है। फैमिलीज जितनी भी सेम लगे होती अलग है। इसलिए नया वीमैक्स पोस्टपेड जो दे हर फैमिली को उनकी पसंद की चॉइसेस, जैसे इजी डाइनर, डिज्नी प्लस हॉटस्टार एंड मोर। वीमैक्स पोस्टपेड, चूज व्हाट यू वांट टू यूज।
हम अपना भविष्य खुद बनाएंगे, हम अपना भाग्य खुद तय करेंगे।
भविष्य का भारत आप ही के हाथों में है। अब भी मौका है देश के निर्माण में एकजुट होने का। वो कहते हैं ना, देर आए दुरुस्त आए। करदाता कृपया ध्यान दें, यदि आपने अब तक निर्धारण वर्ष 2023-24 की अपनी टैक्स रिटर्न फाइल नहीं की है, तो लेट फीस के साथ 31 दिसंबर 2023 तक आप अपनी टैक्स रिटर्न फाइल कर सकते हैं। और यदि आपने निर्धारण वर्ष 2023-24 की अपनी टैक्स रिटर्न ड्यू डेट से पहले फाइल की थी, तो आप अपनी रिवाइज्ड रिटर्न बिना लेट फीस के 31 दिसंबर 2023 तक फाइल कर सकते हैं। याद रखें, निर्धारण वर्ष 2023-24 की टैक्स रिटर्न भरने की अंतिम तिथि है 31 दिसंबर 2023। प्रत्येक आय करदाता एक राष्ट्र निर्माता।
Two people died after a house explosion in Michigan on Saturday. 2 other people were found at the scene suffering from severe injuries and were taken to the hospital in critical condition. Thousands of Israelis gathered in Tel Aviv to protest against the government's handling of the ongoing war in Gaza and call for fresh elections. Demonstrators attacked Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's hardline government and demanded action to bring the rest of hostages back home.
मोदी सरकार की गारंटी, सबका अपने पक्के घर का सपना होगा पूरा। 4 करोड़ पक्के घरों का निर्माण, हमारा संकल्प विकसित भारत।
कोल का स्टाइलिश पंखा सिर्फ हवा ही नहीं देता, आपके आलीशान घर के कोने कोने में ठंडी हवा के झोंके पहुंचाता है।
कूल फैंस के स्टाइलिश डिजाइन से घर को सुंदर बनाएं। 5 स्टार BLDC कूल फैन से बिजली भी बचाएं।
समय आ गया है घर के पंखे बदलने का और कूल फैंस घर लाने का।
आपने सोमानी का नया रोल देखा? वही स्टाइल और रेंज सोमानी बाथवेयर में भी। सोमानी बाथवेयर।
हमारे देश को आजाद हुए 76 साल हो गए, लेकिन कई चीजों में हमको अभी आजादी नहीं मिली। जैसे कि सरकारी दफ्तरों में दुश्वारियां, परेशानियां, बदइंतजामियां। हमारे शहीदों को इस बात की कतई चिंता नहीं थी कि देश को आजादी मिलेगी या ना, लेकिन उनको एक बात की चिंता थी कि आजादी के बाद देश कौन से हाथों में जाएगा, देश के हालात क्या होंगे। हमने आजादी की जंग इसलिए लड़ी थी ताकि हमारी आने वाली पीढ़ियों की जिंदगी आसान हो सके, ना कि इसलिए कि वो जगह जगह पर सरकारी दफ्तरों में धक्के खाएं, परेशानियों का सामना करना पड़े। अगर जंग सबने इकट्ठे होकर लड़ी थी आजादी की, तो फिर सुख सहूलतें भी सबको इकट्ठी मिलनी चाहिए। हम तो शहीदों के पांव की मिट्टी के एक धूल के तिनके के बराबर भी नहीं है, लेकिन ये बसंती रंग की पग शहीदों के सपनों और इरादों की हमें याद दिलाती रहती है कि हमारे देश में आम लोगों के सिर्फ दिन रात नहीं, हालात बदलने चाहिए। चुनाव के समय हम लोगों के पास जा सकते हैं, तो चुनाव के बाद सरकार बनती है, तो सरकार बनने के बाद भी सरकारों को जनता के पास जाना चाहिए, ना कि जनता सरकारी दफ्तरों में खज्जल खुआर हो। यही आजादी के असली मायने हैं। शहीद आजम सरदार भगत सिंह जी के सपनों को साकार करने के लिए पंजाब सरकार ने फैसला किया है कि पंजाब के लोगों को अब सरकारी दफ्तरों के चक्कर नहीं लगाने पड़ेंगे, बल्कि सरकारी दफ्तर खुद चल के लोगों के घर पर आएंगे।
अब सरकारी दफ्तरों के चक्कर काटने की जरूरत नहीं, बस डायल करें 1076 और सरकारी सुविधाएं अपने घर पर ही पाएं। पंजाब की भगवंत मान सरकार आपके द्वार।
PM Modi addressed the last session of Mann Ki Baat on Sunday. The last episode, PM Modi talked about different subjects, including the success of Chandrayaan 3, the incredible performance of Indian athletes in Olympic Games, and India's fresh spirit as developed nation, among others. Mehboob Mufti, the chief of the People's Democratic Party, has requested the Lieutenant Governor of Manoj Sinha and the Defence Minister Rajnath Singh to give compensation of 50 lakh rupees to the people allegedly killed in the police investigation following a terror attack in Puch last week.
मोदी सरकार की गारंटी, हर घर पहुंचेगा नल से जल। अब तक 13.5 करोड़ से अधिक नल कनेक्शन। हमारा संकल्प विकसित भारत।
अक्सर मन में डर सा आता है, तुम बस एक हाथ बढ़ाओ, राह हम बना लेंगे। तुम बस मैदान तक जाओ, हम जीत को अपना लेंगे। लेट्स प्लेज टू हेल्प मेक इंडिया समर्थ बाय Hyundai। मंजिल उनकी, साथ हमारा। Hyundai.co.in पर लॉग इन करें।
जामनगर की भट्ट फैमिली को तारे देखना पसंद है। जम्मू की भट्ट फैमिली को सितारे देखना पसंद है। फैमिलीज जितनी भी सेम लगे, होती अलग है। इसलिए नया VMAX पोस्टपेड जो दे हर फैमिली को उनकी पसंद की चॉइसेस, जैसे Ease My Trip, Amazon Prime and more। VMAX Postpaid, choose what you want to use।
गाड़ी लेने से पहले टाटा एस गोल्ड पेट्रोल CX का दिल, यानी इसका इंजन देखा। ये इतना बढ़िया है कि 18 किलोमीटर प्रति लीटर तक का माइलेज तो हंसते हंसते दे जाएगा। अब तेल के दाम तो बराबर ही हैं, पर इस गाड़ी की कीमत है कम, इसलिए अब हर ट्रिप में खर्चा है कम और मुनाफा ज्यादा। तो अब सोचो समझो और टाटा एस गोल्ड पेट्रोल CX।
भाई इतनी बड़ी टाइल,
इतनी बड़ी बड़ी हिट्स आप लोगों ने मुझे दी हैं। टाइल्स तो बड़े होने चाहिए। सुमानी मैक्स टाइल्स, टाइलों का सबसे बड़ा भाई। सुमानी मैक्स टाइल्स, जमीन से जुड़े।
With the emergent COVID variant JN1 and the cold weather conditions, the number of active cases have increased in the last 24 hours. What we have seen that 841 cases have been reported in the last 24 hours. And apart from that, if you see the active case load, which has gone above 4,000, and the number of deaths have also increased for the first time since May. This kind of development we have seen till May 19th, and since then there was a normal lag in the increase in COVID cases. But what we have seen from December 5th, there's a number of COVID patients have increased. And apart from that, if you see, there have been 3 deaths which have been reported in Kerala, and 2 have been reported in Karnataka. 1 has been reported in Tamil Nadu, and 1 has been reported in Chhattisgarh. With video journalist Visham Akil for Republic TV.
उनके पास कोई मुद्दा नहीं है, इस प्रकार इस पर बात करते हैं। भगवान राम इस देश की संस्कृति है, उनका पूरा जीवन चरित्र जो है वह मानवता को संदेश देने वाला। बेटे को अपने पुत्र की आज्ञा कैसे माननी चाहिए, माँ का व्यवहार बेटे के साथ कैसा होना चाहिए, बेटे का व्यवहार माँ के साथ कैसे होना चाहिए, छोटे भाई का व्यवहार बड़े भाई के साथ कैसा होना चाहिए, समझे आप। ये पूरा जीवन चरित्र आप देखिए तो हर एक एक घटना कहीं न कहीं मानवता के लिए संदेश है। इस देश की संस्कृति वही है।
तो उन नेताओं को क्या कहना चाहिए?
उन नेताओं को क्या नहीं, या उन नेता जानते हुए भी जो उनके अंदर सत्ता की भूख है, जिसके कारण उन्होंने इस देश में सांप्रदायिकता को बढ़ावा देने का काम किया, जिसके कारण इस देश में उन्होंने जातिवाद को बढ़ावा देने का काम किया, जिसके कारण उन्होंने इस देश में वर्ग संघर्ष का काम किया। आज मोदी जी की सरकार बनने के बाद मोदी जी ने जो गरीबों के लिए किया, उसका परिणाम है कि नक्सलवाद कमजोर हुआ, क्योंकि नक्सलवादी जो थे वो भी इस देश के अंग थे। लोग जो देश को तोड़ने वाली ताकतें थी उनको जाकर भड़काती थी कि सारा खनिज तो आपके यहाँ होता है और आपके लिए कुछ हो नहीं रहा, आपके लिए सड़कें नहीं, आपके रहने के लिए मकान नहीं, आपके बच्चों के पढ़ने के लिए स्कूल नहीं, उनको भड़काया जाता था। आज मोदी जी ने उस सारी चीज़ों को करके उनको समाज के साथ जोड़ने का जो काम किया, उसके कारण नक्सलवाद खत्म हुआ। आतंकवाद इसलिए खत्म हुआ है कि मोदी जी ने देश के अंदर देश के प्रति एक समर्पण का भाव पैदा किया है लोगों के अंदर। आज समाज देश की बात करने लगा है, देश की बात सोचने लगा। 14 के बाद पहले कोई बात नहीं करता था देश की, कोई सोचता भी नहीं।
क्या उसके ऊपर आप थोड़ा और बता पाएंगे कि किस तरह से जो यहाँ पर राजनीति होती थी, क्या वो कारण था कि अयोध्या का डेवलपमेंट इतना सारा जो इस समय हमें देखने मिल रहा है उस वक्त नहीं हो पा रहा था, या क्या ये कि अपीजमेंट पॉलिटिक्स को आप किस नजरिए से देखते हैं?
देखिए, सांप्रदायिकता अल्पसंख्यक का वोट लेने के लिए वह राम मंदिर का विरोध करते थे। शपथ पत्र दिया जाता था उच्चतम न्यायालय में कि राम काल्पनिक। राम सेतु के बारे में इसी प्रकार का शपथ पत्र दिया गया था। तो जो गलती आपकी हो भोगोगे आप। समाज की श्रद्धा जिन चीजों पर थी, समाज का विश्वास जिन चीजों पर था, आप इसलिए उससे दूर होते थे कि हमको एक इकट्ठा अल्पसंख्यक का वोट मिल जाएगा और हम सत्ता पर काबिज हो जाएंगे। समझे आप, बहुसंख्यक समाज बटा हुआ था। राम के मुद्दे पर जो मंदिर का मुद्दा था, 500 सालों से संघर्ष चल रहा था। पूज्य संतों के नेतृत्व में 84 से फिर आंदोलन शुरू हुआ। उसके पीछे बहुत सारे विचार धारा के लोग जो देश को एक वैभवशाली बनाना चाहते थे, भारत माता को वैभवशाली बनाना चाहते थे, देश को एकजुट करना चाहते थे, वो लोग भी उसके पीछे थे। आंदोलन चला, धीरे धीरे पूरे देश में समाज एकजुट हुआ, हिंदुत्व का भाव सबके अंदर पैदा हुआ। क्योंकि किसी दुनिया के किसी भी देश में जो बहुसंख्यक समाज होता है, उसी की संस्कृति की वहाँ मानी जाती है। हिंदू समाज यहाँ बहुसंख्यक है, तो हिंदू समाज की संस्कृति इस देश की संस्कृति है और उसका आप विरोध कर रहे हो। जो लोग उसके पक्ष में थे, जो उसके लिए संघर्ष कर रहे थे, वो तो अपने आप लाभ उनको मिलेगा, उसको कहने की जरूरत थोड़ा है। अब आपके पास कोई मुद्दा है नहीं तो आपको हर चीज राजनीति दिखाई पड़ती है। हम भगवान का मंदिर बनवाएं तब भी राजनीति दिखाई पड़ती है। हम भगवान के स्थान या उसकी नगरी का विकास करें तब भी आपको राजनीति दिखाई पड़ती। आपने क्यों नहीं किया भाई? किसने आपको रोका था? आप इसलिए डरे हुए थे कि अल्पसंख्यक का वोट, मुसलमानों का वोट हमको एकजुट मिल जाएगा। हिंदू समाज बटा हुआ जातियों में और हम अब सत्ता में काबिज हो जाएंगे और अपने परिवार का, अपने इष्ट मित्रों को उस लाभ पहुंचाएंगे, ठीक है ना। तो उसका नफा और नुकसान तो होगा जब आपकी दूरदृष्टि नहीं है, आप देश को एकजुट नहीं करना चाहते, आप देश को वैभवशाली या शक्ति संपन्न नहीं बनाना चाहते, तो कठिनाई तो होगी आपके लिए ना। कोई रोकने नहीं गया था किसी को। जो किसी भी संघर्ष को अपने हाथ, जेपी का आंदोलन चला, जिन लोगों ने संघर्ष किया था वही तो आए, नहीं चला पाए वो अलग विषय है।
Meanwhile, the stage is all set in Ayodhya to welcome Ram Lalla. We take you inside a workshop where artisans are hard at work creating small models of the Ram temple. The artists are working on thousands of orders that are coming in from across all India. People wish to use these models as gifts and are demanding for these models to be delivered to them before the inauguration ceremony of Ram Janmabhoomi temple set to take place on the 22nd of January. Take a look at this report.
Preparation for the Ram Temple's inauguration is in full swing, and we see not just the temple but everybody in Ayodhya, in fact, working 24/7 to make sure that each and everything is in place. We are here at a very unique place right now where, in fact, we are looking at small models of the Ram Temple being made. In fact, there are thousands of these models that have been made by this particular firm here, and we will get in a word from the owner as well to understand how exactly this work is going on and how it is also picking up heat right before the inauguration of the Ram Temple as well. Thank you so much, sir, हमसे बात करने के लिए। ये हमें बताइए यहाँ पे किस तरह से काम हो रहा है, क्या मॉडल आप यहाँ पर बनाए जा रहे हैं, किस तरह से बनाए जाते हैं और कहाँ-कहाँ ये भेजे जाते हैं मॉडल?
जी, यहाँ पे राम जन्मभूमि का 3D मॉडल बनाया जाता है पाइन MDF से, जो यहाँ से हम जो है इसको पूरे अपने इंडिया के अंदर तो सप्लाई कर ही रहे हैं, भेज रहे हैं, और ये हमारे जो है बाहर भी अदर कंट्री में भी जाते हैं।
तो ये जैसे हम मॉडल्स दिखा रहे हैं हमारे दर्शकों को कि किस तरह से यहाँ पर छोटे छोटे कई सारे मैं मॉडल्स देख रही हूँ, कई वैरायटी के मॉडल्स मैं देख रही हूँ, और अब जो ये इनॉग्रेशन हो रही है उसको भी ध्यान में रखते हुए काफ़ी सारी डिमांड होती होगी, और कहाँ कहाँ पे ये जाते हैं, किस तरह से लोग गिफ्टिंग पर्पज़ के लिए भी ये यूज़ कर रहे हैं, और किस तरह से ये पूरा बनाया जाए?
ये हमारे पास जो है छोटे से लेके बड़े मॉडल तक है। इसके बाद जो मॉडल्स अभी हमारे पास हैं, इसके अलावा भी अगर कोई बहुत बड़ा, इससे भी बड़ा मॉडल बनवाना चाहता है तो वो हम कस्टमाइज जो है बनाते भी हैं। और इसमें हमारे पास जो मॉडल्स हैं, हम चाहते हैं कि हर तरह के लोग, मतलब गरीब से गरीब और अमीर से अमीर लोग भी इसको खरीद सकें इस मॉडल को। तो उसको ध्यान में रखते हुए इसको हमने छोटे साइज छोटे से लेके हर एक स्टेप बाय स्टेप हमने जो इसकी साइज़ बनाई है। मॉडल्स हमारे पास जैसे पाइन MDF भी बनते हैं, हमारे पास अकेलिक सीट के भी बनते हैं, जैसे गोल्डन टेम्पल के उस पर भी हम बनाते हैं मॉडल्स राम जन्मभूमि का। तो इस तरह से बनते हैं, और इसको बनाने में जो है काफ़ी हमें जो है समय लगता है। जैसे कि हमारे जो मशीनें हैं, मशीनों को काटने में, इसके बाद जो मैनुअली वर्क होते हैं उनको जो है करने में काफ़ी समय लगता है।
अगर मैं एक मॉडल आपको लेकर दिखाने की, अगर हमारे दर्शकों को आप बता पाएं कि किस तरह से ये पूरा मॉडल आप बनाते हैं, क्योंकि पहले एक और दिलचस्प बात है कि ये पहले 2 मंजिला मंदिर होने वाला था, अब ये 3 मंजिला आपको मॉडल भी चेंज करना पड़ा रहा होगा। तो ये किस तरह से यहाँ पर बनाया जाता है, और काफ़ी जो मटीरियल है, जो कारीगरी है, किस तरह से की जाती है?
जी, ये सारे पार्ट्स हमारे अलग अलग कटते हैं। इस पार्ट्स को फिर मैनुअली जो है इसको एक के ऊपर एक इसको जोड़ा जाता है। इसे आपने देख रहे होंगे यहाँ ये सीढ़ी बनाई गई है, और इसके बाद फिर इसको हम लाते हैं यहाँ पे, इसके पास ये पिलर्स लाने के बाद फिर हम जो है इसको पहला छत इसको डालते हैं। ये हमारा ग्राउंड फ्लोर जो है अगर हम बोलें तो ये तैयार हो गया। फिर उसके बाद हमारा दूसरा स्टेप आता है ये सेकंड फ्लोर का, फिर उसके बाद वहाँ फिर हम इस तरह से छत डाल के फिर इसके बाद पिलर्स लगा के फिर इसको बनाते हैं। फिर थर्ड फ्लोर पे हम लाके इसको जो है पूरा स्ट्रक्चर खड़ा करते हैं। लास्ट में इसके टॉप पे हम जो है ये बनाते हैं, क्या नाम है, गुम्बद बनाते हैं। ये पूरी गुम्बद बना के, ये हमारा मॉडल अभी क्या है, अभी ये तैयार हुआ है। अभी इसके नीचे पूरा बेसमेंट लगेगा, उसके नीचे लाइट लगेगी। लाइट लगने के बाद इसके अंदर हमने एक रामलला जो गर्भगृह में जैसे अभी आ रहे हैं, यहाँ गर्भगृह में रामलला भी विराजमान है। तो वो लाइट जब पड़ती है तो फिर वहाँ से वो जो है दर्शन होता है।
किस तरह की डिमांड है सर? आप देख रहे हैं कि किस तरह से कितने सारे लोग ये लेना चाहते हैं मॉडल, कितने सारे लोग इसको रखना चाहते हैं, गिफ्ट करना चाहते हैं या अपने घर पे भी रखना चाहते हैं, क्योंकि एक बहुत ही इमोशनल एक कनेक्ट है जो इस मंदिर के साथ।
देखिए प्रभु श्री राम जी तो आप जब से मतलब है ही हैं, पूरे जो है जितने भी सनातन से लेके और सभी लोगों के बस में है ही हैं। और इसके साथ साथ जो है और भी गैर मतलब जो है हिंदू नहीं भी हैं, उनके भी उसमें हैं। और इसका जो डिमांड है हमारे पास जो पहले थी, अभी इस समय जब से ये प्राण प्रतिष्ठा का जब से तारीख तय हुआ है तब से इसका डिमांड हमारे पास जो है कम से कम 10 गुना बढ़ चुका है। अभी पिछले 2-3 दिनों से तो ये और भी ज़्यादा इसकी डिमांडें हो गई हैं। डिमांड इतना हो चुका है कि अभी हर आदमी, जैसे भी अभी कल हमारे यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जब यहाँ पे भाषण दिया, उन्होंने बोला कि जो है आप लोग इसको 22 जनवरी को आप लोग यहाँ आने का बहुत मतलब प्रयास मत कीजिए, आप एक राम दीप जलाइए अपने अपने घरों में। तो हमारे पास अधिकतर डिमांड आ रहे हैं कि मेरे पास 21 जनवरी तक जो है ये राम मॉडल पहुँच जाए ताकि हम जो है रामदीप इसमें जला सकें।
तो वो एक पार्ट है जो लोगों को चाहिए कि 22 से पहले उनके पास में मॉडल आ जाए। हाँ। दूसरे भी मैं कई सारे जो अयोध्या के लिए इंटीग्रल हैं वो सारी चीजें मैं देख रही हूँ। अयोध्या का डिजाइन भी आपने किया है, ये जो अयोध्या का लोगो यहाँ पर लगाया गया है, और दूसरा ये जो अयोध्या का मेन जो लोगो है उसकी क्या महत्वपूर्णता है, किस तरह से यहाँ पर बनाया गया है और कहाँ कहाँ पे ये लगाया जाए?
देखिए ये जो आप देख रही हैं ये अभी अयोध्या के अंदर जो रामपथ बने हुए हैं, रामपथ जो बन रहे हैं, रामपथ और भक्ति पथ, ये सारी चीज़ें वहाँ पे जो दुकानें सब लग रही हैं वहाँ पे इस तरह से उनके दुकान के नाम जो है एक साइज मतलब एक तरह से किया जा रहा है। इसके बाद जो है ये लोगो जो है एक दर्शाता है कि अयोध्या मतलब द लैंड ऑफ रामा, ये अपने अयोध्या की जो है लोगो है जी।
क्योंकि इसमें यहाँ पर मैं देख रही हूँ कि धनुष का भी सिंबल जैसा एक बहुत ही सिग्निफिकेंस है, लैंड ऑफ राम यहाँ पर लिखा गया है, जो कलर यूज किए गए हैं, और राम मंदिर का जो ये पूरा चित्र यहाँ पर बनाया गया है लोटस के ऊपर, तो उसका भी एक बहुत महत्वपूर्णता है। और ये जो सारे जो सिंबल्स हैं, जो साइंस हैं, वो रामपथ जैसा कि आपने कहा जो एक ब्यूटिफिकेशन प्रोसेस भी जहाँ पर हो रहा है रामपथ पे, धर्मपथ पे, तो वहाँ पे ये लगाया जाए।
जी जी, वो सारी चीज़ें मतलब जैसे आप हम यहाँ पे जितने भी आए भक्तगण, तो उनको सारा मतलब जैसे एक जो रामपथ बन रहा है अगर वहाँ से वो एंट्री कर रहे हैं तो सारा एक तरह से जो है दिखाई पड़े, मतलब कि एक उनके वहाँ से स्टार्ट से ही उनके दिमाग में हो जाए कि मतलब ये हम राम पथ पे चल रहे हैं, मतलब यहाँ से राम जी की जो है स्टार्ट हो गई है। अब हमें मंदिर तक जाने में सब एक जैसा उनको लगे। जैसे रामचंद्र जी जब लौट के आते हैं जब वनवास से, तो जिस तरीके से सारे तरफ गलियों से सब जगह से एक तरह से सजाया जाता है, उसी तरह से इस रामपथ को तैयार किया गया।
जी, मैं देख रही हूँ आपके कई सारे जो लोग हैं यहाँ पर काम भी कर रहे हैं, वो पूरी तरह से यहाँ पर बनाया जा रहा है मॉडल। मैं उनसे भी बात करने की कोशिश करूँगी। आप हमारे दर्शकों को थोड़ा बता पाएँ कि किस तरह से आप यहाँ पर बना रही हैं पूरा राम मंदिर और किस तरह से आप पूरा ये काम कर रही हैं, थोड़ा हमारे दर्शकों को थोड़ा बताएं।
मैम ये बेस हमने पहले बेस तैयार किया है, उसके बाद इसके सारे बनते हैं, स्टेप्स सारे लगते हैं, इसमें 3 मंजिले का रहता है, सारी चीज़ें मशीनों में कट के आती हैं सारा, और डिब्बे में हम लोग पैक करके रख देते हैं। फिर जैसा मंदिर का ऑर्डर आता है उसी तरह से मंदिर बनाई जाती है, जैसे छोटा बड़ा जैसे भी आता है उसी हिसाब से हमने यहाँ सेट करके रखा है, फिर उसी हिसाब से हम लोग बनाते हैं। इसमें कोई
एक तरफ राम मंदिर बन रहा है, 22 जनवरी को इनॉग्रेशन हो रहा है, दूसरी तरफ आप भी राम मंदिर बना रही हैं, किस तरह से महसूस करते हैं?
बहुत अच्छा महसूस हो रहा है मैम, और हम लोगों को जो है अच्छा लगता है और खुशी की बात है, गर्व की बात है कि हम लोग इस कार्य में लगे हुए हैं, भगवान के जो है नाम भी लेते रहते हैं, सिमरन भी होता है और काम भी करते हैं। कहते हैं कि भक्ति में ही शक्ति होती है, तो वही कार्य भी हो रहा है और काम भी हो रहा है, कोई दिक्कत नहीं, भगवान का भजन भी करते रहते हैं और अच्छा भी लगता है मॉडल बनाने में, और हर तरह के लोग बना सकते हैं। सबसे बड़ी बात है इसमें कोई दिक्कत नहीं होती है, चाहे पढ़े लिखे हों या अनपढ़ हों, गरीब हैं, जैसे भी बुजुर्ग हैं जो चल फिर नहीं सकते, वजन वाला काम नहीं कर सकते, उन लोगों के लिए बहुत अच्छा काम है ये। इसमें मतलब ज़्यादा वर्क नहीं है, इतना भारी वाला नहीं, प्रेशर नहीं रहता, ये सबसे अच्छा काम है, हल्का भी है और अच्छा भी है।
So you can see the kind of work that is actually picking up when it comes to the entire Ram Janmabhoomi temple. In fact, these are the models, thousands of these models that are being made. In fact, the sensation, in fact, also is that before the 22nd of January itself, a lot of people, thousands of people, in fact, are wanting that this particular model, small models of the Ram temple, should be kept with them, should be kept inside their houses, in their offices, or also that they could be able to gift these Ram temple models to their loved ones, to their family members as well, because this is another temple that is close to the people of Ayodhya, and that's what we are seeing of thousands of these Ram temple model that are now being distributed across the country. With video journalist Vipin Moria, I'm Priyanka Sharma for Republic.
Commercial break. On the other side, amid politics over Republic Day tableau, Defence Ministry sets record straight, says it did not align with broader theme. COVID JN1 variant cases on the rise in India. Central and state government on alert, urges caution.
आपने सोमानी का नया रोल देखा? वही स्टाइल और रेंज सोमानी बाथवेयर में भी। सोमानी बाथवेयर।
मोदी सरकार की गारंटी, हर गरीब का मुफ्त इलाज। 55 करोड़ लोगों को दी हर साल 5 लाख रुपए तक के मुफ्त इलाज की निश्चिंतता। हमारा संकल्प विकसित भारत।
जब पेरेंटल कंट्रोल के बिना हो हैकर्स के पास अथॉरिटी, फिर किस बात की साइबर सिक्योरिटी। क्विक हील, आज के लाइफ की प्रायोरिटी साइबर सिक्योरिटी।
जामनगर की भट्ट फैमिली को तारे देखना पसंद है। जम्मू की भट्ट फैमिली को सितारे देखना पसंद है। फैमिलीज जितनी भी सेम लगे, होती अलग है। इसलिए नया वीमैक्स पोस्टपेड, जो दे हर फैमिली को उनकी पसंद की चॉइसेस, जैसे ईज माई ट्रिप, Amazon Prime एंड मोर। वीमैक्स पोस्टपेड, चूज व्हाट यू वांट टू यूज।
हमारे देश को आजाद हुए 76 साल हो गए, लेकिन कई चीजों में हमको अभी आजादी नहीं मिली। जैसे कि सरकारी दफ्तरों में दुश्वारियां, परेशानियां, बदइंतजामियां। हमारे शहीदों को इस बात की कतई चिंता नहीं थी कि देश को आजादी मिलेगी या ना, लेकिन उनको एक बात की चिंता थी कि आजादी के बाद देश कौन से हाथों में जाएगा, देश के हालात क्या होंगे। हमने आजादी की जंग इसलिए लड़ी थी ताकि हमारी आने वाली पीढ़ियों की जिंदगी आसान हो सके, ना कि इसलिए कि वो जगह जगह पर सरकारी दफ्तरों में धक्के खाएं, परेशानियों का सामना करना पड़े। अगर जंग सबने इकट्ठे होकर लड़ी थी आजादी की, तो फिर सुख सहूलतें भी सबको इकट्ठी मिलनी चाहिए। हम तो शहीदों के पांव की मिट्टी के एक धूल के तिनके के बराबर भी नहीं है, लेकिन ये बसंती रंग की पग शहीदों के सपनों और इरादों की हमें याद दिलाती रहती है कि हमारे देश में आम लोगों के सिर्फ दिन रात नहीं, हालात बदलने चाहिए। चुनाव के समय हम लोगों के पास जा सकते हैं, तो चुनाव के बाद सरकार बनती है, तो सरकार बनने के बाद भी सरकारों को जनता के पास जाना चाहिए, ना कि जनता सरकारी दफ्तरों में खज्जल खुआर हो। यही आजादी के असली मायने हैं। शहीद आजम सरदार भगत सिंह जी के सपनों को साकार करने के लिए पंजाब सरकार ने फैसला किया है कि पंजाब के लोगों को अब सरकारी दफ्तरों के चक्कर नहीं लगाने पड़ेंगे, बल्कि सरकारी दफ्तर खुद चल के लोगों के घर पर आएंगे।
अब सरकारी दफ्तरों के चक्कर काटने की जरूरत नहीं, बस डायल करें 1076 और सरकारी सुविधाएं अपने घर पर ही पाएं। पंजाब की भगवंत मान सरकार आपके द्वार।
And cutting across to breaking news coming in a series of objectionable remarks, RJD MLA Fateh Bahadur Kushwaha has once again ignited a controversy, this time targeting Hindu goddess Ma Saraswati. In a press interview, Kushwaha has not only insulted Ma Saraswati but also advocated for the removal of her image from schools, colleges, suggesting a placement of a picture of Savitri Bai Phule instead. Listen in to that comment.
प्रतिमा लगे और उनका जो जिस तरह प्रार्थना होता है विद्यालय स्टार्ट में, इनका वंदना होना मतलब कि चाहिए। स्कूल में पढ़ाई शुरू होने से पहले हर रोज, और 3 जनवरी को इनका जयंती है, हर विद्यालय में 3 जनवरी को इनका जयंती मना करके हर विद्यालय में याद करना चाहिए, क्योंकि शिक्षा की देवी यही है, न कि सरस्वती है।
नहीं तो आस्था तो बड़े लोगों की है, बहुत बड़ी एक आबादी है जो सरस्वती को।
अरे मैं आस्था पर कहा, मैं तो व्यवस्था पर चोट कर रहा हूँ भाई। जो आप ही के ग्रंथ में लिखा हुआ है कि सरस्वती, जो सरस्वती है ब्रह्मा की बेटी है, और ब्रह्मा जी का अपनी ही पुत्री पर नियत खराब हुआ और उन्होंने मतलब कि उनके साथ शादी कर लिया। तो आप खुद समझिए कि पूजा मतलब कि किसका होता है, चरित्रवान का या चरित्रहीन का। और ये भी चरित्रवान चरित्रहीन वाला बात मैं नहीं बोल रहा हूँ, ये संत कबीर दास ने मतलब कहा है, मैं उनका कहा हुआ बात कह रहा हूँ, उनका ग्रंथ आप मतलब पढ़ लीजिए।
तो राजनीति में भी तो चरित्रहीन कई नेता ऐसे दिखते हैं जिनके बारे में धारणा है या समाज मानता है, वैसे लोग बड़े बड़े पदों पर चले जाते हैं।
सजा मिलता है ना। जो नेता बलात्कार करता है, जो नेता चोरी करता है, अपहरण करता है, उसको सजा मिलता है ना। लेकिन जो आपकी बीजेपी का सरकार।
Carrying across to Prakash, who's joining us on the phone line. Prakash, Saraswati is the goddess of learnings, and there is a reason that the goddess's picture is always placed, especially when it comes to educational institutions. And here, this MLA is not just hurting Hindu sentiment, but also going on to call the goddess characterless. No action yet taken against him.
Well, he's repeating this again and again. Initially, he had made a comment against Goddess Durga as well, pertaining to Goddess Durga, and now he's made a comment against Goddess Saraswati, as you rightly pointed out, the goddess of learning. And he has made certain atrocious remarks against Brahma, also the creator. So this goes against the sentiments of one section of the society for sure. But herein, this RJD MLA Fateh Bahadur Singh is playing on the emotional chord of the Dalit sentiments, and he's playing the Dalit politics to the core, because he's addressing his constituency and addressing the issue of feudalism and Manuvad, as it is called. He's making the statements against the upper caste, so he's addressing his constituency for his own personal benefit. He feels that he will gain in by making such statements, but in a way, he's dividing the society and creating social tension, and in case a sort of civil unrest in the society by making such statements which can flare up and lead to violence as well as violent protest all over. And certainly action should be taken, as you pointed out, action should be taken against this person for making inflammatory and atrocious remarks against a section of the society who offer their prayers or who believe in Goddess Saraswati. So certainly action should be taken against him, and politics should not be done in this case by this RJD MLA, and I believe RJD leaders should also take cognizance of it and take action against this MLA for making repeated offensive remarks like this.
Thank you, Prakash, for getting us those details. We'll also try and get more voices on this story. For the moment, we have to slip into a short commercial break. Also, a quick check of what we're tracking on the other side. Yes, in response to the recent attacks, Indian Navy has enhanced surveillance in North and Central Arabian Sea.
भाई इतनी बड़ी टाइल,
इतनी बड़ी बड़ी हिट्स आप लोगों ने मुझे दी हैं। टाइल्स बड़े होने चाहिए। सुमानी मैक्स टाइल्स, टाइलों का सबसे बड़ा भाई। सुमानी मैक्स टाइल्स, जमीन से जुड़े।
There's a reason why over 200 new age companies scout for talent from our campuses. It's because we've future-proofed our courses with a higher technological baseline, with a thrust on specialized industry skills and tech innovation skills. The Amrita School of Engineering. Tomorrow's engineering today.
मोदी सरकार की गारंटी, कोई नहीं रहेगा भूखा। हर महीने 80 करोड़ लोगों को मिल रहा है मुफ्त राशन। हमारा संकल्प विकसित भारत।
केंट से पानी होता है 100% प्योर।
केंट आरओ प्योरिटी दिखाता भी है।
केंट देता है सबसे शुद्ध पानी।
हमारे देश को आजाद हुए 76 साल हो गए, लेकिन कई चीजों में हमको अभी आजादी नहीं मिली। जैसे कि सरकारी दफ्तरों में दुश्वारियां, परेशानियां, बदइंतजामियां। हमारे शहीदों को इस बात की कतई चिंता नहीं थी कि देश को आजादी मिलेगी या ना, लेकिन उनको एक बात की चिंता थी कि आजादी के बाद देश कौन से हाथों में जाएगा, देश के हालात क्या होंगे। हमने आजादी की जंग इसलिए लड़ी थी ताकि हमारी आने वाली पीढ़ियों की जिंदगी आसान हो सके, ना कि इसलिए कि वो जगह जगह पर सरकारी दफ्तरों में धक्के खाएं, परेशानियों का सामना करना पड़े। अगर जंग सबने इकट्ठे होकर लड़ी थी आजादी की, तो फिर सुख सहूलतें भी सबको इकट्ठी मिलनी चाहिए। हम तो शहीदों के पांव की मिट्टी के एक धूल के तिनके के बराबर भी नहीं है, लेकिन ये बसंती रंग की पग शहीदों के सपनों और इरादों की हमें याद दिलाती रहती है कि हमारे देश में आम लोगों के सिर्फ दिन रात नहीं, हालात बदलने चाहिए। चुनाव के समय हम लोगों के पास जा सकते हैं, तो चुनाव के बाद सरकार बनती है, तो सरकार बनने के बाद भी सरकारों को जनता के पास जाना चाहिए, ना कि जनता सरकारी दफ्तरों में खज्जल खुआर हो। यही आजादी के असली मायने हैं। शहीद आजम सरदार भगत सिंह जी के सपनों को साकार करने के लिए पंजाब सरकार ने फैसला किया है कि पंजाब के लोगों को अब सरकारी दफ्तरों के चक्कर नहीं लगाने पड़ेंगे, बल्कि सरकारी दफ्तर खुद चल के लोगों के घर पर आएंगे।
अब सरकारी दफ्तरों के चक्कर काटने की जरूरत नहीं, बस डायल करें 1076 और सरकारी सुविधाएं अपने घर पर ही पाएं। पंजाब की भगवंत मान सरकार आपके द्वार।
MLA Fateh Bahadur Singh insults goddess Saraswati, says Lord Brahma's daughter was characterless. Politics over Ram Mandir continues. Opposition calls inauguration political gimmick before 2024 polls. Modi government bans Tehreek-e-Hurriyat under UAPA for anti-national activities. Amid politics over Republic Day tableau, Defence Ministry sets record straight, says it did not align with broader theme. COVID JN1 variant cases on the rise in India. Central and state government on alert, urge caution. In response to recent attacks, Indian Navy enhances surveillance in North Central Arabian Sea. And the top focus in this edition, tableau politics is back in focus ahead of Republic Day celebrations, with Aam Aadmi Party and DMC questioning the centre over tableau selection. Defence Ministry has set the record straight over prejudice charged by the opposition. Listen in.
ये दिल्ली और पंजाब की बदकिस्मती है कि आम आदमी पार्टी झांकियों के ऊपर भी गंदी राजनीति कर रही है। पंजाब का इतना सुनहरी इतिहास है, शहादतों का इतिहास है, और दिल्ली के अंदर भी आम आदमी पार्टी ने जो झांकियां भेजी उसमें आम आदमी पार्टी अरविंद केजरीवाल और भगवंत मान का प्रचार कर रहे हैं। ये बता रहे हैं कि दिल्ली में क्रांति आ गई, शिक्षा में क्रांति आ गई, हेल्थ में, और वो बता रहे हैं कि पंजाब के अंदर मेरी फोटो लगनी चाहिए। अपना खुद की पब्लिसिटी और प्रचार करने के लिए 26 जनवरी में झांकी भेजी। देश में किसी मुख्यमंत्री ने आज तक ऐसा पाप नहीं किया और लगातार कर रहे हैं। और फिर कहते हैं सरकार हमारे साथ ऑपोजिशन का पार्टी होने के कारण सुतेला व्यवहार करती है। सुतेला व्यवहार नहीं है। आप जो करोड़ों रुपया प्रचार प्रसार में उजाड़ते हैं, आप चाहते हैं कि 26 जनवरी की परेड में भी वही आपकी गंदी सोच वाली झांकियां चले। वहां देश को गौरवमयी बनाने वाली झांकियां चलती हैं। पंजाब ने देश को हमेशा गौरवमयी बनाया है, दिल्ली ने बनाया है, लेकिन आप जब से आए हैं आपकी घटिया मानसिकता और सोच है जो आप झांकियों के ऊपर अपनी फोटो चाहते हैं। फोटो का आपको इतना ज्यादा बीमारी हो गई है कि केजरीवाल जी चाहते हैं पंजाब की झांकी में भी उनकी फोटो चले और दिल्ली की झांकी में भी। ये कतई नहीं हो सकता। ये पाप कोई ना करेगा, ना कर सकता है, ना करने की कल्पना कर सकता है। ये गंदी राजनीति अगर कोई कर सकता है तो केवल अरविंद केजरीवाल कर सकता है।
And cutting across to Amandeep, who's joining us live on the broadcast. Amandeep, some very strong statements coming in from the Punjab Chief Minister, and especially over how this tableau politics has once again taken centre stage, where centre has rejected these claims. But how do you see it shaping in the days to come ahead of Republic Day?
Well, absolutely, Swesha. The point is that beyond these political statements, the fact is that on December 26, Centre Ministry has issued the letter in which they have mentioned the name of the states which are going to represent their tableau in Republic Day parade. And even Punjab's name was not in the list. Even the Delhi's name was not in the list. Very next day, on 27th of December, Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann held a press conference and even straight away levelling the allegations against BJP and the union government that doing politics over the Republic Day tableau. And even they are saying that this was a deliberate attempt to just show the political position of Aam Aadmi Party by putting down the name of Punjab and in fact ignoring the contribution of the martyrs of Punjab. And even he has also claimed that 3 tableau models has been given to committee which decided the names of the states. But later on, after the allegations, Ministry of Defence had made it very clear that there was no politics into the selection of the tableau for the Republic Day parade. And even they have specifically mentioned that Punjab has given the opportunity for several times to display their tableau in Republic Day parade as well. So this time the committee has followed a proper procedure due to which the Punjab's name was not in that list. But beyond that, Ministry of Defence has also given the offer to Punjab and other states whose tableau was not selected in the Republic Day parade that they can put their tableau on the display for Bharat Parv. That is another representation of the states which will take place in Red Fort from 23rd to 31st December. And even they have specifically mentioned the name of Punjab as well, that their tableau, if they rejected, that tableau can be put for the representation in Red Fort from 23rd to 31st December, just to show their presence of their own state. But now, after getting that letter, Bhagwant Mann straight away discounted the offer that was given by Ministry of Defence, that now they are not going to put the contribution of their martyrs into the rejected category. Bhagwant Mann, Chief Minister of Punjab, after receiving that letter, claimed that this letter is straight away rejecting the contribution of the martyrs of Punjab, including Bhagat Singh, Rajguru, Sukhdev, Udham Singh, Lala Lajpat Rai and several others. And in fact, he said and claimed that they are not going to accept the offer of Bharat Parv and they are not going to put the tabloids representation in Bharat Parv in Red Fort as well. So this is how the war of words and in fact the confrontation and the politics over the Republic Day parade tabloid comes up. And even Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann has also claimed that this time the state government is going to organize their own function in which all the rejected tabloids will be placed and represented to the state of Punjab, and also detail the contribution that why they are putting these tabloids in the parade also. And in fact, he has also stated that the center government and BJP, they are trying to press the contribution of the Punjabis. But beyond the fact, the Ministry of Defense has made it very clear in their letter that there was no politics in the selection of the tabloids for the Republic Day parade. And in fact, the Punjab has given several opportunities earlier also to represent their state in the Republic Day as well. So this time the selection committee has followed the procedure due to which the tabloid, the name of Punjab was not came in the list, but yes, they have given the offer to put the representation of the state with the same tabloid in Red Fort in the event of Bharat Parv from 23rd January to 31, which was completely rejected by Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann. Yes, Swesha.
But this war of words between the centre and the state of Punjab is only escalating because with the kind of multiple versions we see coming in from both the sides, where at one end BJP Punjab is saying that they wanted to place Arvind Kejriwal's picture and the Punjab Chief Minister's picture on the tableau, and this is not as per protocol, whereas on the other side Punjab Chief Minister has gone on to make a very strong statement saying that it is the centre that has been sidelining Punjab, and if they had it their way, then they would even remove Punjab from the national anthem. So such sort of divisive statements coming in from the Punjab Chief Minister, where all of politics is being played, and the centre clarifying that it is the panel that had rejected the tableau on certain basis.
Well, absolutely. Swesha, the point is that when Bhagwant Mann, Chief Minister of Punjab, straight away alleged that BJP government has deliberately pressed the voice of Punjab by not putting the name in the Republic Day tabloid. And on the other side, very next day, Punjab BJP and the BJP leaders have started attacking Bhagwant Mann, saying that they have trying to place their own photos by their political promotion, and through the tabloid they are trying to gain some political mileage, and that is the reason this tabloid has been turned down. But letter from Ministry of Defense to State of Punjab had made each and every air clear into this entire controversy, that there was no politics, and even the tabloid that was selected, that was all on the basis of the merit, that were representations that has been given by the states itself, and even that was all the call of selection committee, and as they have followed the proper procedure the way every year they did, and there was no such politics. And in fact, they have also reminded Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann that how many times the tabloid of Punjab has put on the display during the Republic Day parade as well, and the committee which is being constituted to select the tabloids to finalize the things, they have nothing to do with the politics, and politics is nowhere else. But still the war of words are on. But Aam Aadmi Party and Punjab government and Punjab Chief Minister straight away attacking the BJP government for not putting the name of Punjab, and in fact not considering the contribution of the martyrs of Punjab by not putting the name of by not putting the name of Punjab in the Republic Day tabloid. So war of words are there and even the BJP is attacking the Aam Aadmi Party, that they are trying to promote their own political party through the tabloids as well, and every time they are trying to politicize the issues through the events that hit at the national level as well. So this is how it is actually panning out. But I think Ministry of Defense has issued the letter to state that made it very clear, and even if Punjab wanted to display their tableau, it was a great opportunity to put the representation in the Bharat Parv at the Red Fort, and in fact from 23rd to 31st December. But that has also been rejected by Punjab Chief Minister, saying that Punjab martyrs are not will not be put into the rejected category. Yes.
All right, Amandeep, thank you for joining us. We wait and watch what happens next. For the moment, we move on to other stories in brief. PM Modi addressed the last session of Mann Ki Baat on Sunday. In the last episode, Prime Minister Modi talked about different subjects, including the success of Chandrayaan 3, incredible performance of Indian athletes in Olympic Games, and India's fresh spirit as a developed nation, among others. Mehbooba Mufti, chief of PDP, has requested Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha and Defence Minister Rajnath Singh to give compensation of 50 lakh rupees to the people allegedly killed in police investigation following a terror attack in Poonch last week. Addressing a news conference, Mufti said that the people of Rajouri have supported the country's army in all the wars that have taken place since 1947. She further requested that these people should be given a compensation of 50 lakh rupees. Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge on Sunday criticized Prime Minister Modi over the promises made by him to double farmers' income by 2022. He alleged BJP of lying, saying that the BJP's lies are the strongest, unquote. Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami declared that new CCU will soon be implemented in the state. Speaking at Shasti Purti Mahotsav in Vrindavan, Dhami reveals plans to table the bill in Vidhan Sabha for approval. As the cold wave tightened its grip on northern India, air quality dipped to severe category on Sunday. AQI was recorded above 400 at several places in Delhi, including Munirka, Dwarka and RK Puram. COVID-19 subvariant JN1 cases have seen a surge throughout India in the past few days. Ahead of New Year celebrations, both centre and states are vigilant to prepared to counter cases of JN1. And in a big move by the centre, Union Home Minister Amit Shah announced that Kashmiri separatist party Tehreek-e-Hurriyat has been declared an unlawful association under UAPA. Posting on X, Amit Shah stated that the outfit is involved in forbidden activities to separate Jammu and Kashmir from India and establish Islamic rule. Tehreek-e-Hurriyat has long been under scrutiny for its alleged role in spreading anti-India propaganda. Getting you all the details and voices coming in.
के तहत आज तहरीके हुर्रियत को भी बैन कर दिया गया है। जम्मू कश्मीर में अलगाववाद, आतंकवाद की गतिविधियों को बढ़ाने में इस प्रकार की जो संस्थाएं थी बहुत बड़ा योगदान था। आज जो जीरो टॉलरेंस की नीति है मोदी सरकार की आतंकवाद के प्रति, ये उसी को देखकर किया है, स्वागत योग्य कदम है। निश्चय ही इसके बैन करने से जो लोग एक्टिविस्ट हैं उन पर भी एक लगाम लगेगी। बहुत कुछ करना बाकी है और जो 5 अगस्त 2019 के बाद स्थिति बनी है वो सरकार की आतंकवाद के प्रति जो नीति रही उसी का परिणाम है। आज पत्थरबाजी नहीं है, आज ये रोजमर्रा के बंद, टूरिज्म में बढ़ावा, ये सही बात को दिखाता है। जम्मू कश्मीर भारत का स्वर्ग कहा जाता था, फिर से यहाँ पर उसी प्रकार की स्थितियां लाई जाएंगी।
5 अगस्त 2019 के बाद पहले ही ये सारी ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस जो हैं ऑलमोस्ट बैन के नाम पे ही थी, कोई बात नहीं कर रहा था। सारे लोग इनके जो हैं मेन लीडरशिप वो या तो कहीं जेलों में कश्मीर में बंद हैं या कहीं कश्मीर से बाहर बंद थे या हाउस अरेस्ट में थे। तो अब अचानक से ये इलेक्शंस जो हैं 2024 के नजदीक आ रहे हैं, तो रेस्ट ऑफ द कंट्री में ये दिखाने के लिए हाँ जी चलो तो इलेक्शन आ रहे हैं जी, हुर्रियत बैन कर दिया, ये कर दिया, ये तो ऑलरेडी बैन ही है सब कुछ। 5 अगस्त 2019 के बाद कौन सा बैन नहीं था? कौन सा लीडर हुर्रियत का खुला है या कौन सा कोई उनने एक्टिविटी किया है या कोई कहीं पे कोई जलसा किया है, कोई पब्लिक गैदरिंग की है? एक भी कहीं पे नहीं। तो हर जगह ये तो ऑलरेडी बैन था। उनका ऑफिस उन्होंने ऑलरेडी सील करके रखा है, राजबाग में था। तो ये सब जो अब बैन और इसके जो स्टेटमेंट्स हैं, ये एक इलेक्टोरल ऑडियंस को दिखाने के लिए एक स्टेटमेंट्स हैं कि भाई हमने वहां पे बैन कर दिया, ये कर दिया। ये तो ऑलरेडी बैंड है, ऑलरेडी डिसफंक्शनल थी ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस बहुत हद तक। 5 अगस्त 2019 के बाद किसी को कोई इजाजत ही नहीं थी बात करने की।
Carrying across to Gursimran, who's joining us live on the broadcast. Gursimran, this step was long due. Parties like Tehreek-e-Hurriyat and entities of this nature have always and for decades been indulging in separatist activities and ensuring that they don't have Jammu and Kashmir as an inclusive part of India. The Modi government, of course, has made every step towards making this a reality, and now this announcement coming in from the Home Minister is certainly welcome, but many who would want to resist it. What is the situation on the ground?
See, Suesha, this is the resolve of the Union government of zero tolerance towards the terrorists and their sympathizers in Jammu and Kashmir. Earlier, we have seen that two entities that were linked to the separatism, one including a political party, that was banned by the Union Home Ministry. The second one was the Masarat Alam's Muslim League. That is also an umbrella organization of all-party Hurriyat Conference. And now it is the Tehreek-e-Hurriyat of Syed Ahmad Shah Gilani that has been banned under the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act, declaring it as an unlawful association. See, this is a big win for those agencies, those who have been working for years to link their actual involvement with the terror incidents, with the promotion of the separatism in Jammu and Kashmir, and also their agenda of establishing the Islamic rule in Jammu and Kashmir. So now the security forces, they all are working against the terrorists, but this front, the ecosystem of the terrorism, the entire ecosystem is being vanished, wiped out by the Union government. And based on the intelligence inputs and the detailed investigation that has been carried out by the central agencies as well as the state investigation agency, the Ministry of Home Affairs has ordered the ban on the Tehreek-e-Hurriyat that was formed in year 2004 as an organization which is part of the all-party Hurriyat Conference, the umbrella group which it is. And the main motto of all these organizations was to spread the anti-India propaganda, was to radicalize youth, and also to their agenda of carrying out what the motive of the Pakistan remains, to give India 1,000 cuts. But now this central government which has a resolve that no terrorist or terrorist supporter will be allowed to breathe freely in Jammu and Kashmir. They have ordered a ban under the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act, which will come into force by 31st of December. That is today only, as the gazette has been issued by the Ministry of Home Affairs. And now anyone associated with the Tehreek-e-Hurriyat will be acted as per law. Yes.
All right, Gursimran, many thanks for getting us those details. With that, it's time for us to slip into a very short commercial break. Also, a quick check of what we are tracking on the other side. COVID JN1 variant cases on the rise in India. Central and state government are on alert, urging caution. In response to recent attacks, Indian Navy enhances surveillance in North/Central Arabian Sea.
आपने सोमानी का नया रोल देखा, वही स्टाइल और रेंज सोमानी बाथवेयर में भी। सोमानी बाथवेयर।
मेरा नाम संतोष राजभर है। ब्लॉक नंबर 19 में 311 नंबर फ्लैट मिला है हमको, और हम यही शहर में ही किराए के मकान पर रहते थे, और बहुत ही घुटन महसूस होता था किराए के मकान में। और बहुत धन्यवाद देना चाहते हैं पूज्य महाराज जी को और नरेंद्र मोदी जी को कि उन्होंने मात्र 2 लाख में हमको इस मकान फ्लैट दिया।
प्रधानमंत्री मोदी के नेतृत्व की केंद्र सरकार और मुख्यमंत्री योगी के मार्गदर्शन में उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार हर गरीब को छत देने के संकल्प के साथ पूरी प्रतिबद्धता से कार्य कर रही है। गरीब के अपने पक्के आवास के सपने को साकार कर रही योगी सरकार ने प्रधानमंत्री आवास योजना के अंतर्गत उत्तर प्रदेश में अब तक 55,20,000 से अधिक लोगों को आवास की सुविधा उपलब्ध कराई। इस योजना के अंतर्गत पक्के आवास की सुविधा मिलने से प्रदेश के करोड़ों लोगों के जीवन स्तर में बदलाव देखने को मिल रहा है।
जामनगर की भट्ट फैमिली को तारे देखना पसंद है। जम्मू की भट्ट फैमिली को सितारे देखना पसंद है। फैमिलीज जितनी भी सेम लगे, होती अलग है। इसलिए नया वीमैक्स पोस्टपेड, जो दे हर फैमिली को उनकी पसंद की चॉइसेस, जैसे ईज माई ट्रिप, Amazon Prime एंड मोर। वीमैक्स पोस्टपेड, चूज व्हाट यू वांट टू यूज।
जब प्राइवेसी प्रोटेक्शन के बिना हो हैकर्स के पास अथॉरिटी, फिर किस बात की साइबर सिक्योरिटी। क्विक हील, आज के लाइफ की प्रायोरिटी साइबर सिक्योरिटी।
हमारे देश को आजाद हुए 76 साल हो गए, लेकिन कई चीजों में हमको अभी आजादी नहीं मिली। जैसे कि सरकारी दफ्तरों में दुश्वारियां, परेशानियां, बद इंतजामियां। हमारे शहीदों को इस बात की कतई चिंता नहीं थी कि देश को आजादी मिलेगी